Welcome to Stochastic's Underdog NFL Best Ball Stream Marathon here. We're going to be going for at least 5 hours here. I think we're going to be doing at least 5 drafts, maybe 6 drafts. We'll see how the night goes if we have time to keep going. If I still have the energy after I'm done with all of these guests. But starting out here with Bobby Gomes, DFS legend Bobby Gomes, getting into the best ball space for the first time. He was just saying like this is his second go around, I guess, as a best ball analyst here. Are you excited to start doing some best ball analysis, Bobby?
Yeah, not an analyst, an influencer.
Influencer. That's right. That's right.
An influencer. I'm a best ball influencer now. Yeah, no, I'm excited. I've been grinding out these underdog best balls. Looking forward to kind of finishing up. It's to get them done, man. Wow, it's a grind. So yeah, I'm ready to hop on, talk some best ball underdog with you.
You know what I was thinking, Bobby, is so I don't know if there's anybody yet who has won a milli in both DFS and best ball. I'm not sure that anybody's done it. So you're kind of like a big competitor of mine as far as trying to be the first to do it, to win a milli in both DFS and best ball, which is the real reason. Bobby before this was saying he's going to maybe jump in and draft against me. I talked him out of it. I said, no, it'll be easier if we just draft together. I'll give you a cut of if we make the final, I'll give you the cut of the team. But really my motive is I don't want Bobby to beat me and to be the first to have the milli in both DFS and best ball. Is that one of your goals, Bobby?
Of course, win three million
Yeah,
in best ball would be fantastic.
it would be. It would be fantastic.
I didn't think that those were your motives. Trust me, you'd be a heavy favorite versus me, I would imagine, going into this draft if we were heads up against each other.
Yeah, I don't know. I do have. So is this your first year doing best ball?
No, I've done it. I've done it for the last 3 years. The
Okay.
first year I maxed it. Last year I didn't max it. I just like got bored and I was playing a ton of MLB and I just never finished it. But this year I'm trying to get them done.
Yeah. So I have had some success in best ball so far. So the first 2 years I didn't make any. I don't think I maxed out 3 years ago. 2 years ago and last year I maxed out each of them. 2 years ago didn't get anything to the final. Finally, last year I broke through, got two teams to the Best Ball Mania 3 final. So that was obviously much better than expectation there to get 2 teams to the final. So I think I'm getting better at this best ball stuff. We're all still learning though. So I don't know that I would be a favorite against you. It sounds like you have experience too. So I don't even have that going for me against you.
It's really hard just to get two. The two's very. I wish at the end of this I'll have 2. You know what I mean? It's so difficult. I don't think I've gotten any teams to the final. So hopefully this year we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, so if you, I believe they say if you max it out, you have a 1 in 8 chance of getting a team to the final. So obviously, I ran pretty good to get 2 teams to the final last year.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we can run it back. Hopefully, we'll run it back with this team that Bobby and I are about to draft right here, right now, so we can split this 3 million. We can be the first to do it, the million, both the best in best ball and DFS. All right, I'm about to jump into this draft, guys. So if anybody wants to jump in, I'm clicking it now. By the way, if you haven't signed up for Underdog yet, probably you have if you're watching this stream, but if you haven't, for whatever reason, you should really use our link. I put it into chat. If you use our link, you will not only get your first deposit matched up to $100. So like you put $50 in, they're going to match that. Then you'll have $100 in your account. So you get that. But on top of that, you also get the Stochastic Best Ball package, which includes our Underdog rankings. You can upload them directly onto Underdog. Really, really slick there. So if you haven't yet signed up for Underdog, highly recommend signing up using our link. Bobby, we got the eight spot. Not my favorite.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. You get those running backs there, Eckler, Bijan Robinson. Who do you kind of favor out of those two?
Eckler out of those two. Yeah, it's really not my favorite spot to draft because I love at this point like the top 4. I feel like is a pretty clean break there between McCaffrey and Eckler. So yeah, if Eckler came down to us, I would take it. Maybe we go Travis Kelce if he falls to us, but we're probably going to be making kind of a tough decision at 8. We'll see, especially with Kupp now being. I don't really want to be drafting Kupp in the first round. I don't think. Do you have any strong opinion there on Kupp? Like he's just the hamstring popped up again today. Now I'm a little bit scared.
I'm worried about the hamstring this late. The interesting thing about Kupp is if you were drafting Kupp and a ton of Kupp through the first 10. Like if you were just taking, because I think you could have made a case that Kupp was probably one of the safer picks, or is one of the safer picks prior to obviously the injury news that we've kind of received over the summer. But someone could be significantly overweight on Kupp, and we know how good Kupp has been in the past. So I don't know. For me, I don't have a ton of Kupp, but I do think that the hamstring is an issue, and I think it's going to continue to be an issue just because of the usage that he receives in that offense.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that it popped back up is concerning to me. Like, it was one thing, it was like, okay, he seemed to be on the mend. I wasn't that worried about. I've been drafting him, feeling safe, and now I feel like that's all gone. Now I'm just super worried about it.
I feel like you could have took Cup like previously, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You were getting him 7 at some points, and now you can get him 8, 9, 10. So I don't know.
If he came back to us in the second round, I think it would be worth taking him there. I don't think that I'd reach for him at 8. I feel like this is a little bit steep for somebody with his injury concerns. All right, so how do you feel about Eckler versus Bijan? Do you have a strong opinion there?
So I've been taking Bijan, and the reason being is Joe Lombardi's no longer with the Chargers. So he obviously was very good for a guy like Eckler previously with the Saints with Kamara.
So Bijan went.
Bijan went.
You like Eckler here ahead of Diggs, Brown, and such?
What's your biggest reach here? Who would you reach to?
I would probably take anybody up to Garrett Wilson. I'd be willing to take.
I like Garrett Wilson.
You want to go Garrett Wilson?
I really like Garrett Wilson. Yeah, if you want to go.
Yeah, the only reason I would hesitate there that I wouldn't typically reach there is because there's a good chance we could get him in the. We probably couldn't.
I don't think so.
No, yeah, we couldn't.
I've been seeing him. I've been drafting. So he's going like 11, 12, 13. I don't think he would have been there.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, that was, as I said, the latest that I would take anybody there. I feel like the range of outcomes, like it's hard to project what Garrett Wilson is going to be this year because he was playing like the quarterback upgrade is just so monumental. But I think the talent is there, and I think that that Aaron Rodgers is going to target him. So I like taking Garrett Wilson there.
If he sees an Adams like workload, you would imagine he's probably a top first round receiver by the end of the year. So
yep, exactly. All right. Sneak Peek Leaks says, I miss you doing prize picks bets. Got to start that up again on a regular basis. Yeah, for NFL season, I believe I'm going to be back doing prize pick stuff again. I think I posted one on Saturday. I think I assume he's talking to me. Maybe have you done prize pick stuff?
I did prize pick stuff for Mayo like 2 years ago. There's no way it was good. Was it good? I couldn't even imagine. I think it was right when the site started. I don't know. Okay. I was just using like DFS projections. I don't even know what my record was.
All right. Well, whichever one of us you're talking to. If you're talking to me, I will be doing prize picks for NFL once again. I did prize picks actually on this past Saturday, but I've just been doing it on Saturdays during MLB season. Mick Skeen says 12-team PPR, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Kelsey, Chubb, Gibbs, Keenan, Fields, Drake. Is that just a list of players? I thought there was a question there. I don't see a question there. So if you have a question, Mick, let us know. Mark says Eckler worries me with his comments last year, feeling he should play minimal snaps to keep his body going. Me too, a little bit. Like I do have that concern with Eckler. Where do you rank Eckler, Bobby?
I have the same concern. I just think there's a ton of question marks with Eckler. Like I said, the new offensive coordinator, who is from Dallas there, so it's going to be a more explosive offense. I think they're going to be throwing the ball deep downfield. And they want like guys like Joshua Kelly are going to mix in. Eckler's body's another year older. He's taken a beating in the NFL. So I have similar concerns. Where are we going with this next pick?
All right, well, let's see who is available to us. I mean, if Amon-Ra comes to us, I really like Amon-Ra here. We could go Devontae Adams, Tony Pollard. How do you feel about this range?
For me, I'd love Amon-Ra if he fell. I just don't think he will.
We just got to get through Heat Mac. That's all we got to get through at this point.
Yeah, it'd be very nice.
Yeah, he took Amon-Ra. All right.
He took Amon-Ra, yeah.
So we could take Devontae Adams, Tony Pollard.
Who's your favorite here? You make this pick.
Probably.
If you like Waddle, it seems like you're.
No, I'm actually thinking Tony Pollard.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
I think it's good. Everyone starts off like 3. Everyone kind of goes the heavy wide receiver route. I don't mind getting some running backs. I think you're kind of building a hybrid cash team, right? Tournament cash, because you got to get out of that 12-man. So I definitely don't mind Pollard.
Yeah, I also like just where we are picking. I don't think there's going to be great running back options for us at 32. Is part of my thinking there. It's just like this range has gotten worse. Like now that Josh Jacobs goes a little bit earlier, it's like this is kind of like the Jahmyr Gibbs range, and he's not even available there all the time. So I just feel like getting a running back here. The wide receivers are actually, I think, stronger in this range now.
How do you feel about quarterback at 32?
If it's one of the top four, I'd be happy to take quarterback. I don't typically take unstacked quarterbacks unless I think I can take some of their weapons later on, or which I guess is, I mean, you kind of can with everybody outside of Jalen Hurts at this point, and you can still get Dallas Goedert. So, yeah, if it's one of the top four, I'd be perfectly happy taking a quarterback.
I'm a big Lamar guy.
I'm a big Lamar guy too. Yeah,
that's what I was going to say. Waddle,
in.
because then you go Lamar at the.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's a good point. I have done that at times. The reach for Waddle to get that bring back. That's true.
I feel like the consensus is to wait on quarterback, and I feel like it's been that way for the last 2 years. And I don't know if that's like, I feel like we're in a new game type, right? Like, I don't know if that's necessarily correct. I want a stud QB. Because like I said, I want to make it out of that 12-man. You look at the best cash game players at DFS, they're taking QBs at rushing equity. They're going to take a high usage receiver, one of the high usage running backs. So I just kind of like to build my teams that way. Yeah. I feel like Lamar has a very good schedule. That offense. One thing I've been trying to prioritize is just like how explosive teams are. Like this Miami team, Baltimore. Obviously, they have that Week 17 matchup, which I think everyone's aware of.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you get two of your 150 in and you have that game stacked, you're feeling pretty good, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. And I go back and forth on the Week 17 thing. It's not like the hugest priority for me in general, but there are certain games in particular I feel like I care more. So like if I can do the Chiefs versus Bengals kind of thing, like then I've factored in a little bit more with those games that I think could just go completely off.
I think it's been more organic for me than anything. I'm similar to you. I just really like those two teams, and then they happen to play Week 17, so it's just an added bonus.
Man, what a start. I'm jealous of never know is Alex. I don't even know what that says. Jefferson, Devontae, Jalen Hurts. I love that start of a draft.
Yeah, very strong start there.
Josh Allen goes. So if we're gonna get a quarterback, okay, Lamar went too. So we are I'm not gonna reach for any other quarterbacks at 32. Occasionally I will, if I'm like at this turn, I'll think about doing Fields and DJ Moore, but that's kind of the earliest that I would take Fields, and it's only if I think I can get them both, typically. All right, so we are up next. Andrews is available there. How do you feel about Andrews without Lamar?
Didn't he have injury issues recently? He was someone I had question marks about.
I don't know. Nothing that had concerned me, but yeah,
he was it was like I read some things out of camp, like the last 4 days prior to today. He'd been dealing with something. Okay. Yeah, you could go Andrews. I pretty much I in this situation, I don't mind going Gibbs. I don't mind Fields or DJ Moore. It's your call.
All right, let's go Gibbs. I like that. I don't have.
I like Gibbs because it's a little. There's a game stack there with Pollard and Gibbs.
That's true. So. Good call. Yeah. We have that going for
us. And
us.
it's in a dome, so.
True. Yeah, I don't have a ton of Gibbs, but I do think that he's certainly got huge upside.
It's just a worry with Montgomery. Montgomery's always been a good back. I just you don't want to see Gibbs fall into a situation where he's basically who is the running back there they had the last couple of years that they never used properly?
DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, Swift.
Yeah, agreed. All right. Getting there. Oh, I keep forgetting to go back to this screen that people want to see. They want to see the draft board. All right, DJ Moore goes there, so maybe Bloop will get the DJ Moore Justin Fields stack. Which I don't ever want to take DJ Moore when I can't get Justin Fields. Like it's, to me, DJ Moore doing well is completely contingent on Justin Fields being great this year. So I rarely take a naked DJ Moore, and he goes way earlier than I expect him to a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's a tough stack to get just because of how they're placed within ADP.
Yeah. Got a lot of positive feedback about your high stakes episode, Bobby. People loved it. I thought it was good. I thought
the stuff we talked about afterwards was good too.
True, I agree. Yeah, it was a good combo.
Do you like Brees at all?
I think I'd rather go for a wide receiver here since we already have two running backs. I wouldn't mind taking Christian Watson personally, but If you really like Brees, we could do it. We could stack
No,
them
we
with
could do Watson.
All
My
right.
thing with Brees is just like set up a stack to get Rodgers.
True. Yeah, we could. Would you prefer that?
Your call, your team. I like Watson too, so I'm just pretty much. I
All right.
also think that going away from like the construction's interesting, like just because everyone prioritizes wide receiver, and it looks like we're behind the 8 ball with quarterback. So just getting a bunch of these running backs, I think would be.
That's true. It would be a little bit of a different build.
Yeah, I like flipping the construction when you can.
I will say I feel like that's more of like the best ball influencers are opposed to starting with a bunch of running backs. I do feel like
Yeah, they
there
hate it.
are.
That's why. No, I'm anti-establishment best ball influencer. So that's the angle I'm going to take in my on my journey.
Dean Shavelson says, "What's up, fellas? Just a heads up, Neil. If you need a 20-minute break, just ask Bobby his thoughts on Paul Pierce. He can fill that time real easily." Do you want to tell me what that's about, Bobby?
I'm a big Paul Pierce guy. Dean likes to give me to mess. Dean doesn't like to take. I would imagine. I'm in the minority. I know.
Dean from Rotogrinders, right? Dean Shavelson. Yeah. That's what I thought. You're wait. So you're a huge truther.
I'm a truther. Yeah, truther.
Gotta say, I think I'm Team Dean here. I don't think I'm a huge Paul Pierce guy. I think he was clearly a great basketball player, but like I think for me, it's more his takes on like everything are
they're
so
atrocious.
bad.
Yeah. They're atrocious.
So I think that's really why.
He had the killer instinct, you know. And you're growing up in Boston.
I know he won you the championship.
Yeah,
just one, right, for those Celtics teams.
Just one, almost two injuries.
Yeah. Vic David says previous show. I forget that I can do this. Previous show with Bobby was very educational for me. Yeah, it was. I thought it was really good conversation there on
Thanks,
High
Vic.
Stakes.
I appreciate it.
Check it out if you guys have not yet checked out High Stakes. Check it out. Dean, I feel like you misled me here because Bob, that wasn't all that long at all. Bobby just like said he liked him.
Dean just traditionally likes to go off on tangents, so he tries to get me into them.
Yeah, I hear that. Dean had the movie recommendation Prisoners. I saw it on Twitter, and it was literally like I had just seen it. Probably this is why it came up, is I had just seen it on Netflix. So my guess is that Netflix is kind of pushing it right now. So I had seen it on Netflix. I don't remember this movie coming out, but I saw it there. Thought about watching it, didn't pull the trigger, and then like the next day I saw Dean made a tweet about the movie Prisoners and how it was underrated. So he got me to watch Prisoners, and it was a very, very good movie. Have you seen that one, Bobby?
I will say this. I don't give Dean very many compliments, but his movie takes are elite. Other than Gladiator, he never seen Gladiator till like two years ago. But yeah, Dean got some good movie takes. I'll give him that.
So did he like Gladiator when he saw it 2 years ago?
I just don't know why it took him like 2 decades to see it. Right?
That's different than having a bad take. Just like taking a while to see something like that. That's happened to me, but as long as he liked it.
Yeah. I think he liked it. Yeah. I think the Departed is his favorite movie or something.
That's with Leo DiCaprio.
Yeah. I'm not a Departed guy. I'm Boston. I don't like the Departed.
Yeah, surprising.
Yeah. What do we got coming up here?
Yeah, let's check it out.
This is like that zone that I just don't know what to do with at all.
So speaking of setting up quarterback wide receiver stacks, we could go Aaron Jones with Christian Watson.
Yep.
If we wanted to.
I don't hate that, actually. I think that's I think Aaron Jones is going to see a bigger workload than we've seen him previously.
Yeah, and there would be just a bet on that offense, on the Green Bay offense. All right.
The issue is they just play in the cold, but I don't mind it.
Yeah, true. But are they in Minnesota in week 17? I know they're playing the Vikings.
I think they are in Minnesota in week 17. I'm just talking about in general. They're in Green Bay.
Yeah. No, I hear you. But at least that's a little bonus there, playing in Minnesota. I keep forgetting I've got this giant beer next to me.
There you go. I got a Pellegrino water.
Is that sparkling water?
Yeah, I love sparkling water for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm on the other side of that one from you. I am not a fan at all. Like if I want water, I just want it to be like smooth, just like easy to drink. Sparkling water is just like you're just like making a good thing worse.
No, it gives you that little fizz. I don't know. I'm a sparkling water guy.
Interesting.
We're on the
Yeah.
other side of that take. I'm
Yeah,
on the other
clearly.
side.
And
Yeah,
that's, what can you say? It's a personal preference thing. But for me, just like water, it's like smooth and refreshing, and just like it makes it a little bit less refreshing to me.
I get you.
Vic David says it was nice to hear how a Millie Maker winner thinks in general. So I read there. It was nice to hear how a Millie Maker thinks in general. Yeah. Uh, Kickstart. Good as or it's actually Kulk start. That's the I is very misleading. I tried to at him. Like it took me a while to learn that if you want to actually at Kickstart in YouTube chat, you have to do at KL for him to show up. It's not at KI. Very, very misleading there. All right, we're coming back to us. Let's see what we have available here. So we could take I was about to say we could take Kittle. Kittle goes. Trevor Lawrence already went, so I don't think I'm going to be reaching for not reaching, but I guess Christian Kirk falling far enough we could consider him. Where are you inclined to go here?
I like Addison or actually Dotson. I like Dotson because I think what we could do with Dotson is we could get Howell because we're kind of hurt at the QB position currently.
True.
So, well, it's just another guy that we can
Take a late quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
RBX starting issues on Twitter again.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
RBX just messaged me yesterday. We were
I have to.
chatting a little bit.
Yeah.
I missed our. Is it public?
Yeah, it's public. He's attacking Wiley. I'm really tight with Wiley and RBX.
Oh, no.
So it's just like I just realized I'm just in this. Yeah.
That's
I'm trying to get him to take it down. Whatever he was saying.
Yeah, I mean, I know that he's made public his feelings on the whole RPS company.
RPS is a good play. Wiley's going to be a solid ad for RPS. I think
like
he'll
Wiley.
be good for the subs. Yeah,
Wiley, another former high stakes guest.
Wiley, in my opinion, one of the better guys in the industry. Like,
yeah,
I think that's a real win for RPS subs.
For sure. Yeah, I definitely I get along with Wiley. Didn't see it coming, to be honest. I'm Discord with Wiley and other people in Discord were adamant that there's no way Wiley would ever go to RPS. So it was a little bit. Over the past week or two, it was pretty obvious that it was coming. But
I talked to him. I talked to him about it like previously. We talked a bit. I thought it was a good move for him. It's a good move for them too.
Yeah. Yeah, they've had some big signings, no doubt. All right. Good point. Alvaro says, Neil a Millie Maker winner 2, stop playing. That's true. You got 2 Millie Maker winners here, but you don't really. I mean, you hear from me all the time. Bobby is the new voice here. You don't always hear from Bobby as much on Stochastic channel.
I like the Stochastic. I enjoy it. I feel like we've had some pretty good shows every time I've been on.
Yeah, I mean, agreed. It's a good fit. Definitely a fun conversation. Very informative, as Vic was saying.
What are we doing? What do we got coming up? What guys?
Yeah, it's a good question.
I should probably have ADP up myself, but I'm just lazy.
Nah, we got I actually updated my rankings just before the show, moving things around, trying to account for all of the news that has been coming out. Brandon Cooks goes. I do really like Brandon Cooks where he goes at ADP. We don't have an elite tight end, so if we could consider going to Goddard if he falls to us at 80, but I don't feel strongly that we need an elite tight end necessarily. Let's see.
Who do we have so far?
So we have Pollard, Gibbs, and Aaron Jones at running back, Garrett Wilson, Christian Watson, Jahan Dotson at wide receiver. We could. How do you feel about the Indy offense going Pittman and Richardson?
Yeah, we could get just to set up the stack. I don't mind it.
Yeah,
we have all these QB options.
I also like Cortland Sutton at this point with Judy out. Who do you like better there?
I think I'd lean Pittman just because of Richardson. I'm not a fan. I don't want to end up with Wilson.
Yeah, I'm like cautiously optimistic that they're going to turn things around with Sean Payton now, but I don't
you would
feel
think
that,
but I just don't think Wilson currently has I don't know. I don't think he has much left in the tank at this point. I don't think it was just a coaching issue, even though Hackett is egregiously bad. I don't think it was just a coaching issue.
Vic David says, "All I do is acknowledge Neil every day. I appreciate Neil every day." Yeah, that's true. Vic is a big supporter, so he doesn't need to reiterate that all the time. But this is what I really want to put on the screen. Dean making some accusations here, or maybe not even accusations, maybe just acknowledging. He says Bobby's take was Paul Pierce over D Wade. I think he left that part out. Yeah, he did leave that part out.
Yeah, that is my take. Yep. So I'm gonna lose a ton of a lot of fans on this podcast because I'm on the Pierce side there. But I do think that my favorite movie is Good Will Hunting. I thought he said his was the Departed. I don't know. He's pulling moves.
He's stealing your favorite movie?
I think so.
All right, Dean. We see what you're up to. Corey says Mr. Limited. Yeah, that's who he was last year. Maybe this year, maybe it changes, but Russ not great last year. And Russ is one of those guys. He's so cringy that like I don't know that I want to see him succeed. It's just like what is going on with that guy? No, I'm still cheering for him. All right, we are coming up. So I don't think we take Anthony Richardson yet. I think we wait till the next turn. What do you think of that?
Yeah, we can wait till the next turn. Who do you like here?
It's a little bit risky because we're going 104. That's around his ADP.
I think it's fine because we have Howell and Rogers set up.
I'm all about Cortland Sutton here.
All right, take Sutton.
I guess we were just talking about how you don't really love betting on that offense, but I feel like with Judy out, Cortland Sutton's a pretty clear wide receiver one there, so I feel like that really pushed me towards him. You're okay with it?
I like Rachaad White if we're going, but you go Sutton.
All right. I thought about conceding and going to Rachaad White there, but
I like the bell cow. I think Rashaad's going to be a bell cow.
Do you?
Baker has the check down stats. I have a lot of Rachaad. Another putrid offense, though.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of Rachaad White, and that's the reason is because
their
offense. I just don't believe in that offense. Yeah. Ooh, we got a supporter here. The truth is better, says Rough Buff Fire.
I don't think it's a bad argument. People are totally against it, but I don't think it's a bad argument.
So I got to be honest with you, that was both of them. Their heydays were kind of in the era where I didn't watch a ton of basketball. So I don't actually have that strong of an opinion there. So I was to give you my background as a basketball fan, I was an insane Chicago Bulls fan in the 90s, as were a lot of people, but like I was like on another level. Like I was got so upset after the Bulls lost when I was in fourth grade. The year I was also a huge Scottie Pippen fan, so I was Pippen over Jordan.
Too. I feel like Pippen gets the short end of the stick.
He does. He doesn't get nearly enough credit.
He doesn't get nearly as much. So this is how I feel about Paul.
Okay,
but you can go just get in the Pippen stuff.
Okay, so the year after Jordan retired, I was like, all right, so now Pippen is going to prove to everybody that he is the real reason the Bulls are great. The Bulls go 55-27, like they were a fantastic team, and then they lost on a bad call in the playoffs. I got so upset about it that we had like in my bathroom. So I think I was in fourth grade. The bar in my bathroom, the towel rack, I like pulled down on it and broke it in half. I got so mad, and then of course lied about it to my family for like a decade before I finally told them what had actually happened there. But yeah, I was insanely like that was probably my biggest fandom ever was Bulls in the 90s, and then I followed Pippen like to Houston, Portland, stayed kind of a fan then, but by that point I was kind of like falling out of my NBA fandom to some extent, and then didn't really watch the NBA during college, any of that kind of stuff. Didn't really start watching it again until 2013, which was kind of, Wade was still relevant. Paul Pierce was, I think, kind of waning at that point.
No, yeah, I feel like your Pippen take, I think, is spot on. Like, why doesn't Pippen get any credit for those Bulls teams? Like, I had this argument with Dean the other day. Like, I feel like Pippen should get some credit. The thing that hurts Pierce is he was on a bad team for 10 years prior to social media. Then Wade, obviously Wade's fantastic. I'm not taking anything away from Wade. He goes and play. He's with LeBron. Like LeBron has all that star power. He's obviously playing next to him. He's going to get a lot of attention in that regard. I just think Pierce is better than what most people think.
Yeah, I mean he very much might be. Our pick is up next. I'm man, the anticipation is killing me right now. What are you gonna do, tech guy?
Our pick is up next.
Our pick is up next.
Who do we have for what are we thinking for quarterbacks?
Well, we yes, all right. So Anthony Richardson. So we set up the Pittman Richardson stack here.
Do you like that, or do you like we have doubles that we could go to Rodgers and Watson, or yeah, we can do
Yeah,
that first because I like the QB with rushing equity.
yeah, I do. I feel like we need like one QB who has like truly elite upside, which I kind of think Richardson has. Maybe I mean Rodgers might have it too, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like I like that stack. When I have Pittman, I don't like having naked Pittman, to be honest. But at pick 80, I think that he's a fair bet. But I like it. I like the bet better if you're betting on the whole offense. Yeah, I'm happy with that pick, Richardson there, and then we can, one of either Rodgers or Love later on. All right, let's see. DBC. All right, let's see here. Yeah, Wade, 3-time all defensive player. Corey Ballmer points out. I don't know what DBC means, Joe. Trying to figure that out. Do you know what that means, Bobby?
DBC, no idea.
It kind of sounds familiar to me, but I can't think of. And then Vic, yeah, says Rodgers. I think Rodgers does have kind of elite. Like he doesn't have the rushing upside, so like he doesn't have like top 3. I don't think upside probably, but I think Rodgers could be top 5. Oh, dude, bro, chill. That's what. Dude, bro, chill. Okay, thank you, Joe.
Dude, bro, chill. Was that over the Pierce argument? Probably.
It's just something people say on this channel. I don't know.
DBC.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't actually know where it came from initially. All right, so we are up in 2 picks.
Who are we taking?
All right, so I have some thoughts here. I'm always like hesitant to like, what are we going to say? So we could go Rodgers. Like there's a chance he's going to come back to us on the next pick, but it's certainly not guaranteed by any stretch. Or we could. I'm kind of feeling. So I've been out on Raheem Mostert all off season. I have not drafted much. Actually, I have more than I thought I did. But with Jeff Wilson's injury, I think that he looks pretty good. I think this is a fine spot to take him. Yeah, but we could maybe wait on that too. To me, it would come down to one of those. It would come down to Zach Charbonnet, Raheem Mostert, or Aaron Rodgers. I'll let you make the call there.
I might go Rodgers.
I think I like that too. Just like lock in our 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
We're already pretty strong at running back. And I think we like there are a lot of running backs that'll come back to us at the range of our next pick. So our next pick is 128. I feel like that's actually like there's a big tier here of a bunch of running backs. Like I don't feel that strongly about this tier of running back. So I'm happy with that. And we already have a ton of good wide receivers. I mean, let's look at our team again. We have 2, 3, 5 all built up already. So with Wilson, Watson, Dotson, Pittman, Sutton, I feel like that's a strong enough top 5 wide receivers.
Yeah, I like that. Still trying to get RBX off the
You're trying to stop the fight.
Yeah.
Joe says just a shout out to Klein. Oh, Jordan Klein. Is that a Jordan Kleinism? Okay.
Jordan, who's Jordan? Oh, Jordan.
He's our producer. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not the high stakes producer, but Jordan produces a lot of our DFS content. You met Mike Lawrence, who is the high stakes producer, also produces some of our DFS content.
Yeah, Mike was a good guy.
Yeah, Mike is a good guy. Jody Rand says, "How's your guys' lineups today compared to your first?" So do you mean our first, my first BBM lineup?
I think that's a really interesting question.
So I think I actually looked at my first BBM lineup recently, and it was bad. Like I was not very happy with my first BBM lineup. I can pull it up though in a minute. Let's see where we are. Oh yeah, Joe says that's a total Kleinism. Okay, yeah, that's where it comes from. Let me see if I have time here. Yeah, it's coming back to us already. Probably don't have time to go pull it up, but I'll pull it up maybe after my next. After 137, I'll pull it up. All right, so we've got our 2 quarterbacks, we've got 5 wide receivers, we've got 3 running backs. I guess we'll just see what's available. I think best available of wide receiver, running back, tight end would probably be my call. What do you think there?
I think that's fine. Yeah. What do we have for tight end currently?
We don't have a tight end
We
yet.
don't have a tight end.
So I'm thinking we might go 3 tight ends. Maybe.
Yeah. We could do that. Also, like Mingo and Hyatt, I like those 2 rookie receivers. If we if you take them like around early. So I think they're better than what their current ADP is. I don't know if you want that. Yeah, like I just think that the upside there is probably more than they might grade out a round or 2 or maybe 3, depending on like. So
I like both of those wide receivers. I don't know that I take them yet though. Like just look.
We're at 120. Yeah, it's too early still.
128. Yeah. So we got Mingo as an ADP of 151. I mean, we could take him with the
No, I wouldn't take him right. I didn't know.
Okay. Yeah.
I usually take him like the round before.
And then we've also got a pretty solid tight end range coming up, but I don't think we need to go there yet. So these are my top in my rankings right here. These are my top available players. I've been big on Mims. I feel like he's now the wide receiver 2 in Denver, at least for probably for the first half of the year. But this might be too early here. How do you feel about? We could also go Devin A-Chain now with Jeff Wilson out.
I love A-Chain.
Oh, do you? You're a big A-Chain guy?
Yeah. Big A-Chain. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Only buying it only because the guy who asked the question about the best ball teams early. I've just been taking a lot of Baltimore, Miami, so they don't look similar, but like my core is pretty similar, I would say. So yeah, get some A-Chain.
Oh, Sungjae, I'm gonna have to kick him out. Sungjae says Pippen most overrated player of all time. Get out of here with that bullshit, Scottie Pippen.
Why
come on
do they
now.
feel that way?
Why do you feel that way, Sungjae? Probably just a Jordan fan. Probably doesn't want to give Pippen the credit.
I feel like Pippen kind of his game is more. I feel like LeBron's game is more similar to Pippen's. Is that a bad take?
I think I would agree with that. Like LeBron is clearly a better scorer than Pippen, but like not on the same level as Jordan. I mean, maybe that's not true. Maybe he is as good. Like it's funny, like trying to compare different eras. Yeah.
Are you a Jordan over LeBron guy? LeBron?
No, I think I'm a LeBron over Jordan guy. I don't.
Me too.
It's tough because like being a huge Bulls fan, like there's a part of me that still has that like old man in me, like kids get off my lawn. Like there is a part of me that's like, yeah, but like Jordan had such a killer instinct. Like how can you really say that anybody's better than him? But like ultimately, I think that LeBron is probably the better player.
I feel similarly. Like I used to be like the Jordan over LeBron, but I just think ultimately at this point, LeBron's probably better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the wrong side of the take, I think, for right now.
Yeah.
In 10 years, it might be different, but
maybe another wide receiver here or a tight end. What do you think about a tight end of this? I mean, we've got solid tight ends in this range. We don't have a tight end. We could just wait and take 3 late tight ends too.
Yeah. Shoot. Yeah, we could wait. I think there's good tight ends that we could you can get Cole Turner, you can get the Jets tight end.
True. Good point. We can add him to our Jet stack.
Yeah.
So maybe a wide receiver here. Who do you like in this range?
Who do I like? Shoot. Who's down there? Let's see. I like Mingo. Go to Mingo.
Yeah, we could do Mingo. This isn't, I mean, it's a little bit early, but there's certainly no guarantee he's going to be available.
There's no guarantees there. I think his ceiling's higher than any of those guys. And the next one I would try to get is Hyatt. Because
so here's my question. So we have Richardson and Aaron Rodgers. Would you want to go 3 quarterbacks with Jordan Love with our next pick, or just leave it with 2?
Oh, you could go 3. I don't mind Love. I don't mind Love at all.
Let's see if he's got an ADP of 149. Our next pick is 152. So if he's available there, we can think about it. We also have we already have 2 parts of that Packers stack. We could add Jaden Reed, we could add Luke Musgrave as our first tight end possibly. So that's another stack we could build out a little bit. Jordan Love just went. So not doing that. What was I going to do? I was going to go to drafts completed. Let's see. Oh no, active. Oh shoot, I have a bunch of drafts I need to make picks for. What am I trying to do? Drafts completed. Is that this year? I guess this is this year. Best Ball Mania. Go back to the first one. Oh, I have to load more. Maybe I don't have time to be doing this, but I'm doing it anyway. Trying to find that first one. All right. So my first draft, I did Rodgers, Murray, Desmond Ritter, Brees Hall. I took a pick 20. That's brutal now. Nick Chubb, I got at 29 though, so I guess I had that going for me. But then Kenneth Walker, Deuce Vaughn is pretty weak. Running
Cooper
back
at 5.
Cooper at 5. Kirk at 53. I don't know, just not the strongest. I think I need to get back to our current draft, and I need to go on my phone and make my other picks here. Wait, drafts active. That's where I need to be. And okay, good. I'm back here. I'm going to go on my phone now because I just saw that I'm on the clock for several picks right now. So let me make those picks because it looks like I have like 15 minutes for some of them. The clocks are just I feel like I just made a bunch of picks. The clocks right now, the slow draft clocks. Are you a slow draft guy at all, Bobby?
No, never.
Okay. I am. I'm a big slow draft guy. Wait, why is it not going to the draft here? It's not letting me show the. Oh, go to draft. There it is. Okay. All right, so we are coming up on our pick. We lost out on Jordan. Oh, Jaden Reed went too. So we didn't get Jordan Love. We didn't get Jaden Reed. All right, Jeff Wilson just went. That's seems early for Jeff Wilson with the current state of things, but
I don't think Jeff Wilson's going to play.
Yeah,
I was anti-establishment Jeff Wilson. I was taking Achane.
Oh, see, I was all in on Wilson. Like that was like my biggest was like he goes the latest. He's not as old as Mostert. He's more likely to have a big role than A-Chain, and yeah, that got all shit on.
Is he though in that offense? Like they want speed. Like they're obviously trying to prioritize speed.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, Mostert's gonna get hurt like 2 weeks in, so it's gonna be the two of them. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So I don't know. Now it's just Mostert and A-Chain, and I think Darrington Evans they signed today.
You say you want to go Jalen Hyatt here?
I like Hyatt. Yeah.
You're a big rookies guy, huh?
I'm a big rookies guy. I like a strong core and then like to draft rookies. Also, this rookie's wide receiver class is loaded.
Yeah, it's true. Man, it's
loaded. Like
these guys all have
ceilings these guys all have elite ceilings.
True.
I worry about Hyatt just because he has great speed, obviously, but I just don't know how he's going to face in man. But it seems like in the preseason they've been running him a lot in motion to kind of separate him from like getting man coverage. So yeah, and these guys that can score 16 or 20 points in one catch, like I think they're the type of players you want high variance plays. I think that regardless if it's DFS or best ball, I think it's definitely something you should be prioritizing, getting guys that are explosive and can take the cover off the defense.
So I thought this was funny. We were just giving Sungjae shit because he said Pippen was most overrated player of all time. We gave him all the shit, and he meant underrated. so apologies, Sungjae. Glad that we could clarify there. He says Lions will dominate Chiefs week 1 though. See, now he's going to come back and say no. He meant Chiefs are going to dominate Lions. The more sensible take. What do you think? Do you think the Lions are going to be any good this year, Bobby?
No, this is like the perfect trap spot for the Lions.
You think
I
so?
just feel like they're going to struggle. They're just the darling pick, right?
Yeah, I think so. I also, as I said, I'm a Vikings fan. I really hope the Lions are not going to be great. We'll see.
Yeah, I wouldn't be overboard. Chiefs are the Chiefs. I could see the Chiefs struggling for a little bit out the gate just because like the wide receiver situation isn't like foolproof. It does as those rookies kind of progress, then we'll see that offense really come together. I wouldn't bet against Mahomes.
Yeah, it's always a fool's
I'm
errand.
not personally in DFS. Like I avoid Mahomes like the plague. Like I think 2
Oh,
years
really?
ago I was fading him. Yeah, but fading him pretty consistently. A lot of people were playing him. I just never. He was having a rough year. That was a good fade. Last year I faded Fields pretty consistently. That was a very bad fade.
Yeah, that one did not work out so well. All right,
That one did not work out.
We are up. We don't have a tight end yet. I kind of like Chig at this pick at 161. What do you think about Chig?
Yeah,
or do you want to go?
Chig's fine. I think that you could get
Pierce too. We could add Pierce to our stack.
I don't know. Let's go Chig.
All right.
Unless you want to go Pierce. No. We could go Pierce because then we can get one of these cheaper tight ends.
What do we do? I didn't see who did we get there. I think we got Pierce. Okay, good. We got Pierce right at ADP. I'm not a huge I don't take a ton of Pierce unless I have
if he's
Richardson.
within a stack.
Yeah, in a stack I like him. All right, I'm taking my final pick here in. Have you done any weekly winners? Do you even know what that is?
Yeah, I got RBX to take the post down, I think, which was good.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Said for me only. Yeah. What'd you say? Weekly? I haven't done weekly winners. That's their new product, right?
Yeah. So it's like DFS meets best ball is how they describe it, which I think is fairly accurate.
Yeah.
It's
DFS meets best ball.
Yeah, so it's like you draft and so everybody drafts similar to best ball in the drafts. Like you're doing 12-person drafts, but then each week they pay out like you have the same team every week, but then like everybody's competing against everybody every week. First place gets $20,000, and then like up to like 7,000th place gets some money back. So it's kind of it's a different strategy than best ball because it's not like cumulative.
I think that's pretty interesting. I'll definitely have to check that out. I want them to launch a salary product, a salary-based product. I'm just old school game.
You mean DFS? You want them to? Yeah, I think that they have talked about DFS a good amount. I think that I've heard that they have the conversations about DFS.
I would imagine it seems like it's like the next step, right? Like it would be. It's obviously what the game evolved from, and then I feel like because they've captured so much of this user base, they could probably easily transition. I would say.
Yeah, I agree. So Sanjay, he's it's funny his take. So he goes, Lions will dominate Chiefs week 1, and then he says only win of the year he's predicting. So he's not just a Lions homer. He's just saying they're gonna week 1 beat the Chiefs and then lose out the rest of the year. That's a take. All right. Vic David says, how about the Patriots? I don't believe in the Patriots this year. I don't think they're gonna be great. Bobby, you're the Patriots guy. What do you think?
I don't think they have no offensive line. I think the defense will be very good. They really need a quarterback, so I don't think they want to be good. I think you need to kind of fail at this point. I think their defense will be elite. I just think the offensive line and the offense will likely struggle.
Yeah, that seems fairly likely. Yeah, sunglasses are going to get the people fired up for nothing. Somebody says we should bet against Mahomes. And then yes, Joe asking the real question: what flannel is going to be worn week 1? That is a good question. I don't know. Haven't decided what flannel I'm going to wear week 1 yet. I'll have to keep.
Have you looked at week 1? Have you looked at any of the? I usually don't really look.
Oh shit, we are on the clock, and I did not even realize it. My bad. What do you think of Greg Dulcich here as our number 1?
No, because we can go down. Who do we have a tight end? We're running.
So we don't have a tight end yet.
We have time. Go to tight end. I like Conklin. 191 completes a stack. Is that too late though? Or we too early?
We could probably take him later.
Okay, if we can take him later, then we might as.
Well, we got him. I'm good with that. He goes with the stack. I like it.
Bad?
I think that we could have gone Dulcich and then Conklin, and those could have been our tight ends. But
yeah,
I don't know. There's Dulcich seems to be falling a lot. I don't know if that's a preseason thing. I
heard Dulcich was completely falling out of favor in Denver.
But then they traded or dropped
They
Albert O.
traded Albert O, but they have like I don't know. Albert O had fallen out of favor. I don't know. I forget what someone was
True.
tweeting about it.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, clearly people have
Or
that has
his
been the
stock
news.
had dropped. Maybe I'm confusing him with Albert O, but I had read that Dulcich's stock had dropped. I think we might have reached on Conklin. That's my fault.
I mean, at this stage of the draft, I don't really think it matters that much. I think that
Yeah,
it's a
so
lot of
that's the
these players
thing
are.
too. I don't think a lot of it matters either. I think at this stage of the draft, it's pretty much your decision on ADP.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So if you don't like, the only person I would have taken there is Dulcich. But if you're not a believer in Dulcich, I think that it's totally reasonable for us to just go Conklin over Dulcich there. So I'm good with it. The only reason I've been like still kind of in on Dulcich is I feel like he could be like it's between him and Mims to be the number 2 pass catcher while Judy is out.
oh yeah,
So
that's a really good point. So we could have took Dulcich, then gotten Conklin, and maybe even gone for a third tight end. Yeah,
possibly, but also if Dulcich has fallen out of favor, then that's
I don't
probably
think
not.
he's. I think he's not as. I don't know. Maybe it was before the Judy injury. I had read some. I don't know. I'm might be feeding bad information.
Yeah. Well,
I thought he had regressed, is what I had read on, or just came across my Twitter ticker.
All right, so we are coming up on our 16th pick. So we only have the 4 running backs. We have 1 tight end now. We could go. I mean, look at this. Dulcich still hasn't gone. He clearly has. Like some news came out on Dulcich that has people not wanting to draft him. So that I clearly just missed this news on Dulcich. He comes back to us. Do you want to go there now? 185, Dulcich.
Yeah, we can go there.
I still think that like the news is not targeted in preseason. Yeah, I still kind of like Dulcich at this pick. Like
I'm fine
I'm
fine with it. Like I would have if we had the opportunity to go back, which we kind of did. I would have took Dulcich. So.
Okay, so we essentially we just took them in reverse order. That's totally that's fine with me.
Because I think we should be building for 3 tight. I don't know who we would. Anthony Richardson. Who's Anthony Richardson's tight end?
Jelani Woods.
Jelani Woods. Yeah.
Gonna send you a link to the next guest, which man, this draft has taken a while apparently, Bobby.
Yeah, they my girlfriend's ready to chop my head off because
really?
I'm doing is drafting. Yeah. I'm supposed to be watching the kid and trying to grind out these final 25 that I get.
Kid's got to be asleep by now, though, right?
Oh, he's asleep by now, but I'm talking about like during the day.
How old is your kid?
15 months. He
Okay,
just comes in and rips the cords out of my computer and stuff. It's pretty. I barely could turn my computer on prior to this. We got lucky.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Want to touch on a couple. So first, Rough Buff Fire says the Eliminator was fantastic. I did love the Eliminator. I've never played any kind of format like that. Are you familiar with the Eliminator at all, Bobby?
No, I'm not. Sounds cool though.
Yeah, it's the they eliminate. It's like a Survivor kind of thing where half the teams get cut each week. Very cool. But then I wanted to bring up this comment as well. Joe says Peyton is trying to make Adam Troutman a thing. So maybe that is the reason Dulcich has fallen out of fires, because Troutman is becoming a thing.
Oh,
that would make sense.
Yeah, that would make sense. Peyton's gonna play his guys.
Yep.
I'm fine with Dulcich though. He showed potential last year. He's gonna gain his favor with the coaching staff as the year progresses. Maybe he starts off behind, but
yeah, I feel like Dulcich is too good to like just be completely. And I could be totally wrong. I mean, I kind of thought the same thing about what's his face about Albert O. Like last year, it kind of seemed like, oh, he's going to be the guy. He's so athletic, and now it turns out like he just can't really block, and he's just maybe not that good. Roughbutt says Jelani Wood is on the IR. I didn't even catch that news. I honestly drafted a bit of him early. I haven't drafted a ton of Jelani Woods recently. I still like occasionally will take him in a stack when I have Anthony Richardson, but I don't think we need to go there. All right, so we have a 2-4-8-2 build. I feel like we need at least one more running back. So let me get your take on these available running backs. What do you think of? So I think Rico Dowdle is the number 2 running back in Dallas. Indy is clearly up in the air between Evan Hall, Deion Jackson, Zach Moss. I like Josh Kelly as the RB2 in Los Angeles, particularly with potential that maybe something happens with Eckler wanting to hold out or something. How do you feel about these running backs?
I think Evan Hall would make the most sense.
I'm
I
good with
don't
that.
I don't. Who do you like? Do you like Hull more than Moss though? Who do you prefer?
I've drafted the hell out of Evan Hull. Yeah, he is the guy that I've been drafting. I'm wanting to sprinkle in some Zach Moss at this point here and there because I think there's a chance that he's just the guy. But
I
I
think
like
Hull
taking.
fits the stack more.
Yeah, I like Hull there.
Hull seems like a pass catcher too from the tape I watched.
That's a
Team
good point.
watched
I wasn't
games.
even factoring in that we already had Richardson there. So yeah, I like that as a tiebreaker for sure.
Yeah.
Um. All right, so we have 2-5. So we have one more pick to make here. What position do you think we need here?
What do we have? 2-5-8-2.
Yeah,
Our tight ends are thin. I will say.
they are.
I don't know what we can get at the tight end position, but let's see what we can get.
So I mean Noah Fant seems like fairly safe. I feel like he feels the safest, or actually Hayden Hurst probably the safest of this group, followed by Noah Fant. Maybe both those are similar.
I
I
think
haven't drafted much Cole Turner. I know Adam Scherer has been in. He's made some tweets about Cole Turner. I saw
I
somebody
like
else.
Cole Turner too. So I think Cole Turner. That was my thing. Like if we had taken Howell, I was looking to get Cole Turner late.
We
I think
still
Cole
could.
Turner is gonna. It looks like he's like a safe. They have like a pretty good rapport. But then again, Logan Thomas is coming back, and they were talking earlier in the offseason about Logan Thomas maybe getting more usage within that offense. The issue is Logan Thomas cannot stay healthy. Um, I will say though, going back to the who else was up top there? Who else do we have?
At tight end. So we have Hayden Hurst available, Michael Mayer, Trey McBride, Mike Gesicki, Noah Fant, Kate Otten, Isaiah
I think it'd be
Likely.
between Hayden and Turner. I think the rookie QBs lean on the tight end more.
True.
That's your call, whichever way. I think I might go Turner. Take the upset. See what the kid can do.
I like that call. I have drafted a ton of Hayden Hurst also. So it also I don't have much of Turner. I have a ton of Hayden Hurst, and there's the offsetting bye week helps a little bit too. So if Turner falls to us, I am happy to take him here with our final pick. I see Debro is already here in ready for me. Yeah. Hello, Debra. I'll throw you on the camera in a minute. I suppose I could just throw you on here while I'm here with Bobby, if you are ready to go, Debro. But I don't want you to sully our draft at all, because then you're gonna require us to pay out a third when we win the 3 millies here. So I don't know, Debro. Debro's making faces at me, making gestures. He says he's open to whatever. Is how I'm reading his gestures. All right, we'll make our final pick, and then I'm going to bring Debro in here. And Debro he can give us an assessment of our team, Bobby. All right, let's go. Let's go with our guy, Cole Turner here. This might honestly be my first share of Cole Turner in all of the drafts I've done, but I've been thinking I need to draft more of him. So
Ship
I'm
my
glad we
money's
got
on him. Ship my money's a smart guy, so I would definitely
Yeah,
be.
ship my money. He put me on to Chase Claypool his rookie year, so I'll always
there you go.
yeah, I'll appreciate that from him. All right, I'm going to bring Derek Brown in here. He is at Debro_FF on Twitter. I'll have him come in here while Bobby's here, and then Bobby is going to take off after we give our brief assessment of the draft. Debro, I'm going to show you our draft.
Hello, boy.
First of all, if you don't know Derek works at Fantasy Pros. He's been a fantasy football analyst for years now. He's as I told Debro when we did a stream previously, he's one of the few guys that I stream with who, like, my casual friends all know him. Like, my casual fantasy football friends.
I feel bad for them. I'm sorry.
I did a draft last night, and Fantasy Pros was up on the stream, and I told my cousin was there with me, and I said, "Oh, Fantasy Pros, I'm actually doing a draft tomorrow with a guy from Fantasy Pros, Derek Brown." And my cousin goes, "Oh, Debro?" And I was like, "Yes, Debro." So another person who knows Debro. So happy to have Debro here. But Bobby and I just finished this draft, and I want to give
That's
our
pretty good
assessment.
so far, boys.
All right. So first of all, I want to hear Bobby's grade on this draft. So Bobby, we ended up with Anthony Richardson and Aaron Rodgers as our quarterbacks. We have Tony Pollard, Jahmyr Gibbs. And it just refreshed on me. All right. Tony Pollard, Jahmyr Gibbs, Aaron Jones, Devin Achane, Evan Hall. I know Deepro's gonna like that, but Evan Hall as our running backs. Then we got Garrett Wilson, Christian Watson, Jahan Dotson, Michael Pittman, Cortland Sutton, Jonathan Mingo, Jalen Hyatt, and Alec Pierce as our wide receivers. Tyler Conklin, Greg Dulcich, Cole Turner as our tight end. So starting with you, Bobby, this is our team. How do you grade our team?
Give it a B minus.
B minus. I think that's the weakest grade anybody has given on a team that we draft. So you're not a huge fan of our team.
I would have tried to make that Green Bay stack work with Love, or I would have tried to make the Howell situation work.
That's fair. I like a man who will give a good, honest assessment of his draft. D-Bro, did you see our draft? Do you have any comments on this draft?
Roll it to the top there.
All right.
Let me see. I mean, it looks good so far, guys. I mean,
we got your guy Hull. I know you're gonna like that.
You got Pollard. I mean, we're already talking about winning leagues here. This looks great, man. I like this a lot.
Wilson, Watson, Dotson.
I mean, the top 3 wide receivers I'm totally in on. Sutton, I've been drafting even before it was cool and trendy. I'm down with. I like the Pittman stack with A-Rich because that's honestly not a direction I've gone very much.
Okay.
So I like the pay up because I mean you're just making the bet that Anthony Richardson is better at passing than most people say he will be.
Yep.
Oh, you double stacked him with Pierce. Okay.
We did double stack him. Yep.
Yeah, I like that because outside of like, I don't know if that's like a popular thing, but I want to say it's more of a contrarian thing. I mean, like everybody's down on A-Rich as a passer. They like his rushing, but you're not going to find a lot of double stacks in these best ball streets. So I definitely like that. No, I like this team a lot, man. I see that y'all went for Conklin. I'm not going to say it's a reach because who gives a shit? It picks 176. I mean, going for the stack and getting the equity. No, I like this a whole lot, man.
All right.
This looks good. The only question, do y'all, with the Washington exposure, do y'all have a San Francisco guy that I just missed?
I don't believe we took anybody from San Francisco. Yeah.
Oh, no. But I see that because I'm sitting here getting my stuff pulled up and stuff for drafts too. So I do like that though that y'all went Washington because you do get the Jets in week 16. So the correlation still stands, boys.
That's
true.
No,
I like this team. I think it's a B+, man.
All right, thank you. We appreciate the positive feedback there from D-Bro, and I think if we win the 3 milli, Bobby, then you'll feel better about this B- team. At that point, maybe
do I get a consultation? Like, do I get a consulting fee on this?
I intentionally, Derek, I intentionally waited until we were done to bring you in so that I wouldn't have to pay you a consulting fee.
I mean, it's such a good team. I got to see if I can get a piece of it. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can talk about that after. You can Venmo me and Bobby $2 each or something. All right.
Oh, that's it? That's all I got to do to get stake in it? Oh,
but then you max out at a $6. All we're going to pay out.
If we win the $3 million, okay. See, there's the catch. You got to read the fine print. Okay.
Exactly right.
There's always a catch.
All right. Bobby, thank you so much for hanging out. Where can people find you, Bobby?
Yeah, Rotor Grinders. I think I'm doing the Grinders live 9:30 a.m. on Sundays.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Content over there. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for having me on. Love hopping on these stochastic streams. Thanks for having me on, Neil.
No, thank you very much for coming on, Bobby. Maybe we'll do another one before the season starts, or at some point. I'm sure we've had a good time doing some streams together. So hopefully we can do another stream together at some point, Bobby. But you can get back to your kids asleep, so you don't have to take care of a kid. Get back to whatever it is that you're doing tonight.
Might watch Prisoner.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, you should check it out. Prisoners on Netflix.
Yeah.
All right.
Later,
thanks,
guys.
Bobby. Later. All right, Derek. So I already kind of introduced Derek to anybody who doesn't already know him. You can find him on Twitter at @dbro_FFB. You can find all of your content is at Fantasy Pros now, right, Derek?
Yes, sir. All of it's at Fantasy Pros. We're rocking all kinds of things over there, man. So good time to sit here and be drafting best ball, and a good time to be drafting any fantasy teams, baby. It's crunch time.
Yeah. It's a beautiful time of year with NFL coming up so quickly here. And I'm
doing the same thing you're doing, Neil. I mean, I love this best ball stream because I know the side case of this that you haven't told everybody at home is this is just another way. You're out here like I am getting last second equity in these best ball drafts,
right.
like trying to sit here and top off the exposures and get exposures to players that you haven't. So I see you, Neil. I see what you're doing, and I love it, man. I love it.
I mean, we gotta finish the stuff up. I told you earlier we were DMing. I told you that I was changing up my rankings a little bit. So I was updating them for one thing for all the injury news and stuff, but also like moving guys up that I haven't drafted a ton of. Like trying to like, I like this player, I haven't drafted a ton of them. Like trying to adjust my rankings a little bit for that as well. All right, so Derek, I got in here. We have the 5th pick in this draft. How do you feel about the 5 spot with Cup being hurt now? I feel like it's a tougher spot.
I mean, to be honest, I've kind of gone away from Cup a little bit. In recent drafts, ever since like I'm at the field, like I've got 6-7% right now, so I didn't feel the need to kind of chase that after the injury.
I'm with you. I moved him way down.
I moved
him out of your first round. I think I might have as
yes, well. I did. I moved him down to I've got him at 16th overall, so he's right behind Jalen Waddle, who now apparently I need to move Jalen Waddle down just a little bit because I don't know if you saw that news later today, Neil, but apparently out of South Beach, like. I think we were actually on this last stream and Waddle news came across the ticker about like in a joint practice he got banged up or took a shot to the ribs.
That was
I was thinking about it, man. I was like, because I was talking to everybody in the Fantasy Pros Slack channel earlier, and I was like, I'm not crazy that I missed this news, right? But no, we were streaming the last time, and we got the news live on air that Waddle took a shot to the ribs, and we were worried about him in joint practices, and then it's been radio silence. Well, apparently, out of South Beach, I don't know if it's
we are up to
nobody,
draft.
But
we are up to draft. Debro.
Go ahead.
We're up to draft. Okay, I thought that was an obvious one. I wanted to. McCaffrey also there, so I thought maybe. But
it's Tyreek for me, man. I'm fading McCaffrey this year.
All right, so apologies. I didn't want to interrupt you, but we were on the board,
no, you're good, man. Look, I constantly talk. I never shut up, so you're gonna have to stop me at some time, dude.
Yeah, I mean, when it's our turn is the time.
But Jalen Waddle has not practiced since that happened, apparently until today.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that either. Like that's apparently just flown under the radar. I was like, I read that and I was like, am I crazy? Like this hasn't been reported anywhere because I didn't move my Waddle down my ranks after the shot in joint practices. I didn't do anything with him, and we haven't heard a freaking peep out of that. And then all of a sudden, they just drop it on it like today. Like they're talking about Jeff Wilson, and they're like, "Oh yeah, guess what? Waddle's back in practice, hooray!" And I'm like, "Wait a minute, he was missing practice? Where the hell did this come from?"
But so. Is it reason to move him down? I guess is my question. Like if he is back at practice and it's just a rib injury, like I feel like ribs, they heal pretty well. So if he's back at practice, like why are you moving him down now?
I mean, I'm moving him down just based off of the injury stuff. Like if he's back at practice right now, I can't honestly tell you this close to the season. If he's just now returning to practice, is he 100%? And yeah, the ribs like can heal okay, but the other part about that is like, I mean, another shot to the ribs and maybe he's out for a few more weeks and stuff because we're right at the precipice of week 1. So when I say I'm moving him down, I moved him down one spot. Like I'm splitting hairs. Like I put Chris Olave over him. That's really like the majority of me moving him down. But like, if we are splitting hairs, and especially like I've been preaching this everywhere, Neil, is that like with all of these wide receivers, especially on Underdog, how far pushed up they are, and how aggressively everybody's drafting wide receivers, splitting hairs like that can be the difference of me going Waddle or going somebody else, though, because I'm of the mindset we need to be picky as shit about these wide receivers we're taking in the first few rounds. Like, if it's a small little bit of a difference between guys, that's a lot of difference because we're putting a lot of equity into our wide receiver rooms in these drafts. So I think it matters more than maybe a lot of people do.
I think that so I did a stream with Hayden Winks from Underdog within the past month, and he said that he's done some research that shows that essentially like we use our early picks really frequently, like week to week. Like those early picks make such a huge impact. So we were talking weekly winners, but I think it also applies to best ball. Like it is so important to nail those early picks, and like the floor is as important as the ceiling with the early picks. So you need to hit somebody who has like a winning floor, and I think once you introduce like the injuries to Cooper Kupp, to Jalen Waddle, to whoever, like that is something you should be factoring that in, because if he's going to miss any significant amount of time, that is going to really hinder your team. So
in moving Waddle down one or two spots, what I did was I also bumped Tyreek Hill. Like I had Travis Kelce as my third overall player. Now I moved up Tyreek Hill. Like he is firmly entrenched as my number 3 overall player. Like if I'm at 3, No guessing. It's not Kelsey. It's not Cup anymore. As far as like a tier, is Tyreek Hill.
All right. So we're not going to do the Waddle stack here then, if he comes to us. Sounds like.
Yeah, I'm going to avoid him. I'll take Olave. To be honest, I mean, I just want more exposure to my dude Tony Pollard.
I mean, that would be a fall for Pollard.
I just can't stop drafting him, man. And yeah, like at this point, if he falls to 20th overall, like that was his ADP. If we get him there, like that's and of course we don't.
No.
All
right. So we're at the 2-8. All right. So we have 29. So 20 and 29 are our next two picks. So we probably wouldn't get. I was thinking like we could go Devontae Smith and then hope for Hurts coming back. I don't. Hurts might have already gone. Hurts did already go. What am I talking about? All right.
Already went at 16. Good Lord.
If he has. So he has AJ Brown. To be honest, I have done that.
That's what a lot of people have done. I did it the other day too. I had the 4th overall pick and I took AJB so I can get Hurts. Yeah, I'm down with Olave here unless you don't want him, Neil.
Okay, no, I like Olave here. All right, so we're starting with some strong wide receivers there. I like Josh Jacobs. I feel like we could take Jacobs or Henry here, but I don't feel I like the pick of Olave. I also don't have a ton of Olave, so I like getting him when I can at a reasonable spot. And I think that is the right spot there for Olave. Here I like this question from Rough Buff Fire asks, "What's the largest stack you've drafted? What have you done in Debro?"
The largest stack that I've drafted, I think I triple stacked Justin Herbert. Early in the process, whenever Keenan Allen was in the 40s and you could do it, I had Eckler, Keenan Allen. No, actually, I went Eckler, Keenan Allen, QJ, and I took Gerald Everett. So I quad stacked him, and literally I made the bet that look, if the Chargers lead the NFL in passing attempts, which I think that Justin Herbert does. And they're up near top 3 in play volume. If he goes nuclear and throws for 5,200 yards, these are the guys that we need, and it's not Mike Williams. So, but usually I kind of leave it to a double stack or a single stack, stuff like that. I mean, maybe every now and then, if it's dirt cheap, I'll go triple stack somebody. What about you, Neil? Have you quad stacked any quarterbacks?
I'm sure that I have with Justin Herbert would be one that I have for sure. Probably quad stacked with Eckler, and even I've tried the Eckler, Mike Williams, and Keenan Allen thing along with Herbert, and then maybe even thrown QJ. I don't know what the biggest is, but probably 4 or 5 pass catchers with my quarterback is probably the most I've done. I try to double stack when I can. If the ADPs fall, that's usually what I'm going for is 2 to 3 with my quarterback. But yeah, I don't think I've gone more than 4. So this is Derrick Henry falls to us at 29. Do you think we go there?
I'm fine with doing that. Let's get the big dog. I don't have a lot of Derrick Henry exposure either, and especially getting him 9 picks past ADP. Yeah, I'll take that all day, man.
Yeah. I don't have a ton either. I am a little bit concerned with the age with Derrick Henry and stuff. So he's not a fun click for me, but when he falls this far past ADP, I'm in on that. I'll take that risk.
Yep, same. I mean, I think at this point, we're talking about a guy that last year before was a freaking first round pick, and you get him in the 3rd round. I mean, to be honest, I have a lot of Ryan Tannehill, and I have a lot of varied exposure for the Tennessee Titans offense. I have a ton of Tannehill because he's still going at the very ass end of draft right now. And
I thought he was going to move up. He really did.
I thought he was too, man. And the other player that I think is very interesting, if we wanted to go that direction, is just go Derrick Henry, Ryan Tannehill, and Treylon Burks, because Burks is back practicing. He looks like he's going to play week 1. So I think that also we're talking about falling values. Burks, ever since the injury, his ADP's dipped as well. So again, getting something a little bit of different exposure here, because I started to kind of get exposure for Burks. I was trying to up my exposure for him, and then he got hurt. So I was like, okay, well, never mind.
I am totally with you there. I meant to tweet it out when you came on the show, Derek, and I did not do so. I want to tweet out all of my guests. I don't know if it just got overwhelming with the transition. This is my first time trying to do a marathon stream, so I didn't get to it.
Streaming and drafting is a totally different beast. Anybody that's
It
never
is.
done it before, you have no clue what you get yourself into until you're in the throes of it. And
Yeah.
look, you just try to hold on and just ride the stallion as long as you can, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to do it real quick. I want to send a tweet out. And I want to say, I noticed that EMAC is in chat. I did not know that EMAC even plays best ball. I don't even know if he does, or if he's just here for the D-Bro show. Maybe I'm not totally sure what EMAC is doing here. I also want to tell you a tweet I just saw that I think you're going to enjoy. 1 second, though. Let me tweet this out.
So while Neil is filibustering, I'll filibuster while Neil is sitting here tweeting.
Yeah.
Just looking at the board here, man. I've been in a lot of different drafts. I think that the CMC Jalen Waddle T start is interesting. That's one of the ones that I think like you're giving yourself a lot of outs for stacks.
Oh yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, Majestic. I know Jesse is his name. I know Majestic is a long time DFS guy. He's also a long time. I think I just saw him tweet today. He's been playing best ball for like 10 years. Like he goes back to the tens or
BB
whatever.
tens, baby.
Yeah, he goes back to those days.
Yes,
Pretty
sir.
sure I saw him tweet
I remember grinding the EV on those too. I
just realized that Rough Buff Fire, who has been chatting with us, is he got the 101 here, and he's off to an interesting start. You don't see this start all that often. I see why he did it though, with the Christian Watson with Jefferson correlation.
That is sexy. Yeah, the week 17 correlation, the correlation bros, and would be very, very happy about that team.
Yeah. Emac says, I mean, wait, I can throw it up on screen what Emac says here. I keep this is a new trick for me, D-Bro, doing the throw in chat up onto the screen. So he says, I mean, yeah, the D-Bro show, but he says I will have 100 DK in the $10 though, Neil. 30 tickets left to draft this weekend.
Let's
so Emac
go, baby.
is doing the best ball thing.
That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. So I'm curious. So we were talking about the team drafting from 101. Yeah. Are they going to try to, because they are their correlation bro apparently. I don't want to sit here and talk the table and hurt them, but curious if they try to go Pittsburgh and go Deontay or Jalen Warren with that DK Metcalf selection as well.
Good question. All right, so we are up. We don't have any like real correlations that I'm concerned with at this point. Who do you like in this range?
For me, it's either going Drake London, Brandon Ayuk, or Deontay Johnson. This is an entire wide receiver round. And I see that, like, yeah, we've invested, or at least we have Derrick Henry. I don't have any kind of love for DeAndre Hopkins. So any one of those three wide receivers, Neil, I'm totally cool with.
I also don't have a ton of Drake London, so I felt like that was the fact that you gave me permission to draft him. I feel like I
love it.
That's a good pick for us because I want to add a little bit of exposure there.
Yeah, and I mean, we can get correlation late. Like, I love Roschon Johnson. I have so much of him, it's ridiculous. And I'll just keep drafting more because the crazy thing about it is his price has not moved at all. Like, he's been still chilling in the 150s. And I wrote this up the other day for Fantasy Pros, is that, like, he's been the guy that I thought he was going to be in the preseason, Neil. Like, his tackle breaking metrics are fantastic, and quietly, what I think caps the absolute ceiling for Khalil Herbert is that Roschon Johnson logged the most pass blocking snaps of any running back for Chicago in the preseason. So I've already been out on Herbert because I'm like, he's not going to play passing downs. They do not trust him in pass pro. They're going to give Roschon Johnson the opportunity to earn that David Montgomery role. And I think Herbert, for everybody out there drafting him ahead of Roschon Johnson, I don't understand why people have been doing that. I have not been doing that the entire offseason. I still have him ranked over Herbert, but Herbert could just be in the same role that he was in last year when we're starting, like, we flip over the cards by midseason, man.
We are on the clock. I want to get back to this conversation, but we are on the clock.
Yeah.
So we have one.
Dobbins.
Oh, I forget you're a big Dobbins guy.
Well, I want the correlation with Tyreek Hill too.
Oh, gotcha. Yep. That makes sense. All right. Yep. Happy to take Dobbins there. All right. So, I mean, you're saying that you have Roschon Johnson ranked ahead of Khalil Herbert. That is how far you're willing to take this.
Yes.
Looking at the ADP.
I've got him at.
Let me just type this in.
I got Roschon at RB 32.
So Roschon is RB 50 in Underdog. Khalil Herbert RB32. So you basically where do you have Khalil Herbert?
I've got Khalil Herbert a little bit above 50 because I didn't want him to be totally buried. I've got him at RB41. So I'm not at 50. I've got him a little bit ahead of that. But again, I've got this situation flipped from how consensus has it.
Yeah, that's so I remember on our stream you talked me into Roshan, and at that point I was completely out on Roshan. Like everything was in my I had the news reports I had read were Deontay Foreman and Khalil Herbert are going to be splitting. Like they were the two RB1s. Roshan Johnson, I was not buying it at all. You convinced me to, and I've drafted a ton of Roshan Johnson since then. In part because you can get him so
cheap,
late,
man. Like I mean, it's just easy. Like
well, and now the news is Deontay Foreman might get cut. Like
he was a cut candidate. Like I was curious if he wasn't even going to make it to the 53. So I mean, if that news has come out, like it's not even a question of if Roshan's ahead of Foreman. I mean, hell, Foreman almost didn't make the damn team. So it's really just a question of how fast, for me, does he hop Khalil Herbert? And could we see that starting in week 1? Because they do get the Packers, and the Packers, for everything last year, they were really bad against gap runs, specifically when I was looking at that over on Fantasy Points. Like, I think we could see Roshan just maul them, depending on how that game script goes.
Just so in case you didn't note, Rough Buff Fire did add the George Pickens to the
and there we go.
And Kenneth Walker added to his Seahawks stack a little bit, added George Pickens as the comeback. So yeah, he's definitely doing the correlation thing.
Oh yeah, the correlation bro cap is very strong in the one spot. But I mean, look, that's, to be honest, I mean, I think that's just like it's a beautiful, beautiful start. Hang that in the Louvre, baby. It's wonderful.
It really is. Ned from the Badge Bro says, as a resident Herbert bag holder, this conversation aggravates me. I'm sorry, Ned. Ned's actually, I think, is going to be joining us later. He said, pencil him in. I think that he's going to be joining me late, even after the Scott Barrett. Scott Barrett's coming on at 11 o'clock Eastern. So I guess he's coming on at 10 o'clock. And that brings me back. And I think Nez is going to be joining me after that. But that was the tweet that I said I wanted to read to you, D-Bro, because I thought you would enjoy it. We do have our pick coming up. So start looking at the board, and I'm gonna pull up what I just read in my chat here. Because I mentioned, I did my whole timeline thing, and Jake Tribby came in and said, "Oh, Scott Barrett's going to be great, whatever." Oh yeah, so Scott Barrett replies, "Just got off a plane 45 minutes ago, and boy, am I not sober. This is going to be fun." So looking forward to the drunk Scott Barrett stream. All right, who do you like here?
Beautiful.
Do you want to go tight end? Do you want to go Jordan Addison?
We could. I don't want to go Kyle. You know what? It's either Jordan Addison or Dallas Goedert. I'll give you the choice, Neil. One or the other.
You don't want Kyle Pitts, so you don't like the double stack with Drake.
I don't want to go double stack for Atlanta. I look at one of those guys that's probably going to emerge, and I don't think that there's going to be enough volume for both of them. And my bet has been on Drake London. So I just don't want to invest that much equity into Desmond Ridder-led offense.
All right. Well, I went with Jordan Addison in part because we have all three of these tight ends. If Kyle Pitts, I guess he probably will come back to us. If he's the only remaining of these three tight ends when it gets back to us, would you consider him there, or
I would consider him because we're just going to make the bet, and then we could just go heavy with the correlation. If that was the case, because then we're going to make a big bet on Atlanta. So I don't have a problem with that at all, and we might actually get. So I want your take on this, Neil. So I was drafting. Andrew Erickson and I over at Fantasy Pros are in the middle of a slow draft. We're drafting a Bulldog right now. And we went with the premium, like you talked about earlier. We went with the premium AJ Brown, Jalen Hurts stack, and because it's impossible to get Devonta Smith in that stack because of ADP, we made the big bet on Dallas Goedert as our tight end. And the more that I thought about it, I'm like, I need to get more exposure to Dallas Goedert. And the more I thought about it, I was like, why have I not been drafting more of him? So I'm trying to sit here and kind of reverse course here, because the great outcome for Dallas Goedert is, like, if AJ Brown or Devonta Smith, if one of them misses any kind of time, or if say like one of them goes out, this passing offense is so freaking consolidated that Dallas Goedert's probably going to get like 130 targets, man. And I've been on the train for a very, very long time. Dallas Goedert is just as talented and I'm sorry for everybody out there if this is a hot take. I don't really care because Dallas Goedert is awesome. If Dallas Goedert ever got a season where he got 130 plus targets, people would realize it talent-wise, he is in the same tier as Mark Andrews and Travis Kelce. Like, he should be talked about that way, and he's not.
Do you want to go there?
Yes, let's go Goddard since I'm
All
sitting
right.
here talking him up. But
Yeah.
I mean, I think that that the nut outcome for Dallas Goedert is such an easy thing to write in that Philly offense, man.
Yeah. No, I'm in on it. I'm really in on that. That was one of the things that I got right last year is I was super in on that Philly offense. I'm right back there. It's of course
Yes.
much harder to get, as you said. Like, it's just so hard to do that stack at this point. But yeah, so as I said, I don't love taking Jalen Hurts unless I have one of Devontae Smith or AJ Brown. But occasionally, like if he falls enough, I'm willing to bet that I can get Dallas Goedert. And when I do, if I take a naked Jalen Hurts early, I'm willing to draft Dallas Goedert at like 60, like as early as like the 60th.
I did that today.
Like just like I'm willing to reach just to complete that stack.
I did that today, and I had the 4th pick, and I was actually gonna. It's really funny. I got sniped on AJ Brown. Somebody took him at 103. They were gonna do the Hurts thing, and then all of the players. I wasn't trying to because I hate that. I was not trying to spite draft against somebody for taking AJ Brown that early. But my whole entire queue of wide receivers that I wanted at my 2nd round pick went out. And so I took Jalen Hurts and I skinny stacked him with Dallas Goedert. And that was it. Like, I didn't even, I got sniped on Gainwell, everybody else. And I was like, well, I mean, this is just an easy bet that if anything happens, Dallas Goedert's the top 3 tight end. If that's the case, then the skinny stack hits,
Yep. No, absolutely. I think it just happened to me yesterday or 2 days ago where I attempted to I took AJ Brown because again, like after I'm never taking anybody in the top 2 outside of Jefferson or Chase. But then from there, it's not as clear cut for me. So I'm sometimes willing to draft AJ Brown. So I was thinking trying to do the double stack thing. So I took AJ Brown early, and then naturally Devontae Smith went at like pick 18 or something in that draft. So and that's the most painful thing as a drafter is when you try to go unorthodox and then people just ruin it for you. It's just oh, why did I do that?
Because you could actually get the nut outcome in the sense of if you go AJ Brown and then Devonta Smith falls. We talked about this on the last stream we did, Neil, that where quarterbacks, if people take the wide receivers, they'll fall in ADP. I mean, they'll fall in the drafts because they're their top stacking partners are gone. So if you pull off the AJ Brown and Devonta Smith, probably you're going to see Jalen Hurts fall in that room. He probably doesn't go in the top 2 quarterbacks. Maybe he falls to 3 or 4, but you probably, in that case, if people are trying to set up that absolute premium double stack for Jalen Hurts, that's how you could pull it off. If you can pull it off, is to take those 2 receivers, and then you're just playing the room that everybody says, well, he's got the top 2 guys. I can't go Hurts now.
You're hoping for that. It really it's room to room. Like, are people willing to take him naked? Yeah, it's a gamble for sure.
It is. But if you can pull it off, I mean, you might have only a handful of teams, or maybe, there's going to be a small percentage of teams that actually can pull that off, considering how hard it is to do at ADP.
Yeah. Did I miss something with Deshaun Watson? Why is he I feel like he has been falling in my recent drafts. Like, he used to be.
No, I haven't missed
he would never fall past the end of the 7th round, early 8th round, and now he's been falling a ton.
That's interesting. No, I haven't seen any news outside of but that was an old camp blurb, but that was weeks ago about how he wasn't looking good in camp. But outside of that,
do you want to complete this Miami stack now with 2?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
let's go.
Right.
I mean, we already took Dobbins, so we were leaning into the week 17 correlation.
Yeah,
I'm totally fine with Tua, man. I think
happy with it.
One of my bold predictions for this year, Neil, is that Tyreek Hill breaks the single season receiving yardage record.
Ooh, all right. That is a bold prediction. We got Tyreek Hill.
Well, let me flesh it out for you and see if it's as bold as it sounds, okay? So last year when Tua was under center, Tyreek Hill averaged the most receiving yards in the NFL, more than Justin Jefferson, more than anybody else. So for me, at that current pace, I want to say off the top of my head, it was almost 1,800 receiving yards. So he's knocking on the door of that. And then we got an extra regular season game. I mean, I think second season in this system, again, Jalen Waddle, if he's heading into the regular season kind of banged up with the ribs, it could just be feed Tyreek Hill. Like, he could be this year's Cooper Kupp and just absolutely just be the guy you had to have in the first round.
No, I can buy into that take, to be honest. Like, he was so good, and especially if Tua is healthy all year too. Like, that's obviously
Yes.
a part of what you're counting on with the Tyreek stuff. But yeah, I definitely, the upside is absolutely there. I'm 100% with you. All right. Yeah, old wait, Olaf Fub. So I should know St. Olaf. It's a Minnesota school. It says Tyreek 2K, love it. Nez said Neil, your call if he's going to join me after the Scott Barrett stream. Yeah, absolutely. I want Nez to join me on that stream. So I'm
Oh,
going to
you have to, man.
Nez from the Badge Bros coming on after Scott Barrett. And then Joe asking, whoa, how late is this going? As late as I can keep my eyes open is how late this is going. So it's going to go
Love
to
it.
at least midnight here Central Time. It's currently 8:30. It's possible I go even later than that. I don't know that I'm going to have the energy at that, or a voice at all at that point. I'm already starting to lose my voice. So but we're going to go at least till midnight Central Time. That is what I'm committing to right now.
You just got to keep drinking the big beer, Neil. Keep
I've got
the
this
gears
giant beer to clear my
keep
throat.
the gears oiled up. By the way, like what are you drinking? Like what beer did you pour into that giant mug?
Yeah, well, I figure I don't want to get wasted early in this stream if I'm going to be here. Oh shit, it's already our turn and I missed it. All right, Treylon Burks.
Yeah, let's go Treylon Burks. Yep.
Throw him into that. You say you're not big on Hopkins. We add Burks to a potential Tennessee stack.
Yep. We can go Ryan Tanny late, and whether we want to go, I mean that fits either way. If we wanted to go 2 quarterback or a 3 quarterback build, Tannehill goes late enough to where
True.
I'm totally down with that. One guy that I've been pounding the table for, we didn't get him in this draft, but I really want, because this is kind of like, I wanted to come on here, Neil, and pick your brain. I want to know where you're at on some of these players that I've been high or low on. Because if I'm going to get more exposure, like I'm talking about here, I got to hear some sharp takes, man, to sit here and push me off of stuff. So I think Alvin Kamara has been absolutely mispriced to this point.
Ooh.
What are your thoughts on him? Because you can get him as an RB3. He's still not a top 24 running back. I feel like his ADP has not budged, even though we know now he's not suspended for 6 games. He's only suspended for 3. Kendre Miller is banged up, cannot stay healthy even through practices. So what's going to happen when the pads come on and he gets freaking hit weekly? Like, I feel like Alvin Kamara is one of the, like, I'm not going to call him a free square in drafts, but like he is grossly mispriced from the way I look at him.
All right, so I will say this. I think that you are coming to me for a player take here, and I think that you have better player. Like, I go to you for the player takes. I'm more of a game theory guy. And I mean, I clearly I have some player takes too. Like, I watch a lot of football. I do have opinions. I have not been drafting Alvin Kamara where he's going in the mid 80s. Like that, his new ADP in the mid 80s. However, part of the reason for that for me is, okay, so they brought in Jamal Williams. That's a slight concern for me, but then they also have Kendre Miller. So it's okay, he's going to be suspended at least 3 games. The beat reporters have been saying, like, oh, well, somebody asked him, like, what, I forget what the quote was, but basically said there's a possibility for Kendre Miller, if he's good enough early, he could take over the RB1, was what some beat had, like, sort of, at least that's the way some of us interpret it, potentially. However, with Kendre Miller getting hurt again today. So I've been all in on taking Kendre Miller as he's dipped into the 170s, the 180s. That has been how I've been playing it. Now that he's hurt again, I think you're right. I should probably be following your lead, buying into Alvin Kamara a little bit here, because he's still got some talent. Like, he's not maybe in his prime anymore, but I still think that he's a good enough back. Yeah, so have not been with you, but I think that he's probably somebody I should be trying to get a little bit more of.
I look at Alvin Kamara and I'm like, okay, so if last year is the floor, like everything went bad, the offense was terrible, he had terrible touchdown luck, all those kinds of things. The dude was still RB13 in fantasy points per game.
Was he really?
He was, and he was the RB7 in expected fantasy points. Like that, I'm just like, I stare at those two things and I'm just like, but I can draft him as an RB3. Oh, okay.
That is a reasonable. I didn't realize that he was still the RB13 last year. So I'm probably mispricing him. I'm probably part of the problem here in not drafting more of Alvin Kamara, or part of the reason that you get to take advantage of guys like me.
Well, apparently I need to take advantage more. I just checked my exposure. I'm only at 11%. So apparently I need to sit here and follow my own advice a little bit.
All right, so we are on the clock now. How do you feel about Raheem Mostert now with Jeff Wilson's injury? Because I've been all in on Jeff Wilson.
I'm in. I have 16% Jeff Wilson that is hurting right now. Let's hedge and get some Raheem.
All right. I mean, we're clearly drafting him early now, but I assume his ADP is going to keep rising up. So I think
It
I'm
will.
okay taking him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. Like there, and that's another
That's
point that we need to sit here and kind of flesh out here, Neil, is that this late season, like ADP on Underdog is not going to catch up to some of this injury news.
True.
Like the ADP for Evan Hull is not going to catch up to the fact that JT is missing 4 weeks. The ADP for Marvin Mims, and I tweeted this out earlier today, is not going to catch up for the fact that Jerry Jeudy is hurt.
Yep.
Because Marvin Mims on this site is still going in the 120s per ADP. And I'm like, I put out a screenshot earlier today, and I'm like, which one of these wide receivers in like when you're starting at like 105 that you want over Marvin Mims? And I'm just like, nobody. Like maybe Nico Collins. And see what we're talking about here. Like 80, he just went. So like I could make you a case for Marvin Mims as a top 100 player. Like in my ranks, I've got him at 92nd overall. And so like I think that not only in these late drafts are we trying to change exposures and stuff like that, but we don't have to stay married to the ADPs because they're not shifting fast enough as some of this cut camp and injury news is coming out.
That is, yeah, that is absolutely. I think I had Marvin Mims back to back with Raheem Mostert. I'm not sure if I did. I moved him way up in my rank, so he is in this range for me because I had to move him up. Like I had not, like I've been drafting a lot of him, but it's always been like I scroll down to get him, and it's finally I was like, what am I doing? I should just move him up. All right, so we are up. We could pair Mostert with A-Chain if we wanted to.
I'm not against it
because we have Tua, and I think A-Chain is going to be a good receiving back.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm totally down with
any
that.
of these receivers.
No, I don't. All those receivers are booger, man. I'm totally I'm totally not fine with not going with any of those guys.
All right, I don't often do the running back tandem thing, like the hand.
I don't either. That's why I was like, yeah, I'm totally in on it because I like kind of getting wild with the builds, especially in these late ones. I don't do that either, so I really like getting exposure to that because it's not hard to tell yourself like. When I have done it, Neil, it's kind of been, I tell myself the story of like that year with Tampa Bay where they had like 2 or 3 different starting quarterbacks. And if you would have mushed them all together, you get the QB5 and fantasy points per game. It's kind of like if you were to play out in last year's scenario that I keep thinking of too, is if you were to mush together the 2 years of, or all of the production of early season Clyde Edwards-Helaire and late season Jerick McKinnon, you would have had an RB1 for over half of the season, like, or most of the season. So it's like, while we don't do that and we don't talk about that a lot in best ball, in some of these like committee backfields and where we're chasing like exposure to high powered offenses and a team where it's like, we're all like, well, we don't know what to do with the Miami backfield. The honest answer in best ball right now might just be to take both of those guys, as crazy as that sounds.
No, I think it makes sense. Like they are both, I've been largely out on the Miami backfield, but I don't think it was the right call necessarily because I do think like they're going to be scoring a lot of points in Miami. So like it was just kind of like actually it's not entirely true. So I've been totally out on A-Chain. I actually had more exposure to Mostert than I realized. Like I think I had 6 or 7% Mostert before I've started like jamming him in recently. I think I already had more than I thought I had, and I did have like 14% Jeff Wilson. So I guess it's not true to say I was completely out, but I was just like, I'm going to draft them where they're cheap. I'm not going to take
he had
an ADP of like 110 for a while.
Yeah,
and I wasn't going to take Mostert because I felt like he was a little bit. I thought Wilson was a better bet than Mostert, but now we're basically down to, I guess there is Selvin Ahmed is a guy there as well, but I don't think that he's that big of a threat. So I'm at this point, it's like if it is just 2 running backs and they're on an offense that could put up a ton of touchdowns, I do think that this is like, that seems like the right offense to be betting on 2 running backs.
Agreed. I've got 3% Mostert. I had 6% Jeff Wilson. RIP that. And I've got 10% A-Chain. So yeah, I need to get myself a little bit more Mostert before
I thought you said you had
close
16% Jeff Wilson.
Oh, I do. No. I do have 16% Jeff Wilson.
Okay. I was like, man, 6%. I would love to have 6% at this point.
I wish I had 6%. Sorry, 16%.
Yeah, okay. Just want to clarify that.
Actually, and I drafted him this morning. I changed that. It's 16. It's almost 17%. So lovely. Like that news came out after an hour after I drafted a best ball team this morning. I was like, oh, that's lovely.
Is there a point in the draft where you would take Jeff Wilson now?
If I wasn't, so I'll put it this way: if I was at the field or I was below the field, I would say yes.
Okay,
The fact
but
that I'm
because of you
over the
already,
field, then no.
all right. We are on the board, so we have 1-4-5-1 currently. We could go another wide receiver.
I'd like that. Let's go Jaden Reed.
Jaden Reed. All right, I like that.
Because I'm going to throw a curveball for you for this large field tournament. And I can't even take credit for this take.
Okay.
I am going to mix in on these last few drafts. I'm going to mix in a little bit of Myles Gaskin.
Myles Gaskin, D-bro.
Yep, I'm
What
going
is
there, man.
this?
I'm going there. Okay, and here, this is the theory. So I have been hard fading Alexander Mattison the entire offseason. I think he's a replaceable talent. I think he's a replaceable player. This entire the front office has had visits with multiple running backs. Kareem Hunt has taken a visit there. They were entertaining Mike Davis. I don't have any love for Alexander Mattison in drafts. And so if I'm making the hard bet against Alexander Mattison, the other part of this is that Myles Gaskin has been a really good passing down back in the NFL. Brian Flores is the defensive coordinator. I'm not saying that he is anything control over what they do on the offensive side of the ball, but you better believe that when Myles Gaskin hit the free agent waiver wire and Minnesota scooped him up like that, you better believe that the head coach is sitting here like talking to Flores and saying, "What do you think about Myles Gaskin? Should we bring him into the room?" And if I don't believe in Alexander Mattison being good, keeping the job, or staying healthy, pick your flavor. And Ty Chandler has been,
okay. We are on the clock, so let's make our pick.
Let's lean into the Tennessee stack. Let's go Chig.
Love it. Yeah. I like that call.
Yeah. I think we're already kind of building out the double stack, so let's just go triple wise with Ryan Tannehill and just make the bet that he's good. But yeah, man, for me, I'm betting hard against my Alexander Mattison, and I think that there is a way where not only does Alexander Mattison maybe lose the job this year, he might be in a straight up committee from week 1. And if they trust Gaskin to come in there and he learns pass protection assignments and things like that, I mean, I'm just going to be more willing, especially in a large field tournament. If Myles Gaskin eventually takes that job or something, I mean, what's he going to be in this, Neil? 1%? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I've never heard anybody even bring up the name until you just did today. So maybe you'll sell more than 1% on Myles Gaskin. So are you out on Ty Chandler then? Not a believer in the Ty Chandler?
I'm not a big believer in Ty Chandler. I was the guy that I actually liked the most. Got cut. Dwayne McBride was the guy that I was taking out of that backfield.
Yeah, me too.
I have drafted a little bit of Ty Chandler, just varying week 17 correlations with Christian Watson and Jaden Reed. I have a ton of Jaden Reed because, again, we're talking about wide receivers. I'm like, why is he going where he goes? Like, he's a second round wide receiver. And the only thing I can think of, Neil, and I mean, unless you got some other angle on it, is that it's just the Jordan Love stink. Like, nobody likes Jordan Love. That stink is real in drafts.
Yeah, no, it is very real. I have been coming around to it. The Packers, early on, I was completely out on the Packers. I think I've actually bought in a little bit recently. As I hate it as a Vikings fan, I don't want to be in on the Packers, but I've accepted that there is a chance that Jordan Love is going to be good, at least. Probably, hopefully not great.
So you're a Vikings fan, so maybe I can twist your arm to take Myles Gaskin late?
I think you might be able to.
That's all I heard. That's all I heard, Neil.
Oh, absolutely. You can twist my arm. We can take a late Myles Gaskin. I'm in, unless Rough Buff Fire takes him from us. I'm guessing he's still watching, still listening to the conversation. We'll see.
Well, we just hope that he heard that take and then just snubbed his nose at it.
Yeah, exactly.
He just gave you the bitter beer face and he said, "Hell no! What are you talking about, guys? Come on."
Well, he did. We know that he's been doing the correlation thing. So, he just did the Jordan Love with KJ Osborne.
There we go.
Correlation there.
And he's got Kirk and
he's got Watson. He's got Jefferson. He's really building the.
Did I see Tony in there? So he's gonna sneak in Irv Smith late, and he's got Pacheco. I see you. Don't worry. I see what you're doing. And, is that Jaylen Warren? Did he take Warren too?
Did he? Yeah, he got Jalen
Yeah,
Warren. Yeah,
see? There we go. Correlation bros are strong in this draft, baby.
yeah, they are.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
this is a pretty strong room overall.
Mm-hmm.
Richie 07G. I'm trying to think if that is Rich Green from. I think it is Rich Green, Stochastic's own Rich Green, in the draft with us. Of course,
Nice.
we got Majestic here, as I said, very strong drafter. I don't think I know Spreek, but he's got the badge. Probably a good drafter as well. And yeah, Rough Buff. I'm not really familiar with Rough Buff Fire, but he looks like he's building a good team there.
Neil, what's our team looking at? I've been running my mouth so much.
So we got
that.
We got 1-4-6-2. So we have Tua is our only quarterback currently. Think we're gonna hopefully get a late Tannehill. We got Derrick Henry, J.K. Dobbins, Raheem Mostert, Devin Achane as our running backs. We got Tyreek Hill. Oh, we are on the clock. So we
Where do you want to go with this one?
I wouldn't mind going wide receiver here.
Yeah. Do you want to bet, make a bigger bet on the New Orleans passing attack? What about going Shaheed?
We can go Shaheed. Okay. I'm happy with that.
I'm down with that. Another guy that I've been drafting everywhere, and he's fallen in ADP. So, that puts us up to what, 6 or 7 wide receivers? Is it 7?
Yeah, we're up to 7 wide receivers. So we need at least one more quarterback. So we'll want probably Tannehill. Let's see if do we have any other. So do we have? Oh, did somebody already take Derek Carr? I don't see him here.
I don't see him. I'm guessing. Oh, he just went right after our pick.
You're right. We could have gone there, I suppose.
Yeah, we could have gone there, but I mean, whatever. I mean, we're kind of making the bet already as much as we're investing in Tennessee. I'm looking at any other. What's the quarterback field like if we wanted to push this to 3 quarterbacks?
We could also take Ritter. We got Drake London in our team already.
We could take Ritter. We could go. So the crooks of our team is what we have. Tennessee and Miami are the big bets that we made here. I'm just looking for correlations here. We could go with a late stack of CJ Stroud because all of his wide receivers are totally freaking cheap. We could do that, but just push it to eight wide receivers.
Who do you like of the late Houston receivers?
I like Tank Dell a good bit. He should still. Well, he might have gone already, or has he not? Because I know he's been going up. Nope, he's still available. I like Tank Dell. If I'm not going Tank Dell, then Robert Woods is probably where I go. Because I know he's going to be a full-time starter, and I'm kind of the opinion that Robert Woods isn't the total dust that everybody thinks he is.
Tank Dell goes one pick before us.
Son of a. Okay, well, fine. We can go Robert Woods late if we go that direction. I'm fine with that.
We could think about doing that late. All right, we could go Isaiah Hodgins here, Alec Pierce, DJ Chark. Any of these guys you like?
I think we should go. What's the running backs look like? Evan Hall.
We do have our Evan Hall here.
Hall should have already gone by now.
He has not moved up, as you said. He has not moved up
at all. We know now that JT is out for the first 4 weeks, and his ADP has not budged at all, Neil.
Do you have any concern that Zach Moss is going to be ready for week 1 and he's going to be the week 1 starter?
I don't, because I just think Zach Moss is not a good player. So I don't think that he can hold that job. Even if he starts week 1, I think Evan Hull is going to play passing downs over him.
Rough Buff Fire says, I live in Miami. You guys can keep Gaskin. I like Tal Chandler, and you sniped my Jaden Reed. Well, I apologize for sniping you on Jaden Reed.
I apologize for nothing, Rough Buff.
No, me neither. I didn't mean it. I said it, but I didn't mean it.
Neil recanted so fast, baby.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean it. This is war. Come on.
I love it. All is fair in best ball and beer. Oh, man. Love it.
Deion Jackson actually went before Evan Hall here. I have not taken. I mean, I have way more Evan Hall than any other Colts running back. I think I have a couple of shares probably of Deion Jackson. I moved Zach Moss up in my ranks to be like, all right, I should think about taking him in some drafts, kind of as a hedge. And then I got to that pick. Like I was in the final round of a draft. It was a pick that I don't really need a great running back. And Evan Hall was there, Zach Moss was there, and I was like, I should take a share of Zach Moss here, but I couldn't get myself to do it. I took another share of Evan Hall instead.
Zach Moss has proven time and time again he is not a really good NFL running back. He is one of those guys that has the exact archetype of, if you look at certain tackle breaking metrics, he looks okay, but he's like a poor man's David Montgomery. He spins like a top. He breaks tackles and then he goes nowhere. He doesn't have the burst to sit here and turn that into explosive runs. So, and he's not a plus receiver. So it's like we're taking a plotting early down running back that's tied to Anthony Richardson that we definitely know is not going to catch passes. You can miss me with that.
All right. So we're all in on Evan Hall. The Evan Hall train moves along.
I've been driving this train the entire offseason, Neil. There's no time for me to stop it now, baby. Not when there's a pathway.
Especially after Dwayne McBride went so poorly. Like you gotta double down on your guys who are still alive.
That's tout life, son. That's exactly how it goes. Love that.
I think I blame you for. I think it was probably you who put me onto Dwayne McBride. It might have. I think there were.
It's probably my fault. Too. Yeah, it's probably my. I'll sit here. I'll bear the brunt on that one.
Well, we're gonna get Evan Hall right though. I feel better about it anyway. I actually, to be honest, I thought I had drafted more Dwayne McBride than I did. So you were clearly not beating that drum nearly as hard as Evan Hall.
Yeah, well, I haven't shut up about Evan Hall since freaking February.
Yeah.
Well, there goes Jeff Wilson. I was wondering if he's going to get drafted or where he was going to go.
Yeah. Would you have? I guess we could have done the triple Miami running back.
Oh,
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I couldn't even talk myself into doing it.
Yeah. So where do you think we start thinking about just going and getting our guy with Tannehill?
What's our next pick? Where are we at?
So we are at 188
here.
Yeah,
I would just go ahead and take him here. Because I know he goes in the 200s, but the other part about that is like if we wanted to go like say take Tannehill here and then go CJ Stroud and Robert Woods to end the draft, then we easily could.
Wilson goes. He's another guy that I've been in on Wilson recently. I want to hear your take on Michael Wilson for Arizona.
I have drafted some Michael Wilson. I'm not incredibly like crazy high on him. I think if I'm making like the guy that I have probably the most of exposure in that offense right now, because all we're doing is just chasing like empty volume with that. Honestly, the guy that I have a lot of has been Rondell Moore, only because he's going to play the slot. I know that he's going to hoover targets. We have a sample size last year of when he was a full-time player, he was averaging wide receiver 3 type of production. Now I know this is half point PPR. He's probably not going to be a huge touchdown scorer, but shit, that's a shit offense anyway, dude. Like, there's not a whole lot of touchdowns to be had in that offense anyway. So we're kidding ourselves and we're like, yeah, well, Michael Wilson's going to score the touchdowns and not Rondell Moore. So for me, if I'm going to make a bet, I like Wilson. I'll probably end up at the field. Now you're going to make me check my Michael Wilson exposure, but it's not a guy that like I'm prioritizing, put it that way.
Okay. So I have started being in, maybe it's partially overcorrecting. Wait, is it? It's not. We're up next. I have Rondell Moore. I think is still my most exposed wide receiver or player actually overall. So I have so much Rondell Moore. I have corrected a a bit to take more Michael Wilson.
I mean, I like that deal.
So we could go. So CJ Stroud is still here. Do we want to finish, or do we want to go with Gaskin with our last pick?
Oh, well, you know what? Screw it. Yeah, we talked about all this smoke about Gaskin. Let's go Gaskin, and I did tell you in DMs that I wanted to draft Puka Nacua on this stream.
Oh, that's right.
I got to stay on brand.
I should have done that. I should have done that here. I should have done.
I can't. Puka. Well, it's fine. Puka will be fine. I mean,
he'll be there.
I think he'll be there, but you know, I say that, and then we get sniped one pick before, like rough buff, or somebody comes back for you know stabbing the sword in our chest with that.
All right. Well, we'll see if he makes it back, and if he doesn't, then
if he doesn't,
we'll have to do another draft sometime, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, I would say you could twist my arm, and I would just stay for the second draft because you can. You've done it before, Neil, but unfortunately. I say fortunately or unfortunately, I have I'm drafting an FFPC team right after I get off of here. I have a high stakes one. Yeah, I've been trying to. I think I'm up to like 6 or 7 teams in the FFPC Fantasy Pros Championship. So again, we're trying to get our final exposures. I'm doing it on Underdog and FFPC just before we get to kickoff here.
Well, I've got another guest coming on. I've got Ship My Money coming on immediately after you. Anyway, so I've got 3 more guests coming on. I think just 3 more after.
Is that Laffy's handle?
No, that is Adam Scherer. He's not.
It's Adam. It's Adam. Yep. Okay. I was fixing to say, if it's Lofty, he's going to make you take a premium Hertz double stack. If that's the case,
That's true. I mean, happy to. And as I said, I don't mind taking the Hertz double stack either.
Hey,
if I could
man,
ever get it, if I could ever get it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to twist my arm on it, man. It just comes down to like, can you pull it off? It's almost kind of like, I mean, maybe that's like the holy grail. If you could pull off the premium Hertz double stack,
I think it is. I think it is the holy grail.
It does. It feels like the holy grail now. Now I need to go redeposit on Underdog and try to get that at least one draft.
I've seen others. I've seen it done. I know that it is possible. I just have not been
I've
able
seen
to.
it. I know it exists.
Exactly.
You just need the perfect stars to align with this.
Yep.
So where do we sit at right now, Neil? What's the team looking like?
Let's take a look at the team. So we got at quarterback, Tua and Tannehill. Running back, we have Derrick Henry, J.K. Dobbins, Raheem Mostert, Devin Achane, Evan Hall, Myles Gaskin. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Drake London, Jordan Addison, Treylon Burks, Jaden Reed, Rashid Shaheed. And then at tight end, we have Dallas Goedert and Chigakonkwo.
Would we have 5 running backs or we have 6 yet? Oh, we have 6 already.
Backs.
So it's either QB, wide receiver. I don't usually go over 6 running backs in a build. It's usually 5 or 6.
It's rare for me. Occasionally I will if I go like true 0 RB.
I go true 0 RB, I will. But past that, like in a build like this, I won't go over 6.
Well, we already named who our next player is going to be, though.
We did. We already did. Did they get taken?
I don't believe he's no.
Okay, I didn't know if you put him in the queue or something like that, and then he got taken out. Okay.
I've learned on these streams to not use the queue.
You can't add to the queue. Not until you're on the clock, man. They say they're like, blood's in the water.
Exactly. It's happened to me, so now I know.
It does. Better. It happens to me all the time. You start talking the table. It happened, dude. I was in an FFPC draft the other day, and it happened to me. They were like, well, so who are you looking at for your next pick? And I was like, oh, well, this player and this player. And they go, ping, ping, right at
yeah, right.
Back to back. I was like, well, never mind.
That's brutal.
That's brutal. Oh, you got a super chat here, man. Oh, let's go.
I got a super chat. I missed that. All right, let's see it.
Go.
Right. Joaquim Del Mar. All right. 10-team PPR, 2 wide receiver, running back, 2 wide receiver / running back, 1 flex. I am very confused what this is. 2 wide receiver / running back.
Oh, they
Maybe
were just
2
thoughts
each
on their team. Yeah, 2 wide receivers and 2 running back. They're giving you your starting lineup.
I'm getting it. Okay, and then 1 flex, 1 tight end, 1 quarterback. So he has Hurts, Pollard, Sanders, Coop. Is that Amari Cooper or Cooper Kupp?
I'm guessing that's Cooper Kupp. I mean, I'm guessing that's Amari Cooper. If I'm gonna take a guess.
Oh, he says 2 each. Okay, he confirmed.
Yeah. And Joaquin, I guess that's Amari Cooper.
Oh no!
What?
Oh,
did we get auto drafted because we're sitting here bullshitting?
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh man, that's funny.
Well, we
really did make another bet.
Taysom.
We took another bet on the New Orleans offense, though.
All right, here's what's going to happen, D-Bro. Week 17, Taysom Hill is going to be the quarterback for the Saints. He's going to be throwing the touchdowns to Olave and to Rashid Shaheed, and this team is just going to absolutely clean up.
So, yeah, I mean, that's the bet we made. We knew it all along, Neil, right? Like, we can get on and we could do a stream at the end of the year and say, you know what? We took down BBM. We knew it all along. Taysom Hill was going to be the Week 17 guy.
Exactly.
Nobody's going to be able to find the clip that we accidentally auto-drafted him.
The video. We're going to tell everybody we're so smart. You should see how smart we are.
We're so damn smart. We planned it, baby. We planned it.
What's funny, I actually did that a ton last year intentionally. I did the Taysom Hill with pass catchers from New Orleans. Haven't done it this year because I don't. At this point, I've kind of given up hope that they're going to go that route with Taysom. But it could happen. Or even if he's not the actual starting quarterback, he could come in, throw a touchdown. It could work out.
Neil, when you can take a quarterback that can also play tight end in the last round of your draft, I mean, the money just prints itself, dude. I mean come on. But speaking of money, we got so deep in the super chat. We're trying to figure out what's going on. We just were like, oh yeah, well, yeah, we'll take Puka, and then
Joaquim apologized. No need to apologize.
No, you don't have to apologize,
that's
man.
on us.
That's all good. Again, he
also says if Taysom wins you the whole thing, he's going to take a cut. That's fair. All right, let's respond. Let's respond to this. So it's a 10-team PPR league where he has 2 each of wide receiver, running back, 1 flex, tight end, quarterback. He confirmed that it is Amari Cooper. So he has Hurts.
Ah,
Obviously, that is, in my opinion, the 101 of quarterbacks. Pollard, great running back. Sanders, I like Sanders just fine as a running back too. Amari Cooper and DeAndre Hopkins as your wide receivers. Not the strongest wide receiver room, but it could play.
yeah, but he's got Drake
Kelsey,
London sitting on the bench.
yeah, Drake London on the bench. David Montgomery, Jordan Addison. This is a pretty
This is a
damn
good
strong
team.
team.
This is a damn strong team. I like this team a lot. And he's got Bateman hanging out in the wings, who I'm still in on Bateman and
I'm
Gabe
still in on.
Davis.
He's got Eli Moore there too. So yeah, he's got Cooper
I mean,
with Eli Moore.
Joaquin, now I will tell you this. Everybody in the Fantasy Pros Discord already knows where I go with this. If it's a 10-teamer, I'm telling everybody to prioritize drafting an elite quarterback and an elite tight end, because in those smaller leagues, the onesie positions make all the difference. And sir, you hit the nail on the head. You got the two top of the hill kings here. So salute. This is a very good team.
Yeah, very, very strong team walking. Yeah, I was just seeing. I think I was reading somebody else's thread. Maybe it was you, Debra, but talking about, it might have been Levitan. Somebody was talking about the difference between shortly like a smaller league, a 10-team league versus like a 12-team league, and 10-team leagues focusing on those onesies, elite onesies. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and I think that the logic holds up there.
All right, have Debra, to, man. They're all all-star lineups, man. So you have to.
What time does your next? So we got Adam coming in, but do you have time to review our lineup before you go?
I got time. I mean, Neil, anytime we hop on here on these streams, dude, like you got me for as long as you want me, man. Come on.
But I know that you got your other.
I know. If I had a hard out, I had to leave. I'd tell you.
All right. Well, I want you long enough to just review our team and give us a grade here. Okay. So we got Tua and Tannehill as the quarterbacks. We got Derrick Henry, J.K. Dobbins, Raheem Mostert, Devin Achane, Evan Hull, Myles Gaskin as the 6 running backs. We've got just 7 wide receivers here because we failed to get our Puka Nacua. That's on me. Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Drake London, Jordan Addison, Treylon Burks, Jaden Reed, and Rashid Shaheed. And then tight end, we got Dallas Goedert, Chigakonkwo, and then why not add in a last round Taysom Hill? I actually don't hate the Taysom pick. I would have. I
don't.
I feel like this team could have used like Nacua as a eighth wide receiver works, but I think Taysom could work too. So I don't hate it. What is your review of our team?
I'll give us just a B. I mean, like, I feel like
was it Nacua? If we had got Puka, would have been a B plus.
Oh, it'd have been a B plus. It'd have been a B plus if we got Puka. No, I mean, like for this team, I think we made some really. This is one of those teams, Neil, where you make strong bets about underrated offenses or offenses that everybody's hates. So, like when I draft teams and I go heavier on Tennessee or I go heavier on some offenses where I'm like, I think they're underrated, although it makes me feel queasy. I never feel good about it when I look at those teams after I finish drafting them. It's kind of one of those things like if these bets hit, then I'm staring at week 16, week 17, and I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, I knew it. You knew it. But right now, when you're looking at it, it's kind of one of those things where I'm like, well, I feel okay, but not amazing about the team. I will say though, if I'm drafting Tua or if I'm drafting, we'll put it this way. I think that Tua's ceiling, kind of like with Joe Burrow, is so heavily correlated to his wide receiver 1 that if I take Tyreek Hill or if I'm drafting Tua, those two guys need to be tied at the hip. Like I'm not taking Tua if I take Jalen Waddle because I look at Tua. His ceiling games are the games kind of like with Joe Burrow. Their ceilings are so immensely correlated. Kind of like Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry. I mean, you know this from DFS, man. Like they're the weird correlation. Like their ceilings are absolutely correlated, and we've seen it time and time again. So I look at Tua and I'm like, if Tua goes off, it's because Tyreek Hill goes off.
Yep, I like that, and we nailed it. We got the Tua with our Tyreek Hill, so we got that part of the team correct. The rest of the team didn't quite live up to Derek's high expectations here, but a B. You know, we'll take a B. Like that was.
What do you give it, Neil? I need a grade out of you. I mean, you're asking me to play teacher here. What's yours?
Yeah, no, I'll give it a B too. I think that is a fair grade on this one. Would have preferred getting Puka Nacua at the end here as well.
I think like one of two things. Like it's either I wish we would have got maybe another wide receiver or I wish maybe we had gone a third quarterback, like
Yeah,
maybe a Sam Howell or somebody with rushing equity at the end to kind of give us a little bit of extra sauce on top of these two guys.
true. Yep.
That's the only thing I could say about it. Like I have done that in some builds, Neil, where like I look at it and I'm like, I got 2 pocket passer guys, or I got one that like maybe has a little bit of rushing. I have tacked on some cheap Sam Howell stacks with just going Sam Howell and Curtis Samuel at the end.
Interesting. Okay, I like that. All right, so we answered Joaquim's. He said Joaquim says, appreciate it. Just came across your channel, enjoyed the vids, and then we got another
Love it.
super chat while you're here, Derek. So
See, I mean,
I'm gonna ask you to answer this question as well
all
before
right. I'm
you
down for it,
take
man.
off, because we got 2. So while you guys are here, so Joaquim just said that he just came across the channel. Gavin also says, hey guys, first time watching, love the stream.
Love it.
Yeah, it's good to have Derek here as a guest, getting all these new viewers. And I've got to say, while you guys are coming in, please, first of all, like the video if you haven't already done so. Always helps us out. But also, since you're new to the channel, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so, and hit the notification button if you want to get alerts when our shows go live, because we have constant DFS content throughout the year. And then we're also, at least for the next week, I'll probably be doing some best ball content as well. So if you like,
if you're watching
content,
this channel, and I don't want to cut Neil off, but I know he's not going to toot his own horn, so I'll toot it for him. If you're watching this channel with Neil and any of his DFS advice, Gavin, that $5 you spent, Joaquin, that money you put out here for the super chats, you're going to make that money back, dude. I'm just telling you right now, straight up. You're going to make the money back. If you're following the DFS advice from Neil here, he's one of the best in the business. He won't say it, but I sure as hell will.
I really appreciate you saying that, Derek. And Derek, of course, gives great advice to DFS and also season long. I mean, you guys are all asking season long questions, so I'm guessing that you're also season long players. And of course, Derek has been a season long analyst along with his DFS stuff and best ball for many years now. So also fantastic. And I get a ton of my player takes from Derek. But we should answer Gavin's question. He says, "Hey guys, first time watching, love the stream. I have the number 8 pick here in about 10 minutes. Should I go 2 wide receiver, 2 running backs, or 1 of each?" So you're talking about in your first 2 picks with the 8th pick. It's hard for me to answer because it really depends on the draft, like who is available there.
Also, Gavin, is it 10 team or 12 team? Like, give us some context here, man. Like, keepers, anything else going on here? I mean, I'm with Neil. You stay fluid, man. Like, I'm totally fine starting old school RB if the guys that I want are there. I'm totally fine depending the format going wide receiver. It just depends. Like if I can start, like one of my favorite starts, if you're going to go old school running back, if I can start a draft with Bijan and Tony Pollard, it's game over. I will do that all day, every day. And this is kind of a little peek at my ranks. I have Tony Pollard as RB1 overall, and I have Bijan as RB2. So, like, the chance of me starting a draft with my top 2 running backs this year, anybody, it doesn't even matter how you rank these players. How often can we say that you're able to start a draft with the top 2 running backs or even top 2 wide receivers you have in your ranks? It never happens. So if I can start Bijan and Tony Pollard, I do that all day and twice on Sunday, dude.
All right.
So
and he says it is a 12-team half PPR. Does that so you like that for a 12-team half PPR if you can get those 2?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, in half PPR, you're maybe chasing touchdowns a little bit, tiny bit more, but it's not pushing it that much. So really, it's just stay fluid. Go with the guys that you feel comfortable with at that spot of the draft. But with the 8th pick, you should be able to get Bijan's been going anywhere from like the 7th to the 9th overall. And Tony Pollard, depending on which site you're drafting on, he is a little bit more buried still in the 20s. So you could probably pull off that start, Gavin.
Yeah. Give it a shot, Gavin. See what you can do. All right, Derek, I know that you have another draft that you are doing now. I've got another guest coming on. Where can people find you? And anything you wanna tell people about that you got coming up?
Yeah, man. All the content's over at Fantasy Pros. This is one of the biggest draft weekends for redraft of the freaking season. I know we're all trying to get more best ball exposures right now, more high stakes drafts. So I'm not telling you not to do those, but if you're doing more redraft stuff, if you got a draft coming up, head over to Fantasy Pros, use the draft wizard, because the way that I can tell people is whether you're doing best ball drafts and you have skin in the game, you're getting live reps. The best way to do it is not just to practice for these drafts, but practice in a perfect manner. And the way that you do that with Draft Wizard is with our draft intel, you sync your league, you get the cheat code of what have my league mates been doing with their draft picks over the last few years. We can tell you, hey, this guy likes running backs. This girl likes wide receivers. It just depends on how your league's been drafting, but then you get the cheat code about what people like and how they draft, and you get to exploit it. So enjoy all your redrafts this weekend, best balls, all the things, all the stuff. All my stuff's over at Fantasy Pros. That's the only thing I can plug here, Neil. All the things. That's it.
That's
all I
perfect.
got.
So go find all of Derek's stuff over at Fantasy Pros. Go follow Derek on Twitter at Debro_FF. If you're not already following him, you should be following Derek on Twitter. Derek, was a blast as always. Really a pleasure having you on the stream. Hopefully we can do some more content together.
Oh, we have to talk DFS during the season, dude. We have to. Like, we have to carve out a week where we talk about it, and then we go back on and we talk about how we just, we got 5 tickets to King of the Beach at the end or King of the Desert, excuse me, this year. Sorry, it's not at the beach anymore.
Right.
They want to roast people in the desert. But no, dude, I love doing streams with you. Absolutely fantastic time, man. I will be up late tonight writing, and I hope to sit here and see a very lit Scott Barrett on this channel later tonight. I will be tuning in for that as I'm drafting some high stakes, dude. So much love. Keep rolling with it and keep that beer cup. Make sure that mug does not go dry, my friend.
Oh, it won't go dry. I'll be refilling. I'm actually Derek. I'll send you out. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to take my bathroom break here.
I was going to say, are you wearing a Depend? Like, you got a giant beer.
I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to leave you guys here with the draft screen, and then when I come back, I'll be here with Adam Scherer when I come back. That was actually so Jordan Klein. So for those who don't know, before every show, so I'm very nitpicky about my what I eat and drink before a show. I typically don't eat or drink anything for an hour before I start any stream that's at least an hour long, and I go to the bathroom at the last possible moment before any stream, because I'm like, I don't want to have to go during the stream. So Jordan Klein, our producer, set the over/under at 7.5 bathroom breaks for me during this 5-hour stream. I told him that's not a good line. The line is like 3 maybe.
I was gonna say I would have set the line at 2.5.
Yeah, that's a good line too.
With honestly the juice to the under. So if we do have any kind of side bets, I mean, let me in on that action, Neil. Okay.
Yeah, I think it'll be over, but in part because I'm going to be wanting to refill my drink. So I'll just go to the bathroom while I'm refilling my drink, probably before the Scott Barrett stream. I'm going to get myself some bourbon for the Scott Barrett stream, because he's going to be drunk already.
So I'm
going to finish this beer while I'm on here with Adam Scherer in this next hour. And then following that, I'm going to go to the bathroom, grab myself a bourbon for the Scott Barrett hour. Is going to be the plan. So that'll be my second bathroom break. Maybe I'll do another one before I get on with Nez. Well, we'll see how I'm doing. But
Vic in the chat said it at 3.5. So I mean, you're maybe going to hit the over on that one. So
3.5 is probably the right line here, to be honest. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. But all right, Derek, thank you for hanging out, and I guess I'll see you back in chat in an hour when I'm here with Scott Barrett.
Yes, sir. I will be here.
Thank you.
Much love, brother.
Derek. All right.
Have a good one.
See you soon. Thank you.
Yep.
You too.
Later.
All right, guys. I am, as I said, I'm gonna DM Adam, tell him to come over, tell him I'm ready for him in StreamYard. But in the meantime, I am gonna take a brief bathroom break right now. So I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes with Adam. So give me a minute here. I'm gonna tell Adam to come in, and then I will be right back. What's up, guys? All right. Oh, Adam, you did join. All right. You said you were waiting until I got back. I thought I was like, am I going to be doing an intro for Adam here?
No,
So
I joined as you walked in the room. I just wasn't.
you were going to come sit by yourself without me?
You said you were waiting until I got back.
Oh, do I? Oh, you have my YouTube open. Okay, that's why I'm hearing you. All right. Yeah. So Adam's back for 1 hour. So Adam, everybody in chat probably knows Adam. We actually have some new people here, Adam, who are not really familiar with our channel. Adam is one of the regulars here at Stochastic. If you don't already know him, you can find him on Twitter at ShipMyMoneyDFS. But Adam is currently on sabbatical. He won so much at DFS that he was like, yeah, I'm just going to take a couple months off of work. But he's coming back for just one show now. He'll be back later, and you're coming back in October. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll be back for NBA season.
Okay, but you're coming back for part of you're going to do some NFL content too, right?
No.
Really? I thought I had heard elsewise, but I guess you would know better than I would what kind of content you're going to be doing. All right, so Adam will be back for NBA content. Are you how many drafts have you done already?
I will. So I'm waiting on slow drafts to finish up on Underdog. That'll get my 150 done there. I still have like 20 something to do on DraftKings. I'd wanted to get more done on other sites too, but I think I'm probably going to end up just having to call it after DraftKings.
I honestly don't even know if I'm going to be 150 in this or like what like I just like I'm running out of time. I'm trying to do so many different sites at the same time that it's I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't manage my time very well because like I started with Underdog and DraftKings like right when they released their big tournaments, and I enjoyed doing drafts, so I would just do like a couple and while I'm watching TV or whatever. Right. And I was like, okay, like you're getting too many done early. You're going to be maxed out by like July, and so I kind of just stopped and got out of the habit of doing it. And then it's like, oh no, it's like the middle of August, and I need to do 100 Underdog. I need to do like 100 more DraftKings. I had wanted to max drafters and I haven't gotten there yet. Like I'll probably try and throw in what I can, but there are other sites that I planned on doing that I'm just not gonna have time.
Yeah, me neither. And like Drafters is probably gonna be overlay, but
yeah.
Anyway, so I just got us into a draft. Looks like it is filled up. Let's see if we got the 5th pick. All right, so we're at same pick as last time. We got Richie G back in this one once again. He was in the last one. I'm pretty sure that is Rich Green from Stochastic. He has not commented. He just apparently really wants to draft against me. He thinks I'm a fish apparently.
I tried to get in rooms with you a couple of times, but just never timed it right.
You just hate winning money, I guess. I don't know why you would try to get in drafts with me. So no trivia for you tonight.
No. I was gonna go down once I realized I was doing this at 10. I was just like, oh, I can go do that, come back and do the show, but ended up not feeling like it.
Yeah. Mark Curry says Neil on the bidet. You have this wrong. I have no bidet. I am not a firm believer in the bidet. I don't think it sounds pleasant. Greg is the big bidet guy. I know Lofty also has a bidet, but he doesn't use it apparently. He has not actually installed it. Like he has it but hasn't installed it. Joe Lacate says Adam keeps strippers employed in Maryland for the news. Yeah, so that is if you don't know Adam, that is Adam. What Adam is doing with all that money. Well, are you a bidet guy, Adam? Have you ever experienced a bidet? What do you think of bidets?
My only experience with a bidet was I went to Japan for a baseball tournament in high school, and one of the hotels we stayed in had one, and it was used just to spray like my roommate as he tried to come into the bathroom. I set it off.
Of course, as you would. All right, so the 5th pick here, I feel like it gets a little bit tougher with Cooper Kupp being hurt. I don't think I'm drafting Kupp. Who do you like at the 5th spot here, or do you still like Kupp?
No, I like Kelsey here. Like I wouldn't take Kupp here. I think it was borderline before. I kind of didn't have a preference between Kelsey, Eckler, and Kupp. Okay. Now I certainly don't want Kupp. I prefer Kelsey just because tight end is obviously ugly. And only having the 18 roster spots on Underdog, I kind of like Kelsey a little bit more because like on DraftKings we have 20 rounds. I do have some late tight ends that I like. And so I'm okay saying, okay, whatever, I'll grab 3 or 4 guys here, but like you don't have that luxury on Underdog.
So we talked about it. I think maybe my draft with Bobby Gomes, we drafted Cole Turner. I know you tweeted
that's
about
my guy.
Yeah, you tweet. What do you? So I've been drafting a ton of Logan Thomas. Like I had assumed that he is going to be the guy in Washington, but seeing that you are a Commanders fan and you're in on Cole Turner, what's the reasoning there?
Logan Thomas is always hurt. Logan Thomas is older. Cole Turner was a receiver in college. Last year he was banged up a lot, but just I mean, and obviously take it with a grain of salt. But like reports are that he's really a lot more. He's really learned the offense. He's looked really good. I was kind of late getting on like buying into Cole Turner. I was
Okay.
actually taking a decent amount of Logan Thomas for a little, like for a brief period of time. I was looking at it and was like, man, like nobody's taking Logan Thomas. This is pretty interesting. And then Thomas was already hurt in the preseason. Turner was playing pretty well. And reports on him were good. So it's just like, given that he's, going in the last round and tight end sucks in general, I just really like the idea of, what if this guy does just step up, replace Thomas, and, is actually a really athletic, pass catching tight end that could be, legitimately good in that offense.
Yeah. Am I correct? Like I said on Twitter today, Lofty said of all my guests, he was the most surprised that I was able to get Adam to come on the show, even though Adam actually works at Stochastic. And as I said to Lofty, I think you're just like super bored with your sabbatical. Is that essentially it?
No, I'm not bored at all. The only reason
really?
I did it because I told you I would, but
True.
J-Mac actually hit me up yesterday and tried to get me to do the same thing. And I told him no.
Good. You gotta have standards.
Yeah. Yeah, and I kind of felt bad as I did it because I was like, nah, like I'm perfectly enjoying like not doing any of this. And I was like, by the way, I'll let you know right now. I think I'm doing this with Neil tomorrow.
But you have equity in the company, you work at the company, like you gotta, all kidding aside, you do have to prioritize sometimes the company you actually work for.
Yeah.
All right, we are coming up on our pick. Do you do Kelsey Mahomes if it comes to you, or
sometimes kind of
Okay.
depends what's there. So
let's see. So Waddle apparently has been hurt for a while
Yeah.
and just came back to practice today.
Yeah, I mean, in this spot, I probably do because like I like Waddle, I like Olave. I barely have any Olave, but that's kind of just where he
I do
goes.
too.
I
I don't have a ton of Olave.
think.
You want to just go Mahomes here?
Yeah, I would go Mahomes here. I mean,
We could also go Devontae Smith and hope that just one of the two of them comes back to us, but
yeah. So I was
unlikely.
I was thinking if we went Hurts, what are the chances that Smith gets back? But it's probably not that likely because I do prefer Hurts to Mahomes in general,
I
just
do
because of the
too.
rushing
Yeah.
upside. But the problem is like if you don't get Smith, then you need Goddard or you're just like SOL.
Yeah, exactly.
Which like naked Hurts isn't the end of the world, I guess, but it's
True.
not ideal.
Yeah. So I do that sometimes where I'm like, I just try to push it to like take the bet, not like if we had taken Smith here. So the thinking for me that we could think about taking Smith is then you're just pushing it, hoping that one of either Hurts or Mahomes comes back to us
Yeah.
at 29.
I think it's just really unlikely either one would though.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Like it's more likely if there are more quarterbacks there because probably nobody's taking two quarterbacks, but you never really know.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I
it's
did
much
actually.
safer bet here.
I posted it. I drafted a Mahomes Josh Allen team on DraftKings like 2 hours ago that actually ended up working out pretty well.
Interesting. Where did you get a discount on either of them? Like, do they fall to you?
No, I mean, I got them at like the 2-3 turn. I had the second pick, so I went Chase, Mahomes, Allen, and then was able to stack the later guys from those teams. But that's another strategy. Like I've been doing it a lot on DraftKings, not that aggressively typically, where I'm taking two of those top guys, but getting like two good quarterbacks. But you just have more flexibility to do it there because one, the draft rooms are softer and guys are falling. So you can still get good value typically throughout the draft and end up with pretty good teams. And then, also you have those two extra roster spots. So when you have a weak position, you can at least throw two more darts at it where Underdog, the rooms are usually harder. So you're not going to get people just letting somebody fall a full round past ADP to give you the receiver you need. And then you don't have those last two spots.
Speaking, I mean, I know that neither of us is a huge week 17 correlation guy, but T Higgins falling to us at 29. Like, I feel like,
yeah, I mean, I like it here where he's the best pick anyway, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's the spot where like on DraftKings a lot, I've been going like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Because then you also get like all the receivers on Baltimore go relatively late, mid rounds. So you can build that stack out. But like on Underdog, you just don't have as much room to do it.
Devin Davis comes in and says these streams on Stochastic always turn into let me look at projections before making and projections with the is that a SpongeBob thing, the like caps lock, whatever. We're doing a best ball stream. I don't even know. We don't even have, I guess we do have projections, but like we have never looked at projections in any of these best ball streams. So
Yeah, and I
I
mean,
don't think
if you're talking about looking at the rankings before you pick, I think that's generally something
just a
you
smart
should do.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
But good feedback, I guess. We do care about projections and tools and stuff in general. So I will concede that we are a tools oriented stream, but no, we have not looked at projections in the 3 hours, 2.5 hours I've been streaming. Haven't looked at any projections. This is a different kind of thing we're doing here. All right. I'm very happy with the start of the draft, to be honest. Like the fact that we went Mahomes and then Higgins fell to us, I feel like we're off to a pretty strong start here. Did you notice that Joe Mixon went 26 overall here?
I had not noticed that. He's somebody who I feel like I should have a lot more of than I do. I don't have a
Yeah.
lot, and I don't really have a good reason for it.
Yeah, me too. Like I have not drafted a ton of Joe Mixon. I know Lofty has been really in on Joe Mixon. We did some streams where he was really high on him and made some really good points about like he should have a ton of volume in an offense that should be great. I early on I was scared about like legal stuff with Joe Mixon. That doesn't seem to be any more a valid
Yeah.
concern. So
Yeah, I had that concern too. And I think it's just I don't know that like the industry consensus on him is just kind of like he's boring. He's like he's not even old, but like he's boring. He's been around, but it's just he's not good or however people want to view that. But like
yeah.
he's the clear number one on the Bengals. Like it just feels like one of those spots where as the season goes on, I'm gonna look back and be like, yeah, why were you not drafting him?
Yeah, I feel like I think part of it is like last year he was so bad, like from a fantasy points perspective, in every game except for that 1-5 touchdown game. So we're all like, well, if you just throw that out, he was so bad last year. How can you draft him? But it's like, yeah, but like you can't really throw that out. Like that is like, yeah, his touchdowns were very condensed to one game, but like he is the goal line back there. He is going to get all the volume. So yeah, but still pick 26. Like that's
Oh,
still
yeah.
clearly
Yeah,
a reach.
definitely early there. That was more of an aside where, like, I think his
Yeah.
ADP is what, like 37, 38, maybe even a little bit later than that. And at that price, it's just like, why do I not have more of this guy?
I think part of the problem for me too is that like I started buying into him after talking with Lofty. Like I was out like at one point his ADP was like 60. So like I started
Right.
buying into him at like pick 50 and then he just keeps moving up. So he continues to be like just evade where I'm trying to get him. So yeah, it's I still don't have a ton of shares there. All right, let's see what's coming to us here at the 4-5 turn. Could get another. Okay, Justin Fields goes. Probably, I mean, I guess we could have done a bully quarterback thing with Justin Fields, but
Yeah.
definitely not taking DJ Moore without Justin Fields. I moved him up in my rank so he would be next to Justin Fields, so I would
Yeah.
remember like that's a thing you can do. But
Yeah, that's something too where, like, I like the idea of it because I do think that the most likely outcome for Chicago's offense is that they're not good at their current salaries, but, like, there is the chance that they just win you shit. But
do you want to take any of these
um,
running backs? Terry McLaurin, you go get your Washington guy.
I think you can wait on McLaurin. Like, people have been
Yeah.
kind of holding off on him, I think, because of the injury. I mean, like, here's the spot where I probably let me see the wide. I probably take DJ Moore without Fields here, just
Oh, really?
because he's like the only guy left, kind of.
All right. He's looked good in the preseason. That's
Like he's. I was saying it on Twitter earlier too. I might have like one team total where I have DJ Moore without Fields because, in general, I think the idea is that for DJ Moore to be really worth his price, Justin Fields probably plays really, really well. But there, where like all the guys that I take ahead of Moore are gone. Williams is gone, Allen's gone, London's gone,
true.
Hopkins is gone.
I mean, I was thinking running back potentially. Like there were no other wide receivers that I was thinking
Yeah,
about taking over him, but
yeah. I mean, the issue is like I hate that running back here. Like Brees Hall, who knows
yeah,
how that's going to play
it's
out between him and Dalvin Cook, and he's expensive. Najee Harris is fine. Like I'm not as low on him as other people are, just because you know. Again, I think people get not that it won't happen or can't happen, but people get kind of like they love the idea of being right that Jalen Warren takes the job from Harris,
right.
and I still don't think that's the most likely outcome. But it's still a pretty healthy price tag to pay for somebody that could legitimately lose his job.
Yeah, true. All right, so we are 3 picks away. The other thing I was going to suggest there is we could have actually taken Joe Burrow as our second quarterback because we have T. Higgins, but we left him for this pizza thug guy who's clearly trying to build out a strong Bengals stack. All right, so we are on the clock. Do you want to go for your guy,
Yeah,
McLaurin?
I'd probably go McLaurin here.
Seems like the buzz on Sam Howell is really good lately.
Yeah, he's really jumped. in drafts at least. And like I don't know what to make of him, but I like him as a QB2 in best ball. I have a decent amount, I think, not a ton, but part of that's just because I've been going QB heavy early when I can. But he's one of those guys where like I like the uncertainty there because he gives you at least some rushing upside, but he's also on an offense where you have Terry McLaurin, you have Dotson, you maybe have a good tight end, you have, Gibson, you have like it can be a competent offense if Howell is good.
Yeah.
And so I like that uncertainty there. It's different than when you have a rookie quarterback who may or may not be good, but you're also saying, like, oh, well, his playmakers also suck. So,
Right.
like, how good can he be? He has all the pieces if he's able to perform.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Mark Curry says 2 of Mixon's TDs were because Chase and another wide receiver didn't get credit for a touchdown, getting wrongly marked out of bounds. Yeah, but like
that doesn't matter though. Like,
yeah, that'll probably happen again this year. Like things just happen, and he's gonna like when those things happen, he's gonna be the guy who gets the opportunity. Like
right, I mean, it's also just like I'm sure there were touchdowns where like Chase or Higgins caught it a yard into the end zone, and maybe this year they catch it a yard outside of the end zone, and
right,
that's a Mixon touchdown. Like stuff like that is just doesn't matter.
Yeah. Larry C says, "Holy crap, Adam's on a stream." Lovey asks, "When is Adam coming back?" Do you know the actual date?
October 27th.
October 27th. Adam will be back in time for NBA. Fear not, you'll get your Adam in NBA again this year. Richie, so this is I'm fairly sure this is he has the stochastic wrench. So I know that this is our Richie Green. Says they also had P. Ryan, who looked good in the backup spot. He's now gone, and there's like nobody behind Mixon this year. Yeah, that's another good point.
Yeah, I mean,
Richie.
reports are that Chris Evans is going to be the third down back.
Yep.
Who knows? But yeah, I mean, P. Ryan being gone certainly can't hurt.
I've added Chris Evans to my like late running back mix.
Yeah, I've been taking him a little bit late. I still like when I can get Kyron Williams, I've been doing that instead. But I do have Evans in there now.
I've got a whole slew of like late. So like, I don't love the early running back twos, like the guys you have to take like around pick 130 or whatever. Like those guys, I'm largely out on because I feel like they're the same bet as the guys who are late round RB2s. So
I'm opposite there. I've actually been going
really?
pretty heavy in that range. I guess depending on which ones you're talking about, but like I have a lot of a Kane. I have a lot of Damian Harris. I have a Singletary's beyond that, but I have a lot of Singletary.
I don't draft any Singletary. Singletary is the one guy that I'm like, I cannot get myself to click Singletary.
I never want to. He's just always there when I need a running back, like in builds where I'm wide receiver heavy. And it's just like, yeah, I know Pierce is the guy, but he's at least competent and one injury away.
Yeah. All right. So we are on the clock again. We don't have any running backs. We could go for a running back here.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like Dobbins here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Like, I like the Baltimore offense. And, obviously, I think the expectation is that they do really, really well as a passing offense. And then, Lamar gets his rushing too. But, it's a spot where, like, I think they're going to score points. And if they score points in a way that people aren't expecting, Dobbins can end up being really good.
Yeah, no, I am in on Dobbins this year. So I like that pick. We took him, I think, in the last draft also. My thing with Devin Singletary is even if the best case scenario happens and Pierce gets hurt, Devin Singletary becomes a bell cow, the offense is just going to be so bad that I'm like, well, he's going to be like phased out in the second half. They're going to be down a touchdown or two. And like,
yeah,
I don't know.
The flip side of that, though, is I think that they're going to be a run heavy team and probably do their best to just play ugly 17 to 14 games and rely on the run. And he's going like 175, 180 is the thing.
Yeah. No, that's fair. All right. We are coming up in 3 picks. Man, Sky Moore goes. I guess Pizza Thug really leading into this Cincinnati and Kansas City thing. All right. Addison goes. He was one of the guys I was talking about. I was going to say we could target, but I kind of like a lot of these options. Who do you like here? We don't have a tight end yet.
So we have Kelsey. I mean, I like Miles Sanders.
Michael Pittman. So we can have this conversation, but I like taking Miles Sanders. I think he's a solid pick here.
I think I would either go Sanders or Pittman, and if I went Pittman, it would be with the hope of getting Richardson.
Yeah. Let's let's go with Sanders, and then we can have that conversation about Pittman, because I saw you having it on Twitter with James Comey, I don't even know how to pronounce it, Eagles. And he said that he is really high on Pittman, where he's going in drafts, and he's not drafting a ton of Anthony Richardson. And I think that you responded that seems backwards, and I think I am on the same page as you, where it's like, I don't want to have anything to do with Pittman unless I have Anthony Richardson, because there's no way Pittman is good without Anthony Richardson also being like a pretty good passer, I think.
So I'm not that extreme on it. Like, I have plenty of Pittman without Richardson too. I have a lot of Michael Pittman because I agreed with what he was saying as far as like, I think Pittman's very talented, and if Richardson ends up being remotely competent, like the opportunities for Pittman are really, really high, and he's going pretty late. Like, I think all of the risk is basically baked in on Pittman. The part that I disagreed with was like, I don't think Pittman has a high floor. If Richardson can't complete passes in the NFL, like Pittman can just be awful. So, I don't think he has a high floor. Whereas Richardson, I do think has a relatively high floor just because he can be a horrible passer, because that's kind of, the whole debate is, can this guy throw at all?
Right.
And complete passes? There's no question that the guy can run. And we know how valuable that is in fantasy. So I think that even if Richardson ends up being bad, as long as he keeps his job, it's hard for him to like really be a bust at where he's going. If Richardson really sucks as a quarterback overall, Pittman can just be a zero.
Right. Yeah. So that's all right. So Nez says he was a 2-3 turn pick last year with Matt Ryan, if I remember correctly, but he was bad.
5-6.
You think he was later than that?
I think he was a little later than 2-3. I could be wrong though.
I do remember that he went earlier than I did not take a ton of Michael Pittman last year. He definitely went earlier than I wanted him. I don't think he was a 2-3 turn pick.
He was definitely earlier than this year, though. I agree with that.
Yeah. But he didn't pan out. Like, it didn't work out for him. And I don't know. I just maybe that's the reason that I'm not drafting him, because I'm like, well, he wasn't that great last year, and now it seems like it's actually like possibly a worse situation for him. But actually, so I'm with you. Like, where he has fallen now around pick 80, I think that he is a good pick, independent of anything. But I don't think I would ever take him. Like, if somebody took Anthony Richardson at 79, I don't think I would take Michael Pittman at 80. Like, I'm not going to take him unless I think I have a chance of taking Pittman later on, or Richardson later on.
That does, and I was actually thinking this when we were talking about Chris Olave and not having him earlier. One reason I don't take him is I don't really care to be getting to car stacks, and it's always at least a little bit of a point in their favor when it's okay. Well, I want to get it opens the door for that quarterback, and
Right.
that is one thing I like about Pittman is like I like the upside he offers anyway, especially when you can get him as like your wide receiver 4 or wide receiver 5. But then the added benefit is, if you already have a good quarterback like we do, it's like, okay, well, if we get to pick 100, 105 and Richardson's just sitting there, we can get a really high upside secondary quarterback. Or if it happens to be a team where like you got locked out of those top quarterbacks that you wanted, then it really opens the door to like get to Richardson, where I think from in that range, you basically have Richardson, you have Jones as far as guys that run, and then you kind of run out of running quarterbacks. So
Yeah.
it is, I think, added value where, as a standalone, I think Pittman at that price is fine. But the added value of like, oh, well, it also opens up Anthony Richardson is pretty nice.
Right. All right. Who do you like here? Do you want to go wide receiver? We could go down to another running back. I guess we have two running backs.
We have Dobbins, Sanders. All right, so Higgins, Moore, McLaurin, probably wide receivers here.
Could go,
I think I like Johnston probably.
Yeah, I like Johnston here. He's been falling so far that like at this point I'm ready. I'm back in on Johnston.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love it. Like, I'm not confident in him because obviously there's a lot of mouths to feed and we don't know how that's all going to play out. But you do have two wide receivers that tend to get hurt ahead of him. But on top of that, you just have an offense that could very easily, is very likely to just be throwing the ball a ton. And even if he does, you just end up like the true third receiver there. There's still going to be weeks that he, gets in the end zone a couple times.
Yeah. Nez confirmed that he was a 2-3. Nez he's one of the badge bros. So I think he has all the data in front of him.
Yeah.
He confirmed that that Pittman apparently was a 2-3 turn guy last year, which doesn't shock me. But he says, but yeah, point taken didn't pay off at all. So Nez is actually going to come on in an hour and hour and a half maybe at this point. I don't know. I have Scott Barrett coming on next. Nez is going to come on later, so we will talk more about the Michael Pittman thing. I'm not sure if Nez is saying that he's in on Michael Pittman, which again, I'm where he's going now. I actually am back in on Michael Pittman. I feel like he was going around like pick 60 at some point, and at that point I was like, I don't think I want him there.
Yeah, and regardless, like I said, I didn't realize he was going that early last year, but I agreed with the overall point. I mean, if you're willing to take Michael Pittman at what was apparently the 2-3 turn with Matt Ryan,
right?
Yeah, he failed, but like, so yeah, he played poor. He had a bad year with Matt Ryan. Does that mean that like he can't have a good year with Anthony Richardson? Like it doesn't. One doesn't have anything to do with the other.
Okay, so we are up next. Oh, I was going to talk about Kadarius Toney.
I love Bateman.
You love Bateman. I'm really in on Bateman. So Bateman over Richard. I guess we don't really need another quarterback this early when we already have Mahomes. So yeah, I've been all in on Bateman all season, all in on that Ravens offense in general. I have so much Lamar Jackson. So happy to get there.
Bateman to me is like the perfect. He's just the guy that I get so much of from that offense because like obviously Andrews, you have to take at a specific spot. Zay Flowers is getting all the hype, which sure, like he could very easily end up being the guy, but he's just going so early. Beckham is the guy that, yeah, he could end up being good, but obviously you have the most kind of issues or concerns there. Bateman's just sitting there where it's just like, okay, everybody decided it's Zay Flowers when really who the hell knows?
Right. True. Yep. I've been, the Viking Nomad says, I love grabbing Beckham or Bateman or both if I have Lamar. Yeah, me too. Mm-hmm. I usually do. Do you typically double stack even with your running quarterbacks?
Kind of whatever shows up. I mean, like with Lamar, what normally ends up happening is I get Bateman because like there's somebody there that I want instead of Flowers when Flowers goes, and then Bateman falls to me, and then people take Beckham before I want to take Beckham.
Yep.
But it also Beckham is sort of in a range where I don't love a lot of the receivers. So if Beckham does actually last until like, I don't know what he is on Underdog. I've been doing more DraftKings recently, but like, 105, 110, whatever it may be. If he's there, I'll take him and not worry about it. It's because the thing too is, one, I don't love a lot of the plays in that range. It's not like there's a lot of like slam dunk guys in there, but it's not like in DFS where I still don't mind like double stacking Lamar, but at least there you're saying, well, part of the reason I'm paying for Lamar is because of the rushing upside. If he throws enough to Beckham and Bateman that they're paying it off, then he's probably not running as much as I would like.
True.
In best ball, it's a week by week thing. So you could just get, he ran for 100 yards and threw a touchdown to Bateman here. He ran for 100 yards and threw a touchdown to Beckham here.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'm with you. So I learned like I will force even with a running quarterback, I'm gonna force at least one. Like I'll reach pretty far to get at least one pass catcher with them, and then I would like to have multiple, but like at that point with a running quarterback, I don't really force a second unless they fall to the right spot. Which yeah, so do you like Bateman better than Flowers, or you just like him better at cost than Flowers?
Better at cost. I think he's just easier to get to. It's mostly I don't even mind Flowers at cost. It's that I like so many guys similarly to Flowers there.
Yep.
Whereas with Bateman, there's not that many guys I like as much.
I'm guessing I think that you're a little bit similar to me in that you're not really a player takes guy. You're more of
not at
like
all.
Playing game theory. Yeah, same as me. So like Flowers, like that whole range. Like I like Flowers about the same as I like Addison, like that whole group. So like I don't end up with as much unless the only reason that I'm taking Flowers, like definitely trying to like get him there is if I already have Lamar. I'm not like that's my guy. I need to go get him. I'm going to take him 10 picks ahead of ADP. It's more like, yeah, I'm going to let the room fall to me as it will. And yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of laughing when I looked at what's going to be pretty close to my final Underdog exposures. I think my highest owned player overall is like 20%. And I don't do anything to like mitigate, I'm getting too much of this guy, let me move him down my rankings or anything like that. It's just that I really don't care who I'm taking. It's just whatever's there, and so it ends up balancing itself out. And then also the fact that I started drafting in May or whenever stuff got posted, and obviously stuff changes.
All right, so we are on the clock. So I moved Raheem Mostert way up my rankings. Do you like taking him at 116 or?
Yeah,
I mean, he could fall further. We could go for Nico Collins.
So the thing is, he probably falls further, and if he doesn't, you still get the backup. You also get like another shot at
so
Miami.
Who else do you like here? Do you like Collins? Do you like Mims?
Probably Collins, I guess.
I think I like Collins here too. That's those two are very close to me. Collins and Mims is like probably the two I'd be most inclined to go to here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
What do we
Munster
have?
still has.
What do we have set up as far as second stack goes? Because I mean, now obviously that opens up Stroud. We have
So
Howell.
we have Washington. We could do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's
So
really it.
Washington and then Houston's
and
like the
Houston now.
emergency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could also throw in a second tight end at some point. If Schultz falls to the right spot, we could think about adding
So
him
if we
there.
end up getting Washington, this is like the perfect spot for me where I would just grab Cole Turner in the 18th round.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially like with Kelsey there. Worst
Yep.
case, you just end up, getting a 0 in week 13.
Right.
Or 10, whatever it is.
Yeah. And if somebody else takes Cole Turner, we could take Logan Thomas or whoever else. Yeah, that's true. We could just wait for that late round. Of course, now we're going to have to see like where does Howell, like Howell is moving up so much, 165. Yeah. Like it's a little bit tougher to guarantee us if we where we want to take him. I guess we have 164, so we could try to get him there, and if somebody snags him, then we can go with.
And if there's also the chance that we don't really like anybody at 148, in which case we can just take him.
True. Yep. Good point. All right, so we're coming up at 125. So I've been out on A-Chain all summer too. His ADP has fallen now enough that I would consider him there, but okay, so Mostert does go to Scanny. At this point, I've actually been pretty in on Samaje Perine when I don't get Javonte Williams. Who do you like here? Do you want to go with A-Chain?
I think I'd go Perine.
Yeah.
I have more of however you pronounce his name. I don't even know.
A-Chain I call him A-Chain, but I don't know if that's right.
Yeah, every time I draft him, I'm like, I should probably figure out how to pronounce this guy's name. But I actually have a lot of him, or a good amount of him. But again, like I don't think there's that. So like that's the kind of spot where like I probably prefer him. I would rather have him on teams than Perine probably, but we know Perine's not getting back to us.
True,
and like he could.
All right, the Viking Nomad says Washington playing the Niners week 17 has me full fading Dotson, F1, etc. Honestly, that kind of makes sense to me. I'm not full fading them, but like I do think like there is merit to not wanting to take guys early who are going to be in tough matchups in week 17. Like it's not a huge factor for me, but like factoring in, like to me that makes more sense than like people saying like I'm really all in on, I think it's the Browns play the Jets in week 17, and I'm like, well, that doesn't seem like a good reason to go after Amari Cooper if he's going to be like tied up with Sauce Gardner in week 17. Like that seems like the matchup maybe is as good of a factor to me as like correlating your game stacks. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no interest.
You just don't care about week 17 at all. Like you're just not like whatever. So I think you and I are largely on the same page with the week 17 stuff of like, it's just so remote that it's like really like it's so difficult to get teams to week 17 that like that is my primary focus. And then like if I happen to be able to build in a game stack, then I will try.
Yeah, it's like to me the game stacking stuff is like a tiebreaker. The matchup thing, I just don't care. I mean, you're going to be wrong all the time about what defense ends up being good over the course of a season.
True.
Like people are you're tricking yourself if you think you're going to be right that often. And then also, not only are like some defenses just going to be worse than you expected, you also just have so many injuries over the course of a year.
Yeah.
Like
Sauce Gardner gets hurt. Like we don't care about the New York defense at all anymore. Yeah.
Right. It's such like a minute detail where you're talking about a game where there's so much variance, and then you're just like narrowing in on something that's going to be happening in 3 or 4 months or whatever. Like I'd be more interested in it if like, I don't know, everybody drafted perfectly and
right.
There were no edges to be had in a draft room. But like, I mean, just using this example, just because he said McLaurin and Dotson in the example, like I would much rather be going into a season, and especially if you're talking about a lot of teams, like you're drafting like one team and you don't want guys playing the Niners, whatever. But if you're talking about a lot of teams, like I certainly don't want to be putting myself in a position where like my pool of players that I'm drafting is heavily influenced by like what team I think might be good at defending the pass in 3 months.
Yeah, that's also a really good point, that it really kind of does depend on how many teams you're drafting too. So you and I are both going to be drafting a lot of teams. We're not going to be factoring that in. Yeah, I guess if you're drafting 1 or 2 teams, like maybe you should be factoring that kind of thing in.
You should absolutely be, if you're drafting 1 or 2 teams, you should absolutely be like prioritizing the guys that you want, and for
Yeah.
whatever reasons you want those guys.
Yep, that's good.
I think it's more of a mistake if you're, allocating exposures across 150 teams. And obviously, like, some people are fine taking on more exposure to certain players. I don't intentionally limit it; it just kind of happens for me because I don't have those sort of player takes. But
Right.
not saying like right or wrong, but it's like, for me, I don't. That's not the reason I'd be wanting to like not have somebody. I'd be much more willing to say, like, I think this guy is mispriced. I think he's really good, and the field is wrong.
So Sam Howell just went. I think we Rashee Rice. We MVS is already taken. We didn't get Sky Moore. We didn't get Kadarius Toney. Do we just take Rashee Rice and hope that the
Do you take
second round
McKinnon?
rookie? Oh, we could take McKinnon. Yeah, should we do that?
I think I'd go McKinnon.
That's all. I mean, he pairs great with Mahomes too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, we were relatively deep at receiver, and then now we can kind of just, like, I think, ignore running back for a bit.
this guy does not have anybody on Washington. Just decided to take Howell. Many picks out of ADP. Probably watching the stream. So hello there,
Right.
Largoot, and way to I don't know what you're doing there, but whatever. We can adjust. We only have one player from that game anyway. All right. So we're up in 6 picks. I mean, if Rashee Rice is still there in 6 picks, I think we could consider taking him,
perfectly.
throw him onto the stack.
Did MVS, or I assume MVS already went?
MVS, yeah, he went before also. Just went before us, yeah, 135.
That was one for me where, like, it's been weird all offseason to me that Rice was going ahead of MVS.
Yeah, me too. Scarecrow. I'm stream sniping. Okay. That's just, I get it. If you're going to do it in a way that's going to help your team, I totally understand doing that. But I don't get it in this particular case where you're just taking somebody well ahead of ADP when you have no stack. So I don't know what are you gonna do though. All right. So we're coming up. We could also take. Well, I think are we still set on taking a late tight end, even though we can't add them to the
I
stack?
mean, I think it kind of just depends who's available. Like,
yeah, I agree. All right, so Rashee Rice is available. I think we just go for it.
Yeah, I think that's fine. It's not like I love any of the other guys.
No,
Like, you could make the case that Van Jefferson ends up being the one in LA if things really go wrong for Kupp, but
all right,
I
now
don't
we
know
have
how valuable that is.
Now we have a while before our next pick. Yeah, the Viking Nomad says, feed him disinfo, talk about Jeff Wilson. I love Jeff Wilson this year. I think you should definitely take him with your next pick. Logan Thomas stack. We can't do it now. We don't have. He took Sam Howell. I guess Scarecrow can add Logan Thomas to his stack there. Yeah, Jonathan Taylor starting week 1. Yeah, that's definitely happening. You should take him. I guess it's too at this point. Like, no, he's already been taken, so can't give him that misinfo.
I got him at 98 in that DraftKings draft.
Did you really?
Yeah, the Mahomes Allen one.
I like that. That feels a little bit late to me, but like, where do you have him now? Like I guess you didn't take him with your previous pick, so
right.
So,
yeah, like he's just never even showing up on my like list of guys to draft. It was just that one. I'm like, okay, well, I'm playing catch up basically at running back and wide receiver since I went quarterback heavy, and then it's like, oh, round 9, Jonathan Taylor sitting here. Like, that's the perfect home run pick for that kind of team.
Right. Scarecrow clarifies he didn't take Howell. He is pick 11. He has Dak and Purdy. Okay. So apologies for scolding you. But we didn't need Dak or Purdy. Yeah, it looks like you set it up right. You got Kittle there with Purdy. You got Dak with who you got there? Brandon Cooks. I like that. Tony Pollard. Nice little stack in there. But yeah, he's not sniping us. He's sniping other people on our stream. Okay.
I have like 2 slow drafts about to run out of time.
I hate this new slow draft hell. Like I'm that's good reminder. I think I have several too.
Yeah. I always forget that like my rankings are going to be completely wrong because they're from however long ago.
I just updated mine before starting streaming today.
Yeah, but it doesn't like retroactively update.
It does on Underdog.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. I guess I didn't know that, so I hadn't done it in a while because I was done with my fast drafts.
Yeah, no, Underdog will update for the drafts that you're already in, which is nice.
Yeah, that's actually really good.
All right, so we are coming up in, I don't know, 5 picks or so. We've got a 1-4-7-1 team so far. Let's see, do we need any quarterbacks here? So we have, we could set up that Stroud stack potentially if we wanted to. We could throw in a Carolina receiver, and then we'd have a couple options late.
Yeah, that's one thing I like doing is like doing that. I mean,
Give
you
yourself
always have
outs.
like the Mac Jones bailout with like Devontae Parker or Kendrick Bourne
Yeah,
or Hunter Henry,
true.
another late tight end.
Looks like all of the Carolina guys are gone. Somebody
That's
took
surprising.
Thielen's been going
It's
earlier
so
and
crazy
earlier.
how like you do 2 days of drafts on one site and you just like completely forget how rooms go on the other.
Yeah, true. Rondo, do we have Kyler? Kyler's still here too.
He's always kind of an interesting one to me on like Mahomes teams because obviously the risk is that he just like doesn't play or he's horrible. The whole team's horrible. But it's the idea where it's like, okay, well, I have a good quarterback, and then maybe I just have Kyler playing like Kyler.
Yeah.
And then you can always just pair him with like Michael Wilson or something.
Do you want to go for it? Do you want to go for him here? And
I don't think you have to do it here. Like I think he's just somebody you kind of keep.
You want to go Rondale here?
God no.
God no.
I might not have a single Rondale team. I don't know what I would do here though. I mean, I guess you could go Rondale here, I guess.
So I have a ton of Rondale. I was drafting a ton of Rondale at like pick 130, and now he's dropping to. And now it's like I hate it when that happens, when it goes that way, where it's like I have so much of this guy, and he's just dropping in price. That's what's happened to me with Rondale, where it's just like, ah, shit. Like,
yeah. So he's the only Rondale teams I have are ones where it's just like, oh, it's pick 180, and Rondale Moore is sitting here. Like, okay, I guess I'll take him.
Glenn Smith says Jahan Dotson worth a deep pick. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, depending on how deep, but he's a great play this year. I don't know how deep you can get him.
Yeah, I love Dotson.
Scarecrow says we could have taken Irv Smith for part of our stack bring back. That's true.
Yeah.
And then we could have taken Shaheed. Shaheed seems fine. I draft Shaheed when he falls to me at the right spot. We could take him if he's still available here if we wanted to. We're probably at the point now where if we want to take Kyler, we'd have to think about taking him here.
Since we took Rondale, I think we probably can prioritize Kyler a little bit.
Yeah.
If we didn't have Moore, which like again, like I don't like Moore, but like he's at least a receiver on that team. I was thinking of Kyler Moore as just like the bailout where like if he's there at 180, whatever, you kind of take him and then say, like, okay, we'll get Wilson or we'll get McBride.
Yeah. True. Maybe we'll do a Kyler double stack if I assume EO's not going to take a fourth quarterback here.
No,
he took Jeff Wilson.
Jeff Wilson.
All right, Kyler
should have taken a fourth quarterback. Yeah, I think Kyler's
right. Fourth quarterback probably more helpful. So I have. What have you been doing with the Miami running backs?
Over the field, I think on all three of them, but fortunately lowest on Wilson.
I am the opposite. So I have so much Jeff Wilson.
Yeah, I thought the latest. That's where I was when I saw that report today. I was just like, oh man, that's really bad. And then I looked at my exposures and was like, oh, okay, well I have like 9% of him, whereas I have like 14 and 18% of the other two. So it's like, okay, well I guess that's a net positive.
Yeah. Jake Tribby in the chat. Jake is, of course, works at Fantasy Points. We got Scott coming up next. Jake says, Neil with Rhonda like me, crypto taking a total bath, but we keep buying. Absolutely. That is me. That is me. All right. Where are we? Okay. We got a little time. Okay. So our team now, we have 2 quarterbacks, 4 running backs, 8 wide receivers, 1 tight end. Looks good.
So
Jake, if you wanted to come on, I just want to say this. Jake, if you wanted to come on while Scott's here, since we know that Scott is going to be coming on drunk. Scott already said, Adam, if you missed it on Twitter, he said, just got off a flight 45 minutes ago and I'm super drunk. So Scott's coming on. Jake, if you want to come razz your boss, you're welcome to join this stream as well. All right, let's take a look at the team. So we have Mahomes and Kyler. Oh, if Michael Wilson comes to us here, we could think about
so I was going to say, I think Michael Wilson and Trey McBride are your two like Arizona targets that are still left. If you wanted to throw in like a Richie James or something, but I don't think that's totally necessary here. We already have Casey. If we go fifth running back, I think Kyron Williams is like who I would want.
All right, let me throw some people in the queue just so we can think about who's available when. Throw Justin Ross in there for Scott Barrett. He's a huge Justin Ross fan. All right. I should probably throw Scott a link. He's probably, if he has not passed out because he was drunk an hour ago, he'll be joining me next. All right. Let's see. I'm going to throw. So Scarecrow says, now you got to take Michael Wilson for the stack. Yeah, I don't hate the idea of double stack. I like Michael Wilson. Glenn Smith says, I'm hammered and will argue defenses if you want. Sure.
I kind of prefer, for the second Cardinal, I kind of prefer McBride since like we need to spend a pick on a backup on a tight end anyway.
True. Yeah, we could do that. You think we can wait on McBride?
Probably. Yeah.
We should probably take a fifth running back, I would think. Like J.K. Yeah, our first running back is J.K. Dobbins.
So, like, is our plan here one running back, one tight end, one receiver?
Or two, either that or two running backs, one tight end, I think would be what I would go with.
I think those are the two options.
I don't think
if we're gonna go one of each, then I think you do probably take Michael Wilson with this pick because McBride and Williams probably last longer. If we're going two running backs, then I think you go like Hubbard and then one of hopefully Kyron, but like one of these other guys.
Yeah, I think we maybe do that. What do you think? 6 running backs here since we
took Sanders actually, so I don't love Hubbard.
True. I mean, Rico Dowdle, I think, is the RB2 in Dallas.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're gonna go two running backs, I don't know, maybe like Zach Moss. You know what? How bad's have you seen how bad the Miller injury is? I haven't actually. Kyron Williams just went.
Of course he goes there. Yeah. This guy is definitely watching the stream.
Yeah.
We could go Zach Moss. We could go Evan Hall. We could go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of them are. Actually, Ty Chandler's probably the guy that I would take.
Yeah. So we just had. They did just add Myles Gaskin.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about that.
So Derek on the show, the last show, was saying that he really actually thinks that Myles Gaskin is somebody who's going to be interesting in draft. So he's probably somebody that I'm going to throw into my RBs, my late RBs mix there. But I'll mix in some of each.
I kind of had conflicting thoughts on that because, like, on the one hand, we know Gaskin can be decent, and he did just go to a team where the backup spot is essentially wide open. The other side to that, though, is that Minnesota cut McBride. It's not like they knew they were going to be able to get Gaskin. You would think, or comfortable with Chandler being that guy. So I don't know. I kind of can see. I can make the argument in either direction, I think.
Yeah, I agreed. I think that it could go either way. I do think that like Derek was making the point, which I think was a really good point, that Myles Gaskin is going completely undrafted. Like, he's going to be drafted in like 1% of drafts. So that is a point in his favor over Chandler, because I think Ty Chandler is probably going to be at least like 50% drafted in overall.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point.
All right. So we
I think it makes me like it more on like sites where you get 20 rounds.
True. That's a good point too. All right. Scotty in chat saying that he's drunk. Assuming, I think this is actually Scott here. Let's fucking go. Neil, party time. Where's the link? I love all the intentional typos. All right. Is it our turn?
Yeah,
it is our turn. So we just go Trey McBride here, right? And then worry about figuring out a 6th running back.
Yeah.
You good with that?
As long as we're sure we don't want to go if we're going a second running back, I think you go McBride here. If we're going Wilson, I think you go Wilson here and hope McBride comes back. But that Largo guy's picking twice too, so we should probably go McBride.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, this guy's totally just sitting here watching the stream trying to screw us up. But he is just a god awful team. So like, I don't care. All right. So now, I mean, part of the reason that I also didn't care this because I feel like Michael Wilson and Justin Ross, I feel are similar to me. Like I like both of them. All right, Scott is here ready to go as soon as we're done with this draft. I'm excited to see drunk Scott. Oh, he's still drinking, guys. So for those of you who are wondering, like, will Scott have sobered up by the time he's on the stream? No, I'm seeing he's still drinking a beer. So that is good to hear. Good to see. Scott, I will bring you in here momentarily. Scott, he's doing fist pumps. He is ready to go. He's raring to go. We're gonna finish out this stream first. As I told Derek, I don't want to have multiple people on the same stream because I don't want Scott coming back here when we win $3 million and saying, "Hey, I helped you draft that team."
Right.
Obviously, the concern here.
Especially if he's getting on right as we draft Justin Ross.
I know, and he's absolutely going to take credit for Justin Ross if we do that. All right. But are we thinking? I guess if Michael Wilson or I don't know if we're taking Dortch. I like James too, but let's say if one of these two falls to us, maybe we take them. Otherwise, we go running back. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I think that's probably the right approach.
Yeah.
And between those two, like I would probably go Ross. Like I have a hell of a lot more Wilson, but like obviously the KC guy is a lot more interesting.
Yeah. We should be like texting each other right now saying our real thoughts so that Largutand just takes the wrong guy, but and Scott and I, when Scott is on, I think we'll start teasing some stuff we're going to be doing together during the season, probably. So guys, stick around for the conversation with Scott. Also, it's going to be a good draft, going to be a good show. Everything's being pushed back a little. These drafts, I think of them as being like 45 minutes. I think every draft I've done has taken longer than that, though. So maybe I'm just wrong about how long they take.
I think 45 minutes is about right.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, I feel like we were behind right away.
I actually thought this one it felt like it went fast.
True. You got on pretty late, I think. Like we started fairly late. So
yeah, I mean it was like 10:20, 10:25 probably.
Yeah. So I guess we're on schedule. And then we'll have Adam. I'll have you after we make our last pick. I'll have you grade our draft, and then we'll get some feedback from Scott as well on this draft. And then Scott and I will jump in. Scott also has a lot of strong takes, so we'll get there.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for me to grade it because the last 50 drafts I've done were DraftKings, so it just looks like shit.
True. Yeah, it is a completely different game. Joe thinks that Paris Campbell is being slept on. That's just I feel like I drafted so much Paris Campbell for a while, and then it's gotten tougher because he's because I guess I've been drafting more of the other Giants now, so it's just so hard to read that.
Wan'Dale Robinson's back, which he's one of my favorite late round picks now.
Yeah, to me it's such a mess.
Slayton's been my Giants guy. Like I get the appeal of Campbell. Like he certainly could be solid. Slayton's been my guy just because he plays outside, and like they have so many interchangeable slot pieces, whereas they don't really have that many outside guys. So Slayton's been my guy there. But now that you can get Robinson as like the last pick, I have been doing that a lot.
Yeah.
I think Scott just said the same thing about Slayton too.
Oh yeah, he's in chat talking about it. Yeah. All right. We are almost there. Up next pick. Oh man. Here you go. This is for you, Scott. We're not giving you credit for it, but it's for you anyway. We got your guy Justin Ross at the 212 spot. All right. So Adam, let's take a look at this team. I'm going to bring Scott in now. Scott is celebrating. I'm adding Scott to the stream so you guys can see Scott. Scott, how are you doing today?
I deserve 33% of your.
I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were going to come in and say that you get 33%.
Because I mean, you got Justin Ross is going to finish 7th in total fantasy points, and you got him in the last round, so he was the true difference maker for this team. So I definitely deserve a cut.
I mean, the truth is, I had never heard of Justin Ross before I went on a fantasy points stream, and Scott was all about it. They were giving Scott shit for how much he loves Justin Ross, and I mean, in a way, like you did put me on to Justin Ross. Like you do get credit for putting me on Justin Ross. We'll talk about what that's worth.
What's up, Adam? How's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Are you Hagerstown?
No, Baltimore.
Oh, okay. I just know you're you live near my boy Johnny Proctor.
Oh yeah. He's Hagerstown, I think, right?
Yeah. Another DFS legend.
Are you a Maryland guy, Scott?
No. I just have a bunch of friends there. You guys, Baltimore had the best tacos in the world, Pop Tacos. went out of business after COVID, but world's best tacos.
Yeah. I just moved here like before COVID. So.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Nice. Well, all right. So if you guys aren't already following Scott on Twitter, and we'll Adam and I will grade our draft, and then Adam will get out of here, and we'll do a draft with Scott as well. But Scott is at Scott Barrett _DFB. Am I remembering that correctly?
No underscore.
Oh, it's at Scott Barrett DFB on Twitter. But before we get into the draft with Scott, and I really give the introduction to anybody who doesn't know him, first we got to just grade this draft. So Adam, I'll start. We'll start with our quarterbacks. We have Mahomes and Kyler. Running backs, we have J.K. Dobbins, Miles Sanders, Samaje Perine, Jerick McKinnon, Ty Chandler. Wide receivers, we have T. Higgins, DJ Moore, Terry McLaurin, Quentin Johnston, Rashad Bateman, Nico Collins, Rashee Rice, Rondell Moore, Justin Ross. And then finally, a tight end, we've got Travis Kelce, Trey McBride. How would you grade this one, Adam?
So I kind of hate the team. Like, I hate the players on the team, but like I think it's, again, like it's hard to draft on Underdog. I think it's a solid team. Like we got the stacks we wanted. We do have the week 17 correlation for people that care about that. Like you have a Mahomes Kelce stack. It's not like it can be that bad there. But like we got value on DJ Moore, but I still hate having DJ Moore.
Yeah.
I hate having T Higgins as like your number one receiver, but it's because we have Mahomes and Kelce, so it's not that bad. It's a solid team. It definitely isn't one of those teams where like you got one or two guys falling around and it just makes your team look really, really strong. I think it's a good enough team, but it's nothing I'm excited about.
I think I'm with you. Like I don't love the like just looking at the individual players. I'm like, yeah, this is not a team that I come out of it thinking like we absolutely smashed this draft. I think it's okay though. Like it could play. As you said, we've got the right correlations there. We have good bit of that Kansas City offense, which obviously you always like having a lot of the Kansas City offense. So could work out. Just looking at it.
It felt like the bulk of our picks. It was like, yeah, whatever. I guess this guy works here. Like there was no like, there was very little like, oh, I hope this guy falls, and then he fell.
Yep, exactly. And there was some of like, oh, well, we're easily going to be able to get Sam Howell. Like he's like, we're going to start building that out, and then of course he goes at pick 129 or whatever. So just didn't
like this is one of those teams
out.
where like you draft it and you're like, yeah, whatever, it's a solid enough team. And then if you're just like clicking back through your drafts in like 2 weeks, you're gonna look at this team and be like, this team sucks. Like what?
Right? How the hell did that happen?
Right.
Yeah. All right. And Scott, do you have any thoughts on our team? Mahomes, Murray, J.K. Dobbins, Miles Sanders.
You're muted.
Well, the only pick I saw was the perfect pick to make. So
yeah,
you got that one right.
So you're satisfied with our draft because we got Justin Ross with the last pick.
Yeah.
Justin Ross, who by the way made the cut. He made the cut so far. He's still on the roster in Kansas City. So Scott feeling good about that one. Scott, how long have you been drinking now? I know you were on a flight. You said on Twitter that you had been. You were kind of drunk, and this is what, an hour and a half ago. So I thought, I don't know if Scott is going to pass out, like he's not going to make it to the stream. Is he going to continue drinking? What was the plan here? Did you just keep going? Has the party continued since he got off the flight?
I gave my grandfather's eulogy 2 days ago. 97 years old. I flew back. Wow. Mom paid for first class. Flew back first class. So it was like free drinks, as many drinks as I wanted, hammered, and then I took a quick pause, but now I just finished a beer and now I'm on my second beer. So
nice. I might leave for a second to grab. I still got a good amount of beer here. I was gonna finish my beer while I was on with Adam and then go grab a bourbon for my draft with Scott.
Oh, you got to do that. Yeah, we'll turn this into a drinking game.
All right, I'm gonna grab a bourbon between this. But Adam, do you have any? Where can people find you? I guess right now you're not putting out any content. Do you have any final words before you leave us?
I mean, my Twitter's below my face. I don't know that there's any real need to follow that right now, but yeah, I'll be back in October for NBA season doing content at Stochastic as usual.
All right. Yeah. So follow Adam on Twitter at ShipMyMoneyDFS. He's going to be back to do NBA content. Hopefully we're going to force him to do some NFL content as well in October. He says he's not doing it though. So I guess maybe that's not actually happening. But Adam will be back in time for NBA. So make sure you're following him on Twitter, and yeah, you'll get the goods come October. All right. Thanks, Adam.
Thanks for having me. See you guys
later. All right, Scott, I am going to, as I said, I'm going to leave you just to go grab a bourbon on the rocks really quickly. Should I start the? No, I'm gonna wait to start the draft until I get back. I'm gonna be just super quick. Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Want me to do that?
Give me some nice little intimate time with your followers.
Yeah. Don't say anything too bold here, Scott.
Oh
Just,
no, it's gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna go off the
all right.
rails. Do you have a producer? No. So I'm free
producer.
to just all right.
You say whatever the fuck you want to say, Scott.
Drunk
Scott is just gonna be here to he's just gonna shit on Stochastic. He's gonna be like, get off this channel. No. I'm trusting you here, Scott.
Not.
I'm gonna leave you here with our viewers momentarily. I'm
gonna tell them a secret. Guys. How about that?
Tell a secret. Oh, I'd love that. And I'll never know. And you guys can keep it from me. I'll never find out. I'll have no way of finding out what Scott said.
You got to catch up with me. I'm like, 12 beers today.
I'm doing. I'm gonna go grab my bourbon. I'll be right back. All right.
All right. Hey guys, it's just look at it. It's just you and me. Very nice, sweet, intimate. No one here to judge me or to tell me what I can and cannot say. So I said I have a secret for you guys. I got a secret, very special, super secret. Saturdays during the NFL season, I'm going to be doing a weekly show with none other than Neil Orfield. Together, we're going to be doing I think 4 p.m. Eastern every Saturday. We're going to be doing a GPP show. We're going to be talking leverage plays, contrarian plays, GPP game theory. I think this show is going to be absolutely off the chains. I'm a really good DFS analyst. A lot of DFS pros read me religiously. I'll help them out when they go to live finals. My track record in DFS, not amazing. I don't know, 2-3 years ago, I won 10K. And then I won 10K the next week. And that was a great year for me. But since then, I've been just basically breaking even. But like I cash at an inordinately high rate. I think my analysis is really good, but I definitely struggle when it comes to game theory. So I think the team effort of me and Neil is really going to push us both over the edge. I think this is going to be a must watch, must listen show every single Saturday. Me and Neil, very excited for it. It's going to be broadcast from Fantasy Points YouTube. I don't know if there's going to be a paywall. Ideally, there's no paywall, and you can just watch it on our YouTube. But it's also going to be simulcast. It's going to be broadcast from also Stochastic's YouTube, and so you could watch that too. Ideally, no paywall. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We haven't figured that out, but yeah, if you're a Fantasy Point subscriber, my site. If you're a Stochastic subscriber, Neil's site, you're going to be able to watch this for sure. Really excited about this. Again, I think Neil is an absolute legend. He has the best DFS podcast in the game, Theory of DFS. I listen to it religiously. I've learned so much. I just sit down, take notes. He interviews, some high stakes legend who has won millions of dollars, and I just sit back and take notes. But again, it is my weakness is game theory. I feel like I am the best game theory analyst when it comes to best ball, when it comes to start sit, when it comes to dynasty. But for whatever reason, I've struggled when it comes to DFS. It's hard for me to wrap my head around, I guess being bold or knowing, who the pivots are off the chalk or when to fade the chalk. And so I really think Neil is the guy to help me out with that. But this is a secret just between you and me. Don't tell Neil. Just
oh God. All right. I bet that was bad. I didn't even pour my bourbon. I made it back as quickly as I possibly could. And the nice thing about this bourbon break, Scott, is so my producer, or one of our producers, Jordan Klein, had said yesterday that the over-under on Neil bathroom breaks is 7.5 for this 5-hour stream. Scott, you'll learn this about me because we're going to be doing more and more content together. But as I told people earlier in the stream, I typically don't eat or drink anything for an hour before. If I'm going to be on a stream for an hour or longer, I don't eat or drink anything for an hour before, and I go to the bathroom at the last possible second because I don't want to have to go to the bathroom during the stream. And that's something that a lot of people know about me at this point, is that I'm really finicky about my life. I just don't want to have to go. But I obviously on this kind of stream, it's unavoidable. But you guys don't know whether I just took a piss break. You have no idea. Maybe I was just getting a bourbon. So I'm still officially at just one piss break.
All right. I just need to remind you and remind the listeners, I'm definitely drunk right now. So I just went on like a super long rant about how aliens are real, and then I talked about vaccines, and then no, just kidding. I told them the special secret surprise that we're doing a Saturday show. I also butchered the name of your podcast. Your podcast is High Stakes.
It is
best podcast in the game, in my opinion. Learned so much, sit back and take notes, but I got the name wrong. So that's all I did. I just hyped up our Saturday show.
Did you call it Theory of DFS?
I did. Yeah. That's Jordan Cooper's show.
It is.
Again, your show, the GOAT.
I got the name wrong. I knew that you would have called it that because you called it that in our DMs when you mentioned it. You called it Theory of DFS, and I didn't correct you. So it is Jordan.
Well, that's on you then. You should have corrected me.
I should have corrected you then. I didn't realize I was going to be leaving you here by yourself for so long. That wasn't part of the plan. But I was for like 40 episodes. I was the guest host, the guest analyst. Not analyst. What's the word? I guess guest host with Jordan. Like I was.
So all right. So then it's not a total brain fart. That's
no, yeah. For a while, I was the guest. He has now gone the way of, no, we're just going to have rotating guests, which I had actually told him several times that is the way you should go with Theory of DFS. I thought it was really interesting hearing new voices, but yeah, for a while I was just his regular guest. So no, not that big of a brain fart. Let me catch up on chat here. So Earn Marks also is lit. A lot of emojis. So he's ready for this stream. Oh, sorry. Scarecrow said grade my team pick 11. I left that draft already. Sorry about that, Scarecrow. It was off to a good start though. I liked the start of your team through like 12 picks. Paris Hilton is being slept on. Was that what was said before? Did I misread what he was when I said I did my whole talking about Paris Campbell thing? Did he actually say Paris Hilton?
I have no idea.
I have no idea either. Earnmark says, sorry for your loss. Yeah, sorry, Scott, to hear that your
thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's very sweet. He was 97 years old. He lived a great life. He was a World War II veteran. Great guy. Best grandfather in the world. That's awesome. My grandfather passed away a couple years ago at this point. And it's, at that point, when they're that old, it's kind of like, I think he was ready. He was ready to go, at least my grandfather. So, Glenn says, I'm a casual viewer, but is Adam in a hospital? Probably. He probably was in a hospital. Scarecrow says Josh's NFL shows will be miserable without. Yeah, we've got Josh, I think, doing solo shows. Maybe I don't know how that's going to work out. But yeah, no Adam on the NFL streams. Jake Tribby here from Fantasy Points. Anything he was just wanting you to say wild stuff. Nez says, hey, Scott, Nez is going to be coming on after this stream. At least I hope he is. He was going to be when it was going to be starting half an hour from now. This has all gone later than I had hoped it would. But Nez will be joining us at some point. Rough Buff thinks we should be taking shots. That's also because he's been drafting against us. He's like, yeah, take all the shots you want. We're going to keep drafting. The Viking Nomad wants to know what kind of underwear you're wearing, Scott. I'm gonna ask you to answer that one. Just cheap, like $3 Walmart boxers. I had a check. I just looked. Yeah. $3.
That's Walmart all of mine too.
Yeah.
Walmart. I think most of mine are probably Target. I don't know. Vic says, let's go. The Viking Nomad asks, have you ever seen a grown man naked? I haven't. I've never seen a grown man naked. I shield myself when the mirror is in front of me. I just shield my eyes. I don't want to see all that.
I went to the YMCA, like where I worked out, and I was in the changing room, and I saw this like really old man who had like the saggiest balls I've ever seen in my, like it went down to his knees. I was just so wildly impressed.
Scott, that is literally any locker room you go to. There is an old man with gigantic balls down to his knees.
That's true.
That's just what, No, yes, I have seen, even beyond my own naked body, I have seen naked men. Dwight Stroud, thoughts on
you need to clip that for social.
Yes, I realized right as I said it. Right as I said it, I thought that's gonna get clipped. Dwight says, thoughts on Henry for Pollard. I don't really care. Do you have a strong take there, Henry versus Pollard?
I think they're neck and neck in my rankings. Actually, let me just pull that up.
They are.
They're Pollard, literally neck and neck in my rankings. I have Henry slightly ahead. If it's half PPR, definitely Henry. Standard, definitely Henry.
Nez, I think responding to your telling about our show, which yes, I'm super excited to be doing this show with Scott. It's going to be on Saturdays. Do we settle on 4 Eastern?
That's what I told them. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that is a good time for us.
Are we going to paywall that? That was my only question. I don't know.
We don't paywall anything at Stochastic, so it'd be up to you.
Awesome.
So,
All right,
yeah,
no
since
paywall
we're
it
not
is.
going to, then I guess you probably shouldn't either.
Exactly.
Because what would be the point?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we won't be paywalled. But yeah, that's I'm very excited about that. One of the nice things about me and Scott working together is Scott tells me I'm not a morning person, so I'd rather not do it in the morning. I'm like, hell yeah, I am like so far from a morning person. So we actually schedule wise we work really well together. So yeah, doing an afternoon show. I'm excited about it. Rough Buff says good stuff. Vic
A
says
long
he
time
can't
ago,
wait.
I got an offer from DraftKings to work there full time, and like they took me out to their office, and it was like indoor basketball courts, indoor track, indoor barber, indoor bars, indoor masseuses. You get like 2 hours of free massage, and like they were like willing to break the bank for me, and I turned it down just because I didn't want to wake up at 9 a.m. Which, I mean, now they're like this multi-billion-dollar company where maybe I should have taken that, but yeah, to me it was like
All right, can you clarify for me? Would work have started at 9 a.m. or was it like I'll have to wake up at 9 a.m. to get to work by 10?
I think it was a 9 a.m. start, and so I would have woken up at like 9:55 and just gotten the closest.
Honestly, that is the kind of decision that I make all the time. Like flights, I'm like, I'm gonna pay an extra $150 to get those 2 extra hours of sleep. Like, it's like
absolutely.
No brain. I don't want to wake up early for a flight. So
and I sleep like 10 hours, 11 hours. Like I'm a big sleeper.
I would if I could. Like I'm not a great sleeper.
Do you have kids, Neil?
I don't have kids.
Okay.
So I have the time to do so. I don't really have the ability to sleep more than 9 hours usually at most, unless I'm really sleep deprived. Thank you, Jake, for correcting you about my podcast. And then Richie, another Stochastic guy, playing into you just talked a bunch of shit about me while I was gone. Vic is foaming at the mouth for the show.
Hell yeah.
Rough Buff that says I should put a bucket on the floor instead of taking bathroom breaks. All right. Richie says Neil saw EMAC in the locker room. That's funny.
Joe LeCapes had a good comment on my
that's a pro teabagger
YMCA story.
Yeah, that is good. All right. Glenn says this took a turn. Yes, this did take a turn, but we are going to do a draft. Are you ready to jump into a draft, Scott?
Oh hell yeah!
I'm glad that Nez is in chat. Like he's watching the stream, so he's not going to be surprised that we're starting. That I'm going to ask him to start with me pretty late. All right, if anybody wants in, it's only two in this draft so far. I'm excited to get into it. I'm excited to hear your takes, Scott, on a lot of developments. Like where are we ranking Cooper Kupp? What are we doing with the Miami running backs? What are you doing with Marvin Mims, Cortland Sutton? Like, we'll be plenty to talk about since the last.
So I have a few things. First, okay. I've been arguing on my show like that Travis Kelce 101 makes all the sense in the world.
I know you have.
I've finally started doing my own drafts. I was only ever doing drafts with Chris, but I finally 2 days ago started doing my own solo drafts, and I take that back just because Darren Waller is like the most mispriced tight end. And then Chig Okonkwo, who I love, and Gerald Everett are also so extremely mispriced where it's just like, that's all I want to do at the tight end position, except if you can get a Kelce Mahomes start. I do think that's fucking awesome. Yeah. But because of the other mispriced players, I think that's suboptimal. I have a question for you. This is either going to be a great show or this show is going to suck. And it's all dependent on this question I have for you. Did you finally revert back to ADP or are we drafting off your rankings?
We are drafting off of my rankings.
All right. So I'm not going to be of any service to you. This show is going to stink. You could log out. It's because that's the worst thing to do, I think. I mean, it's just like, so let's say I have Kadarius Toney as like the most mispriced player in drafts.
Yeah.
I would take him round 6. He's currently going round 12, right?
Yep.
So if I'm drafting off my rankings, then I just take him 6 rounds early. Where if I was drafting off at ADP, I would just take him a round and a half early.
Sure.
And that's just one player, but there's like 15 players like that. And I'm also, I'm like very familiar with Underdog ADP. I have no familiarity with your rankings. So yeah. I'm going to kind of suck on this show,
okay.
But we're going to have some fun.
Let me tell you though, Scott, I updated my rankings and I adjusted in large part for ADP. So like my rankings are not entirely in line with ADP, but in a lot of ways you're going to be seeing like the right groupings of players around ADP. So like I do factor in ADP to a certain extent, especially if we click within certain positions, like you'll be able to see basically all of the players that are around ADP at that turn. I don't even know how to revert to ADP. Like it's not really possible easily on Underdog as far as I know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
David
So where
says
did you move Cooper Kupp to?
I moved Cooper Kupp. So this is one that, yeah, he's going to be different from ADP. I moved him past Amon-Ra St. Brown. So like right early second round.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I would move him right behind Diggs, but I know I'm in the minority on
really?
that. It's just like, I mean, he's 30 years old. You know, this is like the track record on wide receivers with this sort of injury when you're 30 plus years old is not good. But it's just like he's outscored any other player in fantasy by like 5 fantasy points per game over the last 2 seasons. And so if he misses the first 4 weeks, that's fine when the postseason matters like exponentially more.
Yeah.
You want to just click on running backs?
Yeah.
Click on wide receivers for me.
Yep. Let's see. All right. So
all right, can you just click on Chubb? Oh no, Chubb just went. You can click on Barkley, but we'll probably take a wide receiver here or Kelsey.
Kelsey already went.
All right, click on Diggs.
What do you want to see what it says about him?
No, just like add him to the queue.
Okay. You like Diggs here.
Yeah, add Kupp to the queue, add St. Brown to the queue, add AJ Brown to the queue, add Garrett Wilson to the queue, add Devontae Adams to the queue. Oh, okay.
Right.
So we're up.
And then you wanted Pollard in there. Bijan is here too, if I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really a Bijan guy.
All right, who do you want from this group? Do you want Kupp? Like you said you move him after Diggs. We could take Kupp.
I mean, where is he falling? I haven't done any drafts today.
He probably won't make it back to us. I don't think he'll make it back to us based on the few drafts we've done.
Yeah, so I'm cool taking him then.
All right, cool. I'm fine with that. I mean, I will say though, I've gotten him at the 1.9 like even before the injury, so we're not getting like a huge discount yet.
So the problem like with a lot of my teams is like I really do just look at I want the most potent team for the fantasy playoffs. Like I don't care about week 1, week 2, week 3. So I do have a lot of teams with Jameson Williams. So you're just going to have to be the one to kind of, well, remember we're going to be weak early on in the season. So it makes sense to grab like a Darius Slayton late for guaranteed production rather than like a Justin Ross who, you know, is going to start the season off as a package player, but then ideally, you know, could be a league winner down the stretch.
Yeah, good call. We'll need to have the right balance here. Vic David says Scott is about to make some wild picks. This is interesting. I mean, Scott does when he's sober. Like this is going to get off the yeah. I don't even know what I was trying to say there. This is going to get off the
rails.
Off the rails. That is what I was trying to say. I couldn't think of what the fucking term was there. And then Paul,
you're drunk, Neil.
I'm the drunk one here.
What bourbon did you get?
I actually brought it up here. I got so I really like this one. It's called Jefferson's. If you're not familiar.
Okay, all right.
It's got Thomas Jefferson on the bottle.
Nice.
Yeah,
it's big Thomas Jefferson fan person.
Oh, huge Thomas Jefferson. That's really why I buy it for the Thomas Jefferson.
I'm an Elijah Craig drinker.
I think I've had Elijah Craig. I don't say I don't drink a lot of it.
Best bang for your buck bourbon, according to like all my bourbon snob friends.
Is this one going to get thrown out? I mean, not so far. Like taking Hurts and Fields is fine, but like this is an indicator that like this guy might end up throwing the draft.
Yeah, that stinks.
If not, if he doesn't throw it, then we might be able to get a great draft in.
All right, can we go back to the queue because now
sorry.
we need to know who to draft here. Okay, nice. Yeah. AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson. All right, AJ Brown.
All right. Yeah, fell way past ADP.
And that makes me feel a little bit better about, you know, Kupp's early start. We can, or at least we can say that.
I like it that like this is a rare pairing because Kupp is like was ADP around 4 or 5, Brown ADP around 10. So like you're not really going to get both of them all that often. So I like it.
Can we go back to the draft board real quick?
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. I was going to say something and it was very clever. This is what happens when I'm drunk is like I like have something and then I just immediately lose it.
It happens to everybody. It's not just you.
Too much, but I do. Okay. That's what I do a lot.
I'm pretty good at like drinking and people not knowing that I'm drunk. That is one of my skills.
Yeah, same. That's one of my superpowers.
Yeah.
But then like that bites me where it's like, dude, you were such a jerk last night. I was like, what was really a drunk? And you're like, well, I couldn't tell.
Jake says very sharp bourbon take from Scott. He's off to a great start tonight.
What is he now?
Kissing his ass.
He's been legally allowed to drink for like 6 months. So.
Right. Yeah. Good point. Paul says, also, I will be fading Raiders because Jimmy G is paper mache.
I mean, it's not just that. It's not just that. It's also Josh McDaniels is like the biggest donkey head coach in football. And Jimmy G cannot throw deep for the life of him. And that's Devontae Adams' bread and butter. It's scary.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I think Josh Jacobs is like one of the best values in drafts nonetheless, because he's still priced as though like he's holding out. Like if the holdout never happened, he'd be going what, 109?
Yeah, it's insane that he's still going. So I got to say, I just remembered, Scott, I did not tweet out that you were joining me now, and I didn't do it for Debo. I am not used to this like constant continuous stream where I'm like, oh yeah, got to tweet out the new guy. So I'm about to do that. I have been slamming drafts on Underdog. I really I thought the time was prime to get J Jets number 1, and then take Josh Jacobs at the 2-3 turn. Like we had an opportunity for a little while there. I think that opportunity is closing, and I did not get a good pick in any of my drafts. Like I was just been jamming Underdog drafts, and I've been getting the 10th pick, the 9th pick, just like consistently shitty picks.
I've been the 101 in like 70% of my drafts. It's crazy.
I think you said that the last time we
yeah, and I'm like 90% of my drafts are
and
top
it's infuriating, 4. Just so you know that. All right.
Well, there's no edge with the 101 this year. Like typically whoever has the 101 has like a 30% better chance of winning, their 12-team league. But this year, to me, it's like Justin Jefferson's solid, but I don't like him that much more than Chase or Tyreek or the running backs even. Kind of. But anyway, so can you go back to the draft board real quick? Oh, no.
Well, it's our pick now. Do we want to see who?
My goodness. Yeah, can you click on wide running backs?
So Gibbs.
Oh, God. Joe Mixon.
You want to just go to a running back right away? You don't want.
You just click on wide receivers. Let's see if there's any. If Keenan Allen's there, is Keenan Allen there?
Looks like he's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Christian Watson, I guess, on the turn.
All right, so we want to go start with Mixon.
Yeah,
and then we'll see if Watson makes it back to us. Yeah, Amari Cooper is a guy that I've been like buying a little bit more because I like the Deshaun Watson goes at a reasonable place, so I'd take some of him. I often will take Lamar.
I think we're going to be punting quarterback. I'm sorry. For some reason, this is just like what I keep doing with my teams, and I feel fine with it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if Lamar Jackson comes back to us at 40, okay, he goes. So I was going to say, I don't know how far ahead you want to think about this stuff, but I was thinking, well, we have Kupp. We could try to get Waller with one of our upcoming picks and then do that comeback.
Is that a reach? I love Waller.
It is. So it's a little bit of a reach. He's been, Waller's ADP of 56. So we might be able to get him with the following.
Yeah. I'm not going to take him over Watson in a,
one for one.
I think.
There's also the thing with Waller where it's like I was getting him in the 80s consistently. Like I jammed.
So that's a big thing. We'll talk about it in a second. I'll make a note. Otherwise I'll forget it, but we'll talk about it in a second.
Love that.
Can you click on running backs again? You could queue up Stevenson. I think he's in the conversation. You are way too high on Etienne, way too high on Walker, way too high on Madison, way too high on JK. Can you scroll down?
Man, this guy.
So this is why I wish it was ADP. I think James Conner and Rachaad White are. I'll actually pull up ADP in a separate tab to give us a sense of when to take those guys, but those are definitely targets. Can you click on wide receiver then? Oh, and Stevenson off the queue. Click on Watson. Click on Hopkins.
You're not a Mike Williams guy?
Oh, fuck Mike Williams. Yeah, he's dead.
All right.
So, Keenan Allen's supposed to be the CeeDee Lamb role in this new offense. Mike Williams, the previous offensive coordinator, Joe Lombardi, was weirdly obsessed with him. He was like, this is my Michael Thomas. I just don't think Williams is that good.
Watson goes.
Fuck me. Right. Every single draft I'm sniped on Christian Watson. I don't know what it is. Hopefully I don't know.
So Hopkins over any of these running backs sounds like?
For sure. I hate those guys. Can you click on wide receiver again?
Yep.
You're pretty high on Deontay. I like Deontay, but usually he goes later. Let's just take Hopkins and just get the guaranteed points, I guess, high target floor. Can you click on the draft board?
Yep.
All right. So do you see the guy all the way to the right who took Hurts and then Fields and then Amari Cooper?
Yep.
He made one good pick. He took Stevenson, but this is why you draft in August. Like if I had a certain amount of budget to allocate, I would put like 60% of it into August. Why? Because that's when the fish come out to play. So your
True.
ROI is going to be highest in August. Even if you're like me and you're really smart and you're like, Darren Waller, when his ADP is an 80, hammer that every single time. Joe Mixon, when he's going round 6, hammer that every single time. Still, like, August is going to be your highest ROI month, just because that's when all the donkeys come out and make stupid picks. So it's like, instead of competing against 11 sharps, you're competing against basically like 8 people, because this guy's a moron. Maybe one of these other guys is a moron. I really like Glassy's start. That's a peak vintage Scott Barrett start is what Glassy did. So shout out to Glassy. But yeah, you brought up, well, I was taking so much Darren Waller when he was going this late. Darren Waller just went in round 4.
Yep.
That's sort of like an argument, like game theory, to fade Waller, to fade Mixon, who we took early, is because like people got them at such greater value. I mean, I still think those guys are mispriced, so like I'm fine taking them, but like I get the argument.
Yeah. So it is honestly not something I really factor in. Like I think that it is a fine game theory argument that like, okay, you're drafting this guy way earlier than you could have gotten him earlier. You're going to be competing against all those guys, but like the entire draft situation has changed. Like we have so much more information now that like you're going to be getting different pairings than those guys. Yes, they have the advantage on that one player, but you have so many more advantages in what you know now versus what they knew drafted in May. So like, yeah, it's possible that somebody drafted the nuts. I also think like we've had this conversation. If you were throwing a draft, like you were in a group, you and 12 of your friends do a draft and like totally throw it for one person, like you collude entirely, that person is still going to have really, really long odds to win this thing. They'd have okay odds of winning the regular season prize, but like you're still competing against 600,000 some people. Like, I don't know. It's kind of a different argument, I guess, that I'm making now, but yeah, it's not a huge concern for me. Just draft the best players in the best spots.
So James Conner and Rachaad White are both going round 7. Those stand out to me as like probably the 2 best running back values right now. We can also get Raheem Mostert pretty late. That's another target. James Cook, where's James Cook? James Cook goes before those other guys. So yeah, round 6, round 7, I'd like to get. Maybe that's like a slight reach, but I just think they're like so mispriced.
All right, so we're not taking them yet in round 5, but maybe round 6 start thinking about.
And then tight end, we have to draft Chego Okonkwo, Gerald Everett. Those are in the 150 range, which means round 12, round 13.
So I gotta say, I was very much out on Chego Okonkwo at like 120 when he was going there. I was like, I understand like all of the metrics. Like I saw some metrics, and maybe we looked at the fantasy points data suite. By some metrics, he compares. Okay, it's our pick, so we should make our pick. We're going running back next round. It sounds like. Do you want to go Terry McLaurin here? Do you want to go? What do you think?
I could take Dameon Pierce. I'm kind of cool with Dameon Pierce.
Dameon Pierce. All right,
just so guaranteed production. But let's see wide receiver, please.
Yep.
I like Marquise. I like Gabe Davis. If you want to take Gabe Davis, I don't know if that's early on him. Draft.
So I thought Gabe Davis makes sense there because we already have one running back. I'm obviously, as we've talked about before, a bye week bro. So we'd be 2 weeks.
Oh God, don't do that to me.
And also, we're already planning ahead to take a running back in the next round. So like, you got to get
ideally two.
Yeah. So you like Dameon Pierce, you like Rachaad White, and you like, who was the other one you said? James Conner.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to queue those guys up for you. Hopefully people watching are not going to snipe us on them. We'll see. I feel like I was about to say something, but I forgot what it was.
You're drunk.
I mean, I've had less than 2 beers, so this was full of two Coors Lights, no less. So
damn,
I shouldn't be drunk, but it is getting late. Also that going on.
Right. I mean, we're not morning people. This is early for us.
That is true. I'm going to be up at least a couple more hours. Paul C says, "Cheers, boys! Drinking some Beam, watching this silliness.
Nice.
Glad you were joining in with the party. Of course, nothing wrong if you're not drinking tonight. Nothing wrong with that either." Usman says, "Damn, y'all still drafting? Yeah, this is a marathon stream. I'm drafting as long as I can go. I'm going to be doing at least one more draft after this.
He's wearing a
with
diaper,
Neds.
folks.
I'm wearing a diaper for you guys. Yeah. Nez is going to be joining us up next. Where did you guys get like Garrett Wilson again?
Early round 2. Yeah, I really like him.
Yeah. All right. We are coming up with our next coming up soon. Somebody just said Akers here is a steal, I think. Where did Akers go? Did he already go?
Search him.
I can just click on running backs. Yeah, here he is. Yeah. This is still early.
He's not bad. Let me check my rankings. So the thing is, this is my start sit rankings, but I have Connor and White above Pierce, but I think
even in this is half PPR.
Right. No, that's a good point. Yeah. So I like Pierce a lot in half PPR, I think, and especially best ball where you don't have to pick like in start sit, you kind of want a guy who's just like guaranteed to give you production. So you aim more for like the ceiling, but you don't have to do that here. Yeah, we'll take Pierce.
All right, yeah. Pierce fell to us, so might as well take him there.
I mean, this is a good range for running back. So if you want to just go back to running back,
true,
real quick.
Yeah, we're
click on. 1 second. Right. Click on Akers. Click on Javonte. Actually, click on Dobbins, then Javonte, or you can just figure that out however you want to figure that out. And then wide receiver. Click on Addison, Hollywood, Evans. That's another good tier.
Yeah.
And then yeah, that's good because remember. So in tight end, like if you analyze underdog tournaments, like the most profitable way to go is to either grab Travis Kelce or, Mark Andrews in his juggernaut season, which ideally is Darren Waller this year, or you just wait super long and then you grab 3 guys in like the double-digit rounds, and ideally 1.5 of them are, mid-range tight end ones, and like that's the way to go. And I think we have that in Chigo Quanquo. You were saying you were down on him when he was in the 120s. I just love it. And so it's like he had one of the most hyper efficient tight end seasons of all time. He did it as a rookie, and it's like, well, he's undersized, and like that's not a guarantee, and like he wasn't a full-time player, and I agree with all that. Like I don't think it's a lock, but it's like there's no one else. Austin Hooper's not there anymore.
Sure.
And so like at his price, I'm just going to gamble on that upside every single time. And then Gerald Everett, I know you're a Dalton Schultz guy. I'm not a Dalton Schultz guy, but I think there's a chance.
I'm not a hardcore Dalton Schultz guy. I'm kind of indifferent to Dalton Schultz.
My whole thing. So like he ranked 4th in fantasy points per game over the last 2 seasons among all tight ends. But like the NFL didn't want him. Like he signed a contract less than CJ Uzoma, less than Will Dissly. He's the 27th highest paid tight end. And so like maybe like Everett is just Kellen Moore's new Dalton Schultz. At a bare minimum, it's like a top 5 offense you want to be invested in. So there's touchdown equity. So I like those 2 guys. Higbee too. I mean, with the Cup news, that makes a lot of sense. We could also do a cheap Ram stack if we wanted to go that route, because I do think we're going to punt on tight end anyway, quarterback anyway.
Appears that way. All right. So what I was saying about Chig is just, so like, I get it. So like looking at the fantasy points data suite, which is a fantastic tool. Love it. But he looks great in that. So I was going to say like, yeah, looking at that, like there are some metrics by which it was like, he was right up there with like Travis Kelce, like the top Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, Chigakonku, or like some efficiency stats. But to me, it's like, okay, but he was drafted late, if at all. And to me, it was just a really small sample size last year. So I'm like, I don't know that I totally buy into that being like something that he can sustain even anything close to what he had last year. But then ultimately it comes down to he's just playing in Tennessee. Like I don't know that the volume is going to be there, that the offense is going to be good enough to really support him. So to be honest, I am in on him. I'm willing to make that bet where he's going now in drafts. I just didn't want to make that bet.
The small sample size definitely makes it more uncertain, the projection, but still like that upside, that theoretical upside is there. We can take any of these guys you want. If you want to take Akers over my 2 guys, that's fine.
So I would do that if he's available, just because I think one of these guys could come back to us if we want them to.
Right. And the ADP values there, like that's an easy cheat code in Underdog is just grab the ADP fallers.
Yeah. So I think we take Akers here.
And it's half point PPR. Like my big knock on Akers is just like, I don't know that he gets the targets.
Yeah.
One thing on Okonkwo though, Rick Spielman, I was listening to his podcast, I think in like July of last season. So it was like after the draft, he was like, I think the steal of the draft was Chig Okonkwo. So it's clear like some NFL people were high on him. But again, to me, it's all, yeah. Okay. Nice.
So that is the
Can we
kind
see
of
our
thing.
team real quick?
Yep. That is the kind of thing that I will factor in, like hearing that kind of thing from an NFL guy who knows clearly better than I do. It's like, to me, it's like, okay, well, he wasn't highly drafted, clearly not a great prospect. And then we have small sample size. But if there are NFL people who are like, I think this is real, or said it before it happened, like I think he could be great, then that is certainly something in his favor. All right, what you want to just look at our team?
Yeah.
So we only have running backs and wide receivers so far.
I like that. I like it.
Nice. All right.
I like it a lot.
So we have Kupp, who we can pair with a late quarterback. We have Hopkins, who we can pair with a late quarterback. Obviously, Brown and Davis, the quarterbacks are gone.
Oh, you need to be my guy to know week 17 matchups, because I think that's not the most important thing in the world, but it's like a factor. But my guy Chris Wecht, who I do my show with, has them all memorized. So,
well, Scott, we've talked about this. I'm sort of on the same page as you here, so that's kind of problematic that neither of us really. I know there are probably 5 week 17 matchups that I know. I obviously know Baltimore and Miami. I know Kansas City, Cincinnati.
That's a big one.
The Rams and the Giants. Those are the ones, like those first 2 are, I know the Vikings and the Packers. All right. So who do you like better between, do you want to go with another running back here?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you could take your pick of these 2 running backs.
I think I prefer, man, I don't feel strongly about this. I'm going to go Rachaad White. He's younger. That's a good reason, right?
Yep. And then maybe we can get Arizona's RB2 later.
Yeah. Keontae
He's
Ingram.
going super, super cheap, I think.
Yeah, I like him as a late round flyer. I've actually been drafting more and more 0 RB teams. Because
so actually, we're done with running back unless it's for like a last round pick. Like Zach Moss, I think is like one of the best values at the position. So but outside of that, we should be done.
Derek Debro said he was going to come back and watch this stream. I haven't seen him in comments, but he would be fuming if he heard you say that about Zach Moss. As you know, he is.
Oh, he's an Evan Hall guy.
He's an Evan Hall guy. Yeah,
Evan Hall probably has more upside. It's just like what I'm being told is that Zach Moss is probably going to be back for week 1, and he's going to get the first crack at being the guy. Yep. And we had Adam Schefter on our podcast who said if Jonathan Taylor doesn't get the contract extension and he's not traded, I don't think he's going to play this year. So then it's not just like Zach Moss 4 weeks. Could be Zach Moss or Evan Hall as the guy the entire season. I mean, if they both had the same volume, Evan Hall would definitely be the favorite. To me, I think it's the assumption of rational coaching. It's not like what they should do. It's what do you think they're going to do? And what I think they're going to do is they're going to trust a veteran with the rookie quarterback and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. All right, I want to throw some comments up here, but then I also want to comment on this team that just took KJ Osborne at 93 and Derek Carr before him.
This is why you draft in August, folks.
Yeah, it also could get thrown out, but all right. So just throw in some out here. So we already did Akers. Mostert in round 10. Yeah, I'm in on Mostert now. I was out on him all year. Now I'm in on Mostert. We'll talk about that. Rel says Lockett is a lock. Lockett has been a lock for several years now, and people are still just catching up. Vic says Calvin Ridley. I don't know what that was a comment on, but I don't know. Maybe he went super early. We'll check. I also love the Moss gamble. I agree. I love gambling on one of those guys. I've been mostly taking Evan Hall. I've been thinking I should mix in more of Zach Moss because there are a lot of rumors that he might just be the guy to start. Jake says Chris is a football superhero. Can we get more love on my boy? Oh, Chris Wecht. He's talking about Chris Wecht, of course. I was like, which Chris is he talking about?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Chris Wecht. Yeah, Chris is has all the info, has access to that fantasy point suite as well. And then of course, guy.
He's the mastermind behind it. To be quite honest.
Oh, is he really? I didn't know that. All right, I knew that he uses it.
Well, he's he's like our number 2 charter, and then he's he does that at an elite level, and then he does all my like data stuff at a level beyond me, and so he's the kind of one who marries everything to puts it in the
nice. Yes, yeah. Chris,
well,
obviously,
click on Watson, click on Richardson, click on Daniel Jones.
Okay, you're thinking maybe it's time to get a quarterback here.
And Daniel Jones is gone.
And then Rinpack. So I just called Rinpack my guy, and apologies to anybody else in chat.
Isn't that a DFS legend?
But Rinpack is DFS legend Rinpack in chat. I actually had the pleasure of meeting Rinpack, spending some time with him at the Tournament of Champions a couple of years back in Arizona. Speaking of Arizona, any love for the Zona Philly stack for week 17? I mean, yeah, I love. Oh, we are on the clock. Anthony Richardson, we just take him.
Sure. Him or Kadarius Toney?
I think I prefer Kadarius Toney. Scares me a little bit.
Let's do it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Can you just queue up Toney for me, just so that makes me
just
happy.
So you know we're not going to miss him.
Yeah.
All right. So speaking of some of these guys here, so and sorry, I rapid fired through all the comments because I let them go for so long. If you had anything you wanted to say about any of those comments, Scott, do you feel strongly about Calvin Ridley, where he should be going?
No, just shout out to Rinpack for being a DFS goat.
Yeah, Rinpack is a DFS goat. Lock is a lock. How are you feeling about Raheem Mostert?
You can queue up Freiermuth too on this tight end needy team.
All right.
Mostert, yeah, I like that. The San Francisco zone scheme run offense is like really difficult, really tricky. You know, they've spent all this draft capital, Kyle Shanahan, and like who does well in that scheme? It's like the guy you don't expect, like the round 6 pick. And so I have a hard time imagining like a Kareem Hunt or Leonard Fournette is going to have success in that scheme. Two guys who actually suck at zone-based run schemes. So I feel like Raheem Mostert has to be the guy until there's an injury. A-Chain's definitely well off the board, right?
Wait, what do you mean? He's not. I don't
Devon A-Chain?
No, he's got an ADP of like 130.
Oh, well, I mean, like I like A-Chain probably just as much as I like Raheem Mostert. I just think A-Chain has more upside. Can you click on wide receiver for me?
Marvin Mims moving up the board. I don't know how you feel about him.
I think Dubs is interesting because we got sniped on Christian Watson, so that would kind of make me feel better, is to like make a bet that Watson just gets double teamed.
Would you rather just go Freiermuth, or do you want to go?
Click on quarterback. We'll probably go Freiermuth. Oh, I like Aaron Rodgers a lot.
Should we take Dubs and then see if Rodgers comes back to us, or start with Rodgers here?
It's either Rodgers or Freiermuth. Remember, I feel good about these late round tight ends.
True. All right, let's do it. Let's do Rodgers, and then we'll see if we can get Okonkwo.
All right. How do you feel about click on tight end?
No, sorry, right here.
Click on Freiermuth went the pick after us, so shout out to that guy. Click on Higbee, not in order. Click on Okonkwo, Higbee, Everett. And we'll probably go tight end.
However, if we can get, I guess you said you want to be done with running back for a while. So yeah, the talk of, I do love where Mostert is going now. So I had been very much out on both A-Chain.
Oh, where did Kadarius go?
He went before our last pick.
Right.
109.
Okay. All right. Cool. Just curious.
So I was talking with, I forget, do you remember what his injury is?
We have to get Justin Ross on the team. We have to reach 2 rounds.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to get Justin Ross on the
team. Beautiful.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to. I want my guests to leave with happy with the team that we drafted.
Right.
Policy says the man, the myth, the legend. Man, the myth, Rinpack is in the house.
Yeah. A lot of misspellings in this chat.
I think you started that, Scott, with your where's my link stuff.
That was intentional.
Obviously, I knew it was intentional.
Whoa, huge run on tight ends. You see this?
None of them are our guys, though, so that's good.
That's good.
Scott, one of the best fantasy writers out there, so I was pretty aware that you were doing that intentionally. That you know the correct forms of words. All right.
Yeah, can we hype up our Saturday show a little? I am personally, so I don't know that I've ever been more excited for a show to do than I am for this one. I think because I was telling your listeners, I'm like, I think I'm a really good DFS analyst. Like DFS pros tell me I'm a really good DFS analyst, but like I don't know that I've ever shipped a tournament above 15K in my life, and I've, come close, but not even really that close. I cash at an inordinately high rate. Like I get the greens at a crazy high, but so I'm hoping that like we meet Saturdays. I'm like, here's my guys I'm on. And now like, but what do I do about this guy who's so high owned and then it all comes together. And then you get the milli first, I get the milli second.
Thank you for letting me have it first.
Another week, I get back-to-back millis.
Oh, you're gonna get two. So you're giving me the first one, but then you get two. Okay.
Yeah. But you'll get then you'll go to a live final, and then you'll ship the live final.
Oh, beautiful.
So you'll make more than me.
Okay. But, I'm in for this plan. I'm okay. Even if you make more than me, as long as I can make a couple millis, I'll take it. Yeah, no, I'm super excited for the show. I think it will be a great one. Like, I think that you have better player takes than I have. Like, I think that you're a player takes guy.
But that's not what matters in DFS. DFS is game theory is what wins the day. And so I'm just excited to like pick your brain, sit back and learn from you.
But it's all like, I think that it's all important. Like you do need to have the players that are going to do well too. Like, so I think it's, you got to have both to some extent. You got to know who are the players that are like, you need to be able to find those gems. And I outsource that a lot of the time to people like yourself who are, kind of more in the know on the player takes and stuff. So yeah, I think it's a great pairing. I'm super excited to be doing that show. I'm loving that it is Saturday afternoon. And we're just it's gonna be a unique show. Us collaborating, you coming from the, not only like season long stuff, but like just like having really strong player takes, having a good feel for defenses, offenses, etc. And then I've had some success in DFS, but I think you're also selling yourself short as a DFS player. Like the fact that you haven't had big wins doesn't mean that you're not a great DFS player. It just means you haven't had the super good luck yet. So it'll be a great show.
Well, I'll tell you right now, this team is going to win us millions of dollars. The only question is Richardson over Kadarius, but I think we're going to be okay. I think we hit a home run here. Can you just click on tight end? Just so I could look at ADP, even though it's not an ADP order.
Yep.
I mean, I feel good about Chig. You want to just grab him?
Chig. Yeah.
Okay.
I will say, so we should be looking at, maybe I should have done that beforehand, Jets and Colts too, to be.
Click on Van Jefferson, please.
Oh, you're a Van Jefferson guy.
No, I think he just, so two things. One, I think he makes sense for this Cooper Kupp team, but two, our sources have been telling us all offseason, like Van Jefferson is going to explode. He's going to have like a Robert Woods like season. He sucked ass last year, but what people don't know is he was extremely hurt. He was basically too hurt to even play. He's going to go nuclear this year. And so, I mean, like he's still low in my rankings, but it's just like, you have to factor that into the equation.
So I just queued up a bunch of players that you might not love, but I do think I would like to pair.
They fit the stack.
Yeah, just to fit the stack. So we'll see where they come about, where they make sense. See, that's another thing. Like you've got sources that tell you things about Van Jefferson. Honestly,
we have Adam Kaplan on the payroll, a NFL insider.
Nice. It's a valuable thing to have.
He does an article every Sunday morning, like Adam Kaplan's, insider notebook for stuff like that has, really helped us in DFS over the years.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, so we are up in 2 picks, and then I'll hit on some chat comments here. See, A-Chain is
well, before you do that, like what are you thinking? Jefferson, Higbee, Everett, of those 3, what's your lean?
Probably Higbee, because we need another. Well, no, we only have 4 wide receivers. Probably Jefferson. We should probably go Jefferson.
Okay.
I feel like this is pretty late to only have 4.
Yeah, and then hopefully one of those tight ends falls to us.
Yeah. And they probably should. And then worst case scenario, like Conklin fits our stack. So like wouldn't hate adding Conklin late too.
Right. And we can get Stafford late, theoretically.
True.
Can you scroll down? Can we just look at our wide receivers again? Because I know we don't have a lot of wide receivers, but I think we have quality. Yeah, we got really good quality.
That is true. That's a good point. Like it's not all about quantity. So yeah, that is a fair point with this team. All right, gonna throw up some of these. Josh says, I need help. I just placed a bet on Underdog. Do you have time
We
to
have
answer a
time.
question?
Yeah,
We've
shoot
got
your
time.
shot.
Throw us your question.
Oh,
Josh.
he just threw it.
Oh, placed a bet for less than 5.0 on one person, but they strike out 5. Will I not get paid out for it? You won't get paid out if you bet less than 5 and they get hit 5. They didn't get less than 5, so you would not get paid out for that. If I'm understanding the question
right, I
correctly.
think that's right.
Cloud asking, setbacks and hamstrings don't mix well. Scared of Cup. I'm also scared of Cup.
I get it. I totally get it. But it's also like over the past 2 seasons, he's averaged 5 fantasy points per game more than anyone else. Like 2 years ago, he had a season that only Jerry Rice has come close to. Last season, he was the most valuable player in fantasy on a point per game basis. So it's just targeting that upside in a format that lends itself well towards that upside. Like if he's back by the fantasy playoffs and we've made the fantasy playoffs, theoretically, that's all that matters. And like,
True.
This is a really good team. Oh, that's what I was going to say. We're winning millions of dollars with this team. I'm convinced. Like, this is a great team. Neil.
Yep.
What do we do with our millions of dollars? I feel like first thing, you and I have to hang out in Vegas.
Absolutely.
Like, bring a cameraman.
Yeah.
Shoot the whole thing. We party our dicks off.
Yeah. I want to keep my dick. I'm going to try to keep my dick on. I'm going to do my best to keep my dick on, but you never know what's going to happen when you're partying hard in Vegas. Dick might fall off.
That's right. Yeah. You'll drink TJ. I'll drink Elijah, and we'll have some fun.
That's right. Paul says Higbee with Akers stack. Yeah, we've got that stack going on. We also have Cup on this team.
Wait, do we have Akers too?
Yeah, we got Akers.
Damn, this is a nice bro. This is a sick team.
It is a great.
Everyone's
team.
out on the Rams right now, so it's like has the contrarian edge.
Yeah. Maybe we can throw a late Giants receiver in there too.
Yeah, Slayton. I like Slayton a lot.
Yeah. we're gonna excuse me. Reach 2 rounds to take Justin Ross, and then we'll get Slayton after Justin Ross.
I don't know. I don't know if you saw that, or maybe I'm just drunk and hallucinating. But it looked like someone picked someone and then it disappeared. And
that did happen. Yeah, and that I've seen that happen a few times tonight. It's been weird.
Suspicious.
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully Everett falls to us. Can you click on our queue?
Yep.
Yeah. Beautiful.
We got it.
Everett.
We got our
Boom.
guy.
Young money.
Are we feeling like we need to add Stafford to this team?
Can you just click on our team again? All right. Richardson, Rodgers. Awesome. Running backs, Mixon, Pierce, Akers, White. Done. We're sick at running back. Wide receiver, we got studs. We have quality. Cup, AJ Brown, Hopkins, Gabe, Van. Love it. Tight end. Okonkwo, Everett. I think Conklin is a great target for us, but he goes late.
Yep.
Alec Pierce, I think, is a great pick.
Oh, good point. Move him up.
Can you click on Stafford, add him to the queue? We might as well if we have all these, right?
Yeah.
Can you click on Slayton, add him to the queue? Just so we know what his ADP is at the very least.
Yep.
So you have Hodgins higher in your rankings. The differentiator for me is Dan Duggan, the Giants' best beat writer, was hand tracking receptions all preseason. And it was like Darren Waller with like 100. He had 1.5 times as much as the next closest receiver, but Slayton was definitely number 2. And so to me, that's just, all right, he's the number 2. In the preseason, he was also on the field for 12 personnel. So Jake is asking, how often is Scott taking 3 quarterbacks when he punts the position? When I punt the position basically every single time. I have a bunch of teams that are like Kyler Murray plus 2 sus quarterbacks that like I don't feel great about. But,
Stafford goes. All right, so we're not getting Stafford there.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Mac
We've
Jones super late if we want a 3rd quarterback.
Yeah, I don't like. We have Richardson and Rodgers. I actually feel good about these 2 quarterbacks though.
Yeah.
Like we could if it comes to it, but like I don't think we need to necessarily take 3. Do you?
So
agree with that?
to me, Richardson is kind of like Fields-esque, where like he's not going to have the same fantasy points per game. It's going to be less than that. But the week to week upside is similar. Like the volatility is going to be really gross. Oh, can you just okay. Yeah. Alec Pierce. Great pick. Nice.
Right at ADP in our stack. I like it.
Beautiful. the volatility is going to be, there's going to be weeks where like Richardson sucks ass and you're like, this guy should get dropped from your team.
Yep.
There's also going to be weeks where he gets 90 rushing yards and a score. And then with Rodgers, you have the high floor. And he might have an underrated ceiling. Like his two MVP winning campaigns, he averaged like 21 fantasy points per game. He was like a top 5 quarterback. Then he broke his thumb, didn't have Devontae Adams, didn't have Nathaniel Hackett, and last year was rough, but like I can just write that off. I think right now he's arguably the most mispriced quarterback in Underdog best ball.
You think
like
so?
Start sit. I don't really want him, but
interesting. So where would you have Rodgers?
He's QB 16 in this format. I would take him probably QB 12.
Okay. I was just gonna say. So you said that I have. Oh, did it? So you noted that I have.
That's my only question, because then that's sus.
No, it's been happening all night, and like
all right.
I don't know. There's no real way to cheat it. But I was gonna say, I have Hodgins ranked higher, but again, that's partially because my rankings, I did move players around to reflect ADP a little bit closer. So it's just that he goes higher. So that's the real reason that I have Hodgins and Hyatt ranked higher than Slayton. Is just I know that I can wait on Slayton, so I rank them.
Do you have Hardman in the queue? That's another good one for Rodgers' team.
I do. Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, like, who else do you like? I mean, the funny thing is,
Lazard's gone. Is Lazard definitely gone?
Yeah. Yep. He's been gone for a while. So
I'm not letting you draft Rondell Moore. Under no circumstances can we draft Rondell Moore.
Good, because I have too many shares of Rondell Moore.
Nice.
I become a Michael Wilson guy at this point.
Nice. I mean, he's not bad. Shaheed's kind of interesting as a big play threat perfect for a best ball format.
Yeah. All right. Where are we? All right. It's coming back to us.
Yeah. Click on our team again. I just need to get a better sense of it. Like, I don't see any weaknesses personally.
No, I feel good about our quarterbacks. Feel good about our running backs, even though we have our top 2 running backs both have that week 7 bye.
Oh my God.
We got Akers and Rachaad White. No, I feel good about it. We got our first 2 wide receivers have that week 10 bye. 3 of our wide. No, honestly, I'm fine with it. I'm okay. I'm calm. I'm cool. We got Kupp, Brown, Hopkins, Davis, Jefferson, Pierce. Feel good about that. Chig and Everett. I like our team. I do.
I think Conklin would be awesome. I guess it's just not what round are we in?
We are in 15th round.
I mean, Conklin goes late 16, so we could reach on him just for the stack.
We could. Yeah, we don't need to go after.
I also like Slayton. Slayton's a player I'd probably reach on.
I thought we were planning to reach on Justin Ross too.
And we're planning. Yeah. Can you add him?
Where is he? Did somebody already take him?
Oh, we just got sniped on Slayton. What a bastard.
I think Wakey was just signed to one of our competitors, Run Pure, today. I think they just signed him.
Oh, okay. So he's like a tout?
Yeah, he's a tout now.
Wow.
Was not previously.
Wakey.
But great DFS player.
Nice.
All right. Do you want to reach for Conklin?
Yeah, I think I do. All
right.
I like that stack. And
then we have at least one. We have at least one pairing with each of our quarterbacks, which is important, I think. All right.
I mean, I'm good just drafting off of this queue, and these are all guys who go undrafted. And there's like an argument in favor of doing that.
Yep.
Because like they're not on
a rare combo.
So if they're a difference maker.
Fair.
Can you click on our team one more time? I just want to count our wide receivers.
Yep. We have 6 wide receivers so far. So we have Kupp, Brown, Hopkins, Davis, Jefferson, Pierce.
Again, Ross doesn't make a ton of sense because he's a package player to start the season, and that we have Kupp, but I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I want players with league winning potential for the playoffs. And this is a great team. This is legitimately a great team. I started off by saying that I'm going to be bad. This isn't ADP, but we've done a really good job.
No, Justin Ross. Oh, you're kidding me, Uncle Gilbert. Oh, that is painful. No! All right. Do we take Nico?
No. Can you just draft Zach Moss?
All right, we're going Zach Moss.
Oh my God.
That is the worst thing that has ever happened to us on the
I know that's $2 million down the drain. If it was one more pick, we'd have millions of dollars.
Oh, brutal. All right, Adrian S. Would y'all trade Olave and Rashad White for Cup? I have Diggs and Amon-Ra St. Brown, so I feel like maybe I'll be okay while Cup gets healthy. What do you think?
A
lot of your guys in there.
I have no idea.
You got Rashad White in there.
I just don't know. I'm too drunk for that question. Sorry.
Scott is way too upset.
Ask me on Twitter. Yeah, just come on. I can't think straight.
I would have said yes this morning. Right now, I don't know that I would. It's a very close question in my opinion. But I probably would. I think Olave is.
I think I would. I think you don't have to do this right now. I think I would just wait until like you get word he's coming back. Because what if this is like a 6-week injury?
Yeah.
And then your team like starts, 2-4. Oh my God. That hurts.
Can you believe
so
that?
much.
We just got him like at the very end of our last draft. Like he's like a guy that doesn't always go drafted. And of course he goes several.
Of course, when it's me. Yeah. Uncle Gilbert. Ugh.
Uncle Gilbert. New nemesis. You got a quick comeback. Wouldn't
Yeah, well, he was right. Clearly, we should have taken Ross and then Conklin.
Yeah, that's true.
Pain.
But somebody would have. They were just looking at snipe us. What up, Green Checkmark? Good to see you on a late night stream. Usually watching our DFS shows. I guess he's come to a number of our best ball streams too.
What are your thoughts on Sam Laporta? Yeah, I like him a lot. Him and Luke Musgrave. You typically stay away from rookie tight ends in fantasy, but these are two guys who during the preseason were earning like 95 percentile route shares, which is just that's rare. And I loved Laporta as a prospect. I saw the upside in Musgrave as a prospect. So I think those are great late round tight end picks in best ball, which is again like I was saying Travis Kelce 101, but it's hard to make that argument when Chig, Everett, Higbee are so cheap, and then there's Laporta and Musgrave going so cheap. So I definitely like that.
And then Connie Bow asking a similar question. I got offered Ridley and Dobbins for Cup. Should I take it? Kind of depends on your team. I think that it's a solid offer. It is tough because I feel like in a 10-team league, I probably wouldn't take that because Dobbins is probably not somebody you want to start anyway. In a 14-team league, I think I would take that. In a 12-team league, which is I think
that shit matters. Yeah,
it's a closer question in a 12-team league.
I'm the upside wins championships guy, but like in a 14-team league or best ball, that sort of floor and guaranteed production really matters. Can you go back to the ADP just so we can add some more guys to our queue? Jerome Ford, Kendre Miller, Evan Hull are all interesting, but I think we're just done at running back.
Yep. And
so
we got Zach Moss, so we don't need.
Can you click on quarterback?
So Tannehill, we do have Hopkins.
I mean, Kyler Murray for upside is interesting. I would click on Tannehill and Murray.
We don't have anybody stacked with Kyler. We don't have anybody stacked with Kyler.
Yeah, I just don't think that really. Well, Rashad. No, I guess you're right. Yeah, I thought we took James Conner. Click on wide receiver. Yeah, we don't, but it's just like the theoretical upside of like, okay, he's a starter week 5, and then he's back to like 90% of his typical mobility for the playoffs. Yeah. Wide receiver. Can you just scroll up so I can see all wide receivers? Yeah, whatever you want to do here. My brain is broken.
Should we just add Mecole to the jet stack?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's the right move. Downs also makes sense, but
yeah.
And so we have one more pick.
We have one more pick.
Who did you just take off? Oh, Cobb. Nice.
Yeah, Randall Cobb. Figure we're not gonna. He was like if we don't have anybody, if we miss out on every Jets player, maybe I'd take Cobb, but.
I think these are perfectly our options right now.
Yep. Okay.
Can you just scroll down through? Click on Robert Woods. Just add him to the queue. Just because for a Cup team that you don't have his production, maybe he's like fully cooked. I think he's just like absolutely toast. But they want him to be the wide receiver 1. And then can you just scroll through wide receivers?
You think Houston wants Robert Woods to be the wide receiver 1?
I mean, that's just what my sources are telling me. They're saying Robert Woods is going to be our wide receiver 1. We were very bullish on on Robert Woods, and then all my I'm in Houston. All my friends who are at Houston training camp is like, dude, Woods is cooked. Like he stinks. But like he's going to get first crack. And I like Mechie's talent. I like Tank Dell's talent, but they're not started. But again, like in a 17 game sample, like you kind of want that upside more than anything, but he's just a little cheap for this price. Can you keep scrolling down through wide receivers? Yeah, there's no one. Yeah, you're good. Wait, hold on. Who? Oh yeah, Josh Downs, easy pick. I didn't realize we were on the clock.
Yep.
Or
too late.
Or Ryan Tannehill, just because like we did go light at quarterback, but that's okay. Is that the last pick?
That was our last pick. Our team is complete. So we
who would have thought, Neil? Got off the plane 3 hours ago, heavily inebriated, and we just drafted the winning team.
We just drafted a $3 million team, even drunk, just fresh off a flight. Yeah,
that's impressive. $4 million team. We're gonna win.
That's a good point. We're gonna win the whole. Well, so I said that early on. I realized now it's actually 3.5 million because it's 500,000 the first in the regular season. So I was saying that.
Neil?
Yeah,
not me.
Not me.
Look at us.
Who would have thought? Not me. Yeah. All right. I mean, while we got you here, Scott, and you're very good with the season long stuff too. I believe that's kind of where you started. Is that correct?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Season long enough. So Jacob asked, can you rate my starting lineup? PPR 12 team, start 2 flexes: Tua, Bijan, Miles Sanders, Amon-Ra, Higgins, Ridley, Lockett, Waller, Justin Tucker. A+. I'm giving it.
I would give it a 7.1 out of 10.
It's better than 7.1. Wait, 12 team full PPR.
He just didn't like, it's solid. He just didn't grab a lot of my guys except for Waller. So it's not a perfect draft.
I'm trying to think.
Fantasy Point subscribers draft perfect teams. This is a good team, but it's not perfect. That's
fair. All right.
So I need you to do something.
Okay.
This is what I make Chris do every time we do a show. Get rid of this comment. Pull up our team.
Yep. Hang on. Getting rid of the comment.
You're doing a great job drafting and producing.
Thank you.
Look at our team and tell the story of how this wins us $3.5 million.
All right. So Anthony Richardson, turns out, is generational. Like we already know that he's a generational talent. He is
generational athlete for sure.
Generational athlete at quarterback. He is mixing in weeks where he has 100 yards rushing. Like, so he is just high ceiling. He's going to have huge spike weeks. Aaron Rodgers
wins MVP for the third time in 4 seasons.
Absolutely within the range of outcomes for Aaron Rodgers. Like he has done it, and he was hurt last year. Like he may have been that might have been the reason he looked a little bit worse last year. He was a little bit hurt. Now he's going to a better offense. They were very slow last year, and a lot of people blame Aaron Rodgers for being slow in Green Bay, but maybe it was Green Bay holding him back. Maybe he's ready to just let it fly in New York.
He had a broken thumb, Neil.
He had a broken thumb. There was so much holding him back last year. Now we got an MVP, a rookie who's going to rush for over 1,000 yards. So loving the quarterback position. We've got that locked up. Running back Joe Mixon didn't have his best year last year, but like clearly has the volume in an incredible offense. He is top 3 running back coming out of the year. Damian Pierce continues his brigade of just being incredible. He was great as a rookie. He's the RB1 there.
Now he's involved in the passing game, which is huge.
Yep, they're including him in the passing game. Cam Akers, we saw the end of last year. We saw Cam Akers coming on as an RB1, just an incredible bet. He's going to continue that. Rashad White, you're the Rashad White guy, but man,
he's
Rashad
the bell cow. The team sucks, the offensive line sucks, but it doesn't matter when you're getting 18 carries and 4.5 targets per game. He's going to get there on volume.
Thank you. Thank you for filling in there for my telling the narrative. I needed you on that one because
Zach Moss, Jonathan Taylor holds out the entire season, doesn't play a single game. Zach Moss, not good at football. Who gives a shit when he gets 16 carries per game? And my only question for you, Neil, is: does Cam Akers, does Rashad White, does Zach Moss, do they have enough to fill in for that Week 7 bye?
Oh man, it's with these guys, given how strong these guys, Zach Moss, he's going to end up as like the RB8 on the year. You said 16. I'm giving him 20 touches.
Damn.
Maybe 22 with the catches. I mean, he's just going to be so good. Yeah, I think with these 3 being so strong, they can fill in for that Week 7 bye for the purpose of this narrative. Yeah, for sure. They're totally fine in that Week 7. They can hold us off there. Cooper Kupp. We got the overall number 1 scoring position player in the 9 hole. That's incredible value. Turns out he's totally fine by week 1. We got a discount there. AJ
All right,
Brown.
let's push it. Totally fine by week 3.
Okay, fine. Totally fine by week 3. Regardless, we have AJ Brown. We are one of only 300 teams in the tournament that have this combo of Cooper Kupp with AJ Brown. They smash alternate weeks in the playoffs. Actually, they both smash every week in the playoffs. It's not a one week position. They can just both smash every week. DeAndre Hopkins turns back the clock. Ryan Tannehill just wants to feed him the ball. Looks great. Gabe Davis becomes what we thought he was going to be last year. Turns out he was actually hurt last year. So like there is some reason for optimism there. Same thing with Van Jefferson. You just told us Van Jefferson was hurt all of last year. He's clearly a boom bust guy. They actually alternate the weeks that they boom. Gabe Davis and Van Jefferson.
Love it.
They're going to be beautiful. Alec Pierce, same thing. He's kind of he's got that boom upside here. We're already seeing that obviously Anthony Richardson is going to be elite here, better than anybody was anticipating. Alec Pierce benefits from that. Mecole Hardman playing with the Hall of Famer. He's going to be the wide receiver 2 there in New York. And it's going to be, more like a 1B kind of situation. He's actually better than people think he is. Josh Downs, again, benefiting from this rookie of the year, Anthony Richardson. We got Chig. He's basically second year Travis Kelce. We just talked about how efficient he was last year. Gerald Everett in a, fantastic passing offense, but Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, these guys they get hurt. Gerald Everett becomes the number 1 receiver for the Chargers. I mean, number 1 pass catcher for the Chargers. And then of course, Tyler Conklin benefiting from that MVP.
Aaron Rodgers MVP season.
Yeah. How's that? Did I do the narrative
beautiful
correctly?
That was amazing.
Yeah.
And it's everything you said is going to be absolutely correct.
Yeah. So how do you rate our draft, Scott?
This is great. This is a 9. Missing Justin Ross hurts my soul. I'd give this a 9.3 out of 10 for sure. That has to be the betting favorite to win millions of dollars.
I haven't seen a better team. So yeah.
If we don't win millions of dollars, it's due to variance. But
yeah,
this was the most perfectly drafted team anyone's ever seen.
We nailed it. All we needed on this team was Justin Ross. As you noted, we missed out on.
We did such a good job that it's okay. Justin Ross finishes as a fantasy wide receiver 1 and smashes in week 17, but nonetheless, we win it all.
I'm loving it. I'm finding I gotta send Nez the link because Nez is going to be coming up next. I don't know. I'm guessing you haven't had the pleasure of doing a stream with the Badge Bros, Nez.
I have no idea who that is, but I'm sure he's great. I'm not wearing a diaper, so I do have to urinate.
All right, that is fair. Well, then you take off, Scott. But do you want to tell people where they can find you, where they can find your content? Any final words?
Yeah, fantasypoints.com at Scott Barrett DFB, and Saturdays, Neil and I, if you enjoy this, look at this amazing rapport, natural rapport. Me and Neil, just like best bros from the start, best ball, best bros. And we're going to be crushing it Saturdays during the season, talking DFS GPP. So make sure you check that out.
I can't wait. Yeah. Check us out. We're going to be doing drafts, or sorry, doing streams every Saturday, talking about DFS. Can't wait to do that.
And shout out to Neil. Been on stream 4 hours and 30 minutes, has another guest lined up. Shout out to Neil. What a beautiful.
We're still going. We're still going. We're not going anywhere. Stick around. Me and Nez are going to be drafting up next. Scott, go don't piss your pants. You can make it to the toilet in time.
Thank you very much. All right. See you, Neil.
Thanks, Scott. See you soon. And then Nez is already here in chat, but I'm just going to pull Nez right up onto chat. So excited to have you here with me, Nez, at Nez Takes on Twitter. Nez is one of the 3 Badge Bros drafting daily drafts constantly on Underdog, also doing best ball. And so how you doing, Nez?
I am doing fantastic, dude. I don't know how I'm going to follow up, Scott. Like that was that like, how do you follow that up?
It was fun. I mean, I assume you've been drinking. You got to start with all the drinking you've been doing.
Well, cheers. First off.
All right.
Cheers.
What is that? What are you drinking?
This is a local beer. It's called Tups, and it's a juice pack IPA. So I'm like, I drink IPA. Sometimes I crave them. Sometimes but this one's like a hazy, juicy. So it's a little bit stronger, a little bit sweeter. That's kind of like how I like my IPAs these days. If I'm not just like drinking straight up Modelo. I heard you got some Blue Mountains over there. Is that correct?
I'm drinking. Yeah. I was drinking the Blue Mountains. Now I've moved on to Jefferson's bourbon. So trying to catch up with Scott.
We
with
are
some
kicking
bourbon,
it.
but-
We are kicking it up a notch.
Oh yeah, we gotta get turn this stream up a little bit. You say local.
Oh, let's
are you
go.
still in Pittsburgh or near Pittsburgh? I forget. Like you're from Pittsburgh, right? Did you lose your audio?
I'm back. Sorry.
I was like, you look so like you saw a ghost.
Blanked up for a second.
All right.
I'm scared, Neil.
I was asking. So you said it's a local beer. You're from Pittsburgh, right? Do you still live in Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Is that...
Yeah. So originally from the Pittsburgh area. Now I'm in
Okay.
Dallas. So this
Oh,
is
you're
like
in
a Dallas.
Yeah, that's
I went
right.
from Pittsburgh to Boston to Kansas City, where I met my wife, and then we moved back to Dallas, which is like where her family is. So I've been here for like a year and a half now, just absolutely dying in this heat. It is brutal, dude.
All right, let me get. Did you go to Boston for college?
I went to Boston after college. So
Oh, okay.
I was I moved out there with a buddy. He like had like a big boy job. I was doing a physical therapy aid to go to physical therapy school.
Okay.
So did that for a year. Had a lot of fun, but didn't do the PT school thing. Ended up moving to Kansas City to work as a consultant for a electronic health record company. Did that for like a few years, and that's where I met my wife, and then quit. Started working with her. Long story short, now I'm a aspiring best ball DFS underdog content creator.
That's a beautiful thing. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I mean, you went to school, you didn't actually use it. I took on $200,000 in debt in law school, and I'm not even a lawyer. So we all go down different paths that don't necessarily pan out for us sometimes. Paul C asking where you where did you live in Boston?
I totally deciphered that. I was in I was in Dorchester, really close to the Ashmont Braintree split at the red line. If I'm speaking your language there, Paul.
You're speaking my language, because I was also Davis Square. I went to Tufts, so I was in Somerville, living in Somerville / Medford.
Yeah,
so I was outside of Boston.
I loved it. It was awesome.
Yeah, cool place there. Pulling up some chats here. So first of all, I'm going to throw. Connie Bow wants to know. I'm in a 10-team league. My receivers are Cup, Amon-Ra, McLaurin, Zay Flowers, Quentin Johnson, and Gabe Davis. Okay, it wasn't even a question, just a comment. Those are great receivers. Well done there. Notorious.
Safe space.
I meant to. I was going to ask Nick to go. If Nick is still here after you're gone, maybe Nick will come on the stream. Nick Lepre here. Isn't it past your bedtime, Neil? Nick, you don't know me at all apparently, because I am a night owl. I do not have a bedtime. My bedtime.
I love it. Same.
The world is asleep. I can't keep my eyes open anymore. That is my bedtime. Love Star says, "Why is this story?" I don't know if you saw that, Nez.
I did.
Scott made me do the read the story of our team. Why is it a novel? Because you got to tell. It's a noveling story to win the 3.5 million on Underdog that we're going to draft.
It is often a novel.
One more draft, at least one more draft. Yeah, Nez and I are going to do one more draft. Jim Money says he big dogged Nez. He said he didn't know who you are. To be fair, name like Nez, it's confusing.
That's to be expected, guys. It's okay. It's Scott Barrett. It's fine.
But just you wait, just you wait, as they say, right?
Yeah, I'm glad
Hamilton,
he was even asked to know if he knew me. Exactly.
Yeah, no, he will know Nez, but Nez is new to the game, so it's not a big thing. And he also Nez is doing pretty niche content right now. He's going to be doing. He'll know you. He'll know you.
Yeah.
I thought Nez was part of the Bang Bro. That's a good comment. I probably shouldn't put this stuff on the screen. I'm realizing like maybe this is the reason that Socasta guys don't usually throw stuff on the screen, is because we get so many of these comments that it's like, you shouldn't throw that up on the screen.
This is like par for the course for like a live before lock baseball show. So this is totally normal.
True. The comments are par for the course, but we don't usually put them up on the screen. Only I do that.
That's true.
Dr. Clutch, that looks like a solid team. Bijan and Pollard, love that start. So that was, I think Dr. Clutch was asking us earlier. Somebody was asking us about who they should draft from the 8 hole, and this is exactly who Scott said they should start with, is Bijan and Pollard. So absolutely nailed that. Love that.
Draft all those players. You're good.
Yeah, Paul knows where we lived.
That's funny.
Neil, what's your average bedtime? Jake wants to know. So it varies so much depending on like whether I have to get up for anything. So like during NFL season, I'm going to be on some morning shows. So it's going to be harder to push, like, because I want to be somewhat consistent with it. I'm really bad at that, but like I usually do Saturday shows that start at like I guess 11 a.m. my time, which means I'm waking up at like 9 a.m. So then I try to like have a 1 a.m. bedtime. But like if I don't have any morning commitments, my average bedtime probably 2 a.m. would be my guess, right around there.
Wow. I mean, I'm more like 1 at like the late end. So
Okay.
yeah, you definitely got me beat.
No, yeah, I'm a night owl. I'm a natural night owl. Oh my God.
Oh, cheers to that.
Ian McConnell. So this is one of my real life friends, and he is asking, is Tua Tyreek Waddle the best stack in basketball? He's asking this because I just completed that stack in a best ball draft that we're doing with our friends. So
Oh,
good to see you
really?
here. Good to see you here,
Yeah,
Ian.
that's a fantastic stack.
And then I didn't know you were a jumbo, Neil. That's hilarious. Yes, I am. I am a Tufts jumbo. I don't know what Jim is accusing somebody of lying about.
Someone was
Jim,
lying.
I bet Jim is going to jump into our next draft. He sometimes will join us on streams and he will jump into the drafts.
I welcome it.
I've been keeping you a long time and I haven't even jumped into a draft. So sorry about
Dude,
that.
it's all right.
All right.
No, it's okay. We're
jump
having
into-
fun.
We are. We're having a good time. We're going to do a draft now, though.
Ooh, snap Phil.
Fills
I
up right
cannot-
away. Jim
Man,
probably didn't have time to get in.
I knew BBM was gonna fill like that. That seemed like obvious. I didn't think it would fill like it seems like it's gonna fill Monday.
It's going to fill
And-
really early. Yeah.
That I don't think even they anticipated that. I don't know if you saw they're doing a puppy 4 as well.
Oh, they are. I didn't see that.
Yeah, but before they launch the puppies, they're gonna open up the battle royale for week 1. So that's obviously like my avenue. What I'm like super excited for. Last year it was like 250K was the prize pool. I think was like the biggest it got. I don't know if they'll do 1 million because 1 million for $5 an entry, drafting 6 players, like that gets dense, but still scrolling down helps. But that's a big prize pool. I could probably see like a 500K prize pool though.
It is insane how quickly they're growing.
It is,
man.
It's pretty absurd. Like as someone who's played the games for like 2 years now, like very consistently, and had like a pretty close eye and pulse on Underdog, it's been nuts. Like just for example, the baseball contests back in the day, it was like six entry max, $5, and like 300 to first. You know, like it was it was so small. And
Growing
now they're up to like 2K the first. So that's been cool. So I can just only imagine how what they'll do for the battle royale stuff. But they do kind of have that problem of, you know, these teams are so small, and when the field is that big, like you definitely open yourself up to some dupes. But we only had like 1 dupe last year, so it's an interesting game. It's these battle royales, they're fun, and they're getting clearly getting popular.
Yeah, very, very popular there. All right. Notorious is not going to join me after the show, but he does agree that Dolphin stack is the best stack. He says he has no bias. I happen to know that he is very, very biased. Huge Dolphins fan. So
ridiculously so.
Yeah.
I do like that stack, and I don't know about you though, man. I don't get to it a lot in best ball. I wish I could, but I just really haven't been able to because I haven't gotten a lot of Tyreek. I wish I did. And instead of Jalen Waddle, I'm usually taking a running back.
Yeah.
So I'm not taking Tua without one of those two. But I obviously love Hill and Waddle both. But and naked Tua just feels so wrong.
I haven't gotten to it a ton either, and now I think Derek was reporting that he's concerned about Tua's health. So apparently Tua just made it back to practice today, and we're so close to the season. I think it's a valid concern that Waddle is going to be.
Oh yeah, with the abdominal stuff, that was been talked about, but it seems like he's going to be fine. They haven't really said anything close to like we're not sure about his week 1 status. It's just like he's hurt, but
yeah. All right, we are up next, man. That went quick.
This is a fun group of players left here.
Who do you like? Do we go AJ Brown? Do you want to go?
So let's think about like the round 2 pick. Would you want to stack AJ Brown like early, or do you want to go?
I do that frequently. AJ Brown and then just take Jalen Hurts.
I think that's kind of fun.
All right, I'm totally happy to do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, I'm in.
I'm really buying into like Jalen Hurts having. I mean, obviously his range of outcomes or his projections are super safe as far as what he's going to do. I'm really excited to see what happens if like their defense is worse and they have to play harder. You know, like let's see them like throw the ball more in the fourth quarter and what that looks like for all of the Eagles. Like this could be just a silly sick offense. And I haven't been able to do this stack a lot unless you purposefully set out to do it. And this is like I think it has the ability to pay off 100%.
I was telling, I think it was on my stream with Derek too, that I tried doing that just like yesterday. I tried taking AJ Brown at like 4th overall, and I was like, this is the only way I'm going to be able to complete the double stack with Hurts, Brown, and Devontae Smith. And then of course Devontae Smith went like 18th or something. So it was like, okay, even when I like reach for AJ Brown to try to complete it, it's still just so hard to do that.
You almost have to do it at like 3. Because 1 and 2, like it's really hard to justify.
I wouldn't do
that
it at 1 or
over
2.
Yeah, but I've seen it done at 1. I mean, that pretty much guarantees it, but I can't do that. But yeah,
I don't think it does guarantee it, because like both Devontae Smith and Hurts have ADPs earlier than 24, right? So it's like you could take that risk. I never get the one. I have not gotten the 101 or the 102 or the 103 in any of the. I think this is my 5th draft on this stream.
Wow.
I thought what was going to happen is I was going to come in with terrible luck in my draft positions. Like I've been just jamming drafts and getting the like 1-9, 110 every single time. It has been so brutal. I was like, all right, I'm going to turn it around on the streams. And I've been getting like the 105, but like that still doesn't do much for me.
It's because then you feel like forced into getting different at that pick instead of just doing like Lamb and Wilson or Lamb and Amon-Ra like every time. Like it's like, God, I feel like I have to do something else. And then it's like, is that even the right process? Like, do I just like,
which is like what we just did? Like we just did the AJ Brown, Jalen Hurts, which I do regularly, but it's like I probably wouldn't do it if it was my only draft from that position. Like
no,
because we clearly were reaching on Hurts. I'm happy to do it. I'm happy that we did it, but like it's one of those things that like you do it because you're so bored of just taking CD and Amon-Ra or like Amon-Ra and Pollard. It's just like
it's that like ADP wise, like I respect ADP too much to do this regularly, but maybe weekly winners obviously is like a different story. But
have you been drafting a lot of weekly winners? So we can talk about that. I didn't know that you were.
I do a fair amount. I think I'm at like 70 now if I include my ongoing slows, which are finishing up very, very quickly as they.
You're way ahead of me at 70. Okay.
Yeah. So they've been mostly like 1 QBs, but a couple with like 2 QBs. They're fun. They're fun. I'm not sure. Like I'm trying to be realistic about like finishing first out of a 200,000 player pool, but looking at it from the perspective of it's like $1 a week, like less than $1 a week to have that weekly sweat. I'm like, okay, like I can justify it that way. So I've been trying a lot of like really fun and crazy stuff in there. It'll be really fun to see what these winning lineups look like every week.
So I did a stream with Hayden Winks of Underdog, who I would say it's essentially his. Oh, that's in. He just screwed over J-Mac.
Oh no! Oh, J-Mac's in here.
Yeah, J-Mac is the only other name that I think I know in here. J-Mac in here, but I like that start for J-Mac, to be honest. Anyway, I think J-Mac did the right. I like all of his picks so far, to be honest. So he took Jamar Chase, he took Derrick Henry. I think hoping that T Higgins would come back to him. But then Yaga took T Higgins, which not the end of the world. Then he gets.
It's a nice consolation prize.
And now, if he wants to, he can then take Burrow at 47, most likely. So it's, I think that is a sharp move to push Higgins when you are. That's something that Jacob Sanderson was on my stream a month or so ago.
Oh, nice.
He was really pushing for that. And I think it was a sharp strategy. But back to, so I was on the stream with Hayden Winks, who is essentially the brain behind weekly winners. So we were talking about strategy there. And, I forget what I was saying. I think I was going to say what I told him. It wasn't even all of the good information that I got from him. Just one of my thoughts, which is, so I was telling him that I took in a draft Amon-Ra St. Brown 101 in weekly winners, which I would never do in best ball. My thinking being, I wanted to get Amon-Ra St. Brown with Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews for the week 7 correlation, focusing on week 7 specifically.
Okay.
Nobody else going to have that trio of like Lamar with Mark Andrews and Amon-Ra, because Amon-Ra has like an ADP of 12, Lamar Jackson, Mark Jackson are like 26, Mark Andrews 26, 27. So it's just a really odd pairing, and they have the correlation of playing each other week 7. So I was like, I'm going to do that. And of course, Mark Andrews goes at pick 23, so I wasn't able to complete it. So
that sucks,
it was
dude.
painful.
Flipping the board is definitely a good strategy in weekly winners because so many people are drafting in the same structure. Like it's like getting unique in some form or fashion, whether it's in players that you draft or the order you take them is definitely a worthwhile thought. But ADP is so wild over there too. Like it's not even, in my opinion, totally efficient either. Like there's players that I feel are like more boom or bust with higher ceilings that actually have a lower ADP than they do in the best ball ADP, which to me I just find really, really strange. Okay,
it's bizarre.
We're almost up.
Yeah. All right. Who do you like in this range?
So I Christian Watson stands out. For me, it's Christian Watson or Travis Etienne. I don't know where you stand on the Etienne versus Bigsby, or
I don't have a strong take.
Or if you like any of these guys ahead, but
so to me, it will come down here to Watson, Amari Cooper, or do Fields with Moore. I'm happy to go Christian Watson.
Yeah, I do Fields with Moore when I don't have Hurts. Like I have trouble.
I know that's what I was thinking too. It's like
in
this particular
it's
team,
fun sometimes, but without Hurts though, I do DJ Moore and Fields a lot. Like I'm very much into the Bears offense this season, and just thinking that Justin Fields takes a step forward that apparently is like impossible depending on who you ask. Like ADP says it's definitely possible, but I feel like people in our space really don't think Justin Fields can be a good passer.
I think he certainly can. So I'm not really like I don't think it's going to be like an elite offense. I don't think DJ Moore is going to pay off this salary. But as a combo, like they just clearly have such elite upside that I'm like, man, it's just juicy. Like those two together, like they could be so good.
It would, I'm just interested to see what DJ Moore does for the offense as a whole here.
That was interesting. So who do you like? So we're clearly not taking Fields here.
I'm ETN or Brees here. So Brees is a lot of fun here too, but I am ETN, man. I don't think that Bigsby is a threat to his job. I think a threat to his job is if he stays healthy. I don't think ETN is bad enough to lose his job to Tank Bigsby, who is he? I feel like I'm missing something with Tank Bigsby.
He's fine. I don't have any strong take with Tank Bigsby, to be honest.
Yeah, and like all of a sudden he's going to usurp like ETN. I feel like it's his name. I just never bought into it.
It is a cool name. You have to admit that it's a cool name, though. We can see that
Bigsby, like damn, like yeah, like I would love that guy to be good. Like you want to hit on Tank Bigsby, of course.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like I don't know if I just am missing something on the Bigsby stuff. But for me, I'm like, back in my day, these running backs like don't just lose their jobs because a rookie gets drafted. Like ETN is a good prospect with a lot of draft capital, and the team is going to be good. ETN feels like a really good bet to score a lot of touchdowns. And at end of the day.
Just remembered, I've been every single guest that I've had on about like 3 rounds, 4 rounds, and I remember, oh shit, I meant to tweet it out that I have a new guest on, so I got to tweet out that you were.
I was like, dude, it was so late. I'm like, I wonder if he just doesn't want to.
No, I
was wondering if I did something wrong.
Yeah, you did. I was like, you kind of embarrassed me a little bit. Like I don't really want to tell people that you're here. Yes. All right, let me throw that out there.
Nice. I'll give you a little boost there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so was that your only weekly winners that you've done, or how many have you?
Oh no, I've done several. I mean, not
nice.
I'm way behind. I'm probably at like 35 now.
Okay, that's a good amount. Because, well, I didn't think it was going to fill at first, but now that BBM is filling so fast, it does feel like it's probably a good bet to fill or at least break 90.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. The draft wasn't moving at first. I was confused. I didn't know if my Wi-Fi froze.
Oh, it's probably you're probably looking at it in StreamYard, which is like, yeah, it's it is not ideal. Like it is sometimes it lags a little bit.
Yeah, it was. I think it's because you were like off screen or something. But we're back. Jonathan
good.
Taylor going at 45. I tell you what, man, I've done a few drafts today. He does not go 45.
Adam was telling me he got him near pick 100. Where do you rank Jonathan Taylor now?
I don't know if it was who I was watching, but it was like I would say somewhere like the mid 80s is where like
That seems about
to,
right.
to be honest, like after like Rashad White, just because it doesn't seem like they're very like they don't seem serious about trading him, and he seems very serious about not playing for the Indianapolis Colts. I am taking his threat to just not play football very seriously.
Yeah.
And then if he doesn't play, he just hopes that he gets traded next season because he's like, hey, I got a fresh set of legs. I'm still 25, 26. So I'm legitimately worried about the Jonathan Taylor bags that I have as well. Like I'm at like 9% on him overall, so I have no real reason to buy the dip. Like it's a pretty scary situation.
It is a really scary situation. Yeah, I'm 100% with you there. I wanted to note in this draft, so J-Mac presumably wanted to get Joe Burrow at the 47, gets sniped. Who's to say isn't going to let J-Mac get his Joe Burrow at 47, takes an unstacked Joe Burrow. So J-Mac, I'm sure, was in kind of scramble mode, takes DeAndre Hopkins.
Wow. That's crazy. Like,
That's
because if
just
I was
cruel.
J-Mac, I'm not even thinking about 46. I'm thinking about 50. I'm like, because he's got the
Exactly.
quarterback.
Yeah.
So you're just like, you're chilling. You're like, oh man, this is gonna be great. And then bam, gets sniped. Welcome to August. It giveth and it taketh.
Exactly right. Yeah, Scott and I were talking about that. I guess you were watching the stream, but like we really do have the casuals are out now, drafting in August. What do you think of that take of like you should really be doing most of your drafts in August because it's so casual?
I think he's right, and it's more, and it's like twofold, right? Obviously, there's a lot of casuals, but also, and like we have a lot of we know so much more now than we did in June and in May. So you have the softer rooms who, yeah, they have access to that same information, but they're likely a softer crowd and still going to make bad picks.
All right, who do you want to go? Do you want to go running back, wide receiver?
So I know Scott doesn't like J.K. Dobbins, but I kind of like that. I also really like Jahan Dotson and Jordan Addison.
All right,
give you some options there. Or Goddard, if you want to just reach on Goddard
I
and
think we
make
take
that
Goddard with our
gigantic
next
bet.
pick.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say that like I don't mind reaching for Goddard here, like just like assume that he's gonna get volume. Do you want to do that?
Take Goddard at this next pick.
Yeah, what do you think?
I think that'd be great. I think with the big bet that we placed on Hurts, like just bet on him, like just smashing big time. And I do think Goddard being hurt last year, I think kind of hurt his value in these drafts. I think too many people just kind of open the player card, look at the stats, and like, oh well, it's not as good as Kittle season, not without the proper context. And Goddard's the number 3 option in a super sick offense. Like that's really all I need to hear.
I suppose we could have gone Goddard and then Marquise Brown to complete that Philly Arizona stack, but
so yeah, like that's a fair thought. But I look at week 17 a little differently.
Like, let's hear it. Love it.
I mean, for me, it's like if we can identify a good game environment, such as like the Eagles playing the Cardinals, the Eagles don't really need a competitive game to smash, right? Like they just need a weak opponent, and they can demolish the Eagles or the Cardinals, I feel like, without needing a bring back. And I think that kind of applies to other really nice game environments as well, such as like Ravens and Dolphins. That should be a 50+ point total, right?
Yeah.
Obviously you would like to have like the good players from both of those teams, of course, but just having access to that game environment and like just understanding that this is likely to score a lot of points, that's like, and if you get the bring back, like that's just gravy is kind of how I try to look at this week 17 stuff. Like, let's just get access to the high total games instead of taking it one step further and forcing the correlation when maybe you're sacrificing. Like there's probably people out there that would do the Hollywood over Goddard to get the bring back, but
True.
I know it's not everybody, but smart drafters that are kind of handicapping themselves.
So I'm with you. So that is not something that I typically would do. The Goddard followed by Marquise Brown. In a case where it is like this, where it's like I didn't feel that strongly about it, I might have considered doing it because I don't like Marquise Brown versus J.K. Dobbins. To me, is not like a slam dunk pick. Like I'm not like J.K. Dobbins is way better. So this would be the situation where I would do the reach for I would do the bring back, but I love that take of just like, yeah, you don't necessarily need that bring back. I'm not a huge week 17 bro. Like I think I'm with you that like, yes, there is absolutely positive correlation there. Like we do it in DFS, we try to do the bring back, but we don't always do it, and it's so much more remote in best ball than in DFS that it's not the hugest factor for me.
Yeah, I just think we can just scale it one step back. Okay, let's look at this one.
You ready to read this? All right. Thoughts on my team: 10-team league. Jalen Hurts, Jalen Waddle as a wide receiver 1, Amari Cooper, Tony Pollard, Alexander Madison, Kyle Pitts. It's a super flex league with Justin Fields. Well, that changes things.
Jesus. I mean, super flex and full PPR. This team is dirty.
Yeah, I love that. Like I was thinking like this is not my favorite team until I got to Justin Fields super flex, and suddenly I think, that's a very strong, like Jalen Waddle is your wide receiver 1, Amari Cooper is your wide receiver 2 in a 10-team league is not like the strongest, and Alexander Madison is your but ultimately with the Fields
full
as your
PPR
super
is in their favor, and
it changes a lot. Yeah, that's so I think that's a solid team for a super flex.
Good
so
stuff.
I'm guessing the two quarterbacks are maybe picks 1 and 2 for that team, maybe.
Yeah. Well, he's got his bench here too. His bench is strong too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 10 teams, but still.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. We got some good luck in the baseball slate. I didn't see this.
Oh, you're winning? You're doing something?
Nah, just we're 2xing because of a Max Muncy homer.
All right.
There we go.
We'll take a 2x.
Oh, we'll take a 2x all day.
Yeah.
Best ball just zapped everything that I had. So, but we got some best ball playoff teams still kicking. So we'll.
Do you really?
Crossed.
I do. You've got some sweats there.
I got the big one is I've got 2 in the dinger, which is 100K to first, but that's a really big contest. I have one team in the semis and the 250 entry on Underdog, which is 20K to first, and that's my pride and joy that I'm really sweating out. So we'll see. We're doing good so far, but
nice.
Knock on wood.
Well, good luck. Hopefully you can
take
it down. Guys like Scott Barrett need to know your name, in my opinion. You got to take down those tournaments.
You're gonna remember the name, Scott.
You're gonna remember the name Nez Tate.
Hey, listen, they don't just give these rings out to everybody that wins the mitten returns twice over.
You've already wait. Show it again. Put it nice and hang on 1 second. All right,
the guys are gonna hate how
throw it up there. Oh my god, that is so beautiful.
This was for the mitten returns. So this was the second round playoff contest. The mitten returns again. So it was like the smallest of the playoff contests, but they give out these rings.
All right, we are on the clock. I just realized.
Kyle Pitts still here is wild, but Sutton to me feels like
I was thinking Sutton.
He jumps out to me like with the Judy stuff. Getting him this late is pretty nice. Do you do a lot of Sky Moore?
I do a lot. He is the receiver. I mean, obviously Kelsey is number 1, but like Sky Moore is the Kansas City receiver that I'm probably the most in on.
I think I just got like too jaded when I missed the boat whenever he was going 120.
True.
And then like never even considered it. But he was going here for like all of draft season. So I've started to kind of give in a little bit in like the weekly winners stuff, but he's definitely an option here.
Could go there. We could go Elijah. We could go Michael Thomas. We could go with one of these running backs that Scott is very high on, James Conner, Rashad White.
Yeah. They scare me, man.
I just hate the offense is so bad. I guess James Conner would work as a bring back.
He would,
but I'd be fine taking Sky Moore.
I think we do Sky Moore with the 2 running backs that we have. Like we've got ourselves a pretty nice duo to start there. We can do a Sky Moore here. I think that this is what this team needs.
All right, finish it. So you won the mitten returns 2
again. Yes, yeah. And not only did I win it, but I split first with one other person. So like it was.
Did you?
It
both
was so
nuts.
Yeah, they sent both of us rings. They were giving out rings to everybody who won in the playoff best ball contest. It's hilarious. So I love. It's so funny to show this thing off for a 7.5 bank But every time I get a chance to, I show it off.
I don't have anything physical to show for any of my wins, so I would absolutely.
They didn't send anything for your millie?
They didn't send
Other
me
than
anything for my
money?
millie. Nothing. I mean, yeah, I just got the money. I guess I could have bought something with it. I do have. So I guess it was the millie win. The first tournament of champions was at the Super Bowl. So it was Kansas City,
Oh, wow.
Tampa Bay Super Bowl in Tampa Bay, and they did send me the tickets for that, which is kind of cool. Like it's
Wow.
tickets like
That's
showing
cool.
like you're in the DraftKings suite. Like those, it's kind of cool.
Yeah. Did you go to that?
I did. Yeah. That it was.
Okay,
So
I
it
was
was.
gonna say.
It was peak of COVID season. It was like.
Well, no,
We
wasn't
never-
that before? It was before COVID. Like
No.
it was COVID was happening, wasn't it?
It was.
Oh no. So you know what I'm thinking of?
2021.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of the year before, because I was in Kansas City when they beat the 49ers. That
Yeah,
was before we knew COVID was here. So many people got sick in Kansas City. Sorry. Anyways, yeah. So that was like that was peak. You're right. I forgot that was like peak COVID.
It was like we did not leave our house. Like it was at the period of like you're just like you're not doing anything. But then we have these Super Bowl tickets. So it was like what do we do here? Like it was a really tough decision for us. Do we go to the Super Bowl? Because it was before vaccines or anything.
Yeah.
Which we're not getting political on this stream, but it was that changed the equation a little bit. So it was we were peak COVID and really didn't leave our house for anything. But then we had these Super Bowl tickets where I have a chance to win another $1 million. I had a 1 in 40 chance to win another $1 million.
Oh my God.
And ultimately we decided, okay, we're just gonna mask up. We're gonna do our best to not get COVID. Also, like if you got COVID, you couldn't like they tested us every single day while we were there.
Wow.
So it was like
so you really want to be safe
because
because you want to have a shot to win, right? Like
I mean, I could have competed regardless, like even if I couldn't have gone, but we couldn't have gone to the Super Bowl. So we had these sweet tickets in the Super Bowl, but we couldn't have gone if we got COVID. So it was a whole thing. But it was so amazing in peak COVID. So like I'm in Minnesota where like you don't leave your house anyway.
Right. Yeah.
COVID
at that time of year.
At that time of year, it's in January, February. And then COVID is ravaging the world. So it's like we go to Tampa Bay and like
get to experience life.
they didn't take it as seriously.
Oh no, not in Florida.
But also like the weather is so nice, you can just be outside all the time. So we're just like outside on these like couches outside. It was like so
after
incredible.
lockdown.
You can't even imagine. Yeah, in the middle of lockdown, just like what is going on right now? This is so amazing.
That is wild. That is wild.
Den in the chat. Love to see Den here. Another great DFS player. Look at these two goats. Look at you, Den. What I love about Den is he frequently tells me how youthful I look. He says that I look much younger than I am. He's the only person who will.
If you were to have.
Yeah, he's the only person willing to lie for me. There really needs to be a chat box in these best ball drafts. I disagree strongly. There would be a lot of collusion, I bet.
Oh man.
I mean, maybe I guess if you're colluding, you're probably colluding with people you already know anyway.
Yeah, they used to be able to send them emotes like whenever it was the old draft app. You could spam an emote on somebody if you didn't like their pick. You could send like a poop emoji. But
That's
Drafters still does a chat box, which is pretty funny.
Oh, that's right, they do.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in there.
All right, so we got our double stack with Philly. We don't really need to be forcing any early stacks here. So
no, I don't think so. But this is I like this pocket of the draft a lot right now.
Do you? You're a big fan. This is like to me like my least favorite. But like it's such
gross. I mean, I can kind of talk about it because it's like whatever. So if we don't have Hurts, like Tua, I mean, I don't like doing naked Tua, but and Daniel Jones there, like I take Daniel Jones if I don't have a quarterback, or I have like a quarterback that isn't an elite, like Daniel Jones is almost like automatic for me. Adding him as a QB, I feel like he's got such a nice floor.
Yeah.
The offense got better. He really feels like a slam dunk. And Bateman there, like I really like Rashad Bateman. I can't believe his price like hasn't adjusted since he's been healthy. Like he fell because of health, got healthy, and didn't bounce back. Like that's an inefficiency.
Yeah. No, I'm big on Rashad Bateman, so I'm with you there. I'm big on. So I guess I like the same players. I guess I'm just bored because I've drafted them so much. Rashad.
Yeah.
Bateman,
are you gonna max BBM?
I think tonight. I think I'm like this is probably my 100th draft. Actually, I think I'm right at 100 drafts. My guess would be no. I don't think I'm gonna get there. I've maxed it the past 2 years. I've got my cacti.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm going to get there this year, but hopefully
yeah,
I'll next it.
I wanted to, but I'm not getting there either this year, unfortunately. And it's their fault because they launched so many good mid stakes tournaments that took
me
my
too.
bankroll.
I drafted all those instead, and then they come up with the weekly winners, and they come up with the Survivor stuff, and
they've done a really good job.
Yeah,
it's definitely
really
a salute on the contest that they've done. The only complaint is that I wish there wasn't more, because those mid stakes ones are like where like I lived just playing like the number of entrants game versus and looking at the number of people in the finals. Like I was very intentional this year about my contest selection.
All right, Nez, what are we doing here? We got 1, 2, 4, 1. I'm big on I've been out on him all off season. I'm suddenly back in on Raheem Mostert. Seems like a solid pick.
Yeah, Mostert here is probably I like Mims too. Mostert I think is good to get ahead on. That also is a little week 17 with Dobbins. So I like Mostert here.
We also
he's probably going to rise here. I know we're like way ahead of ADP, but this is probably he ends up somewhere close to here.
And then so the only reason I was thinking we could wait is we also have A-Chain if we wanted to just leave it to fate which one of those you get at the next one maybe. But
man, I much prefer Mostert.
I think that he's clearly I don't know that A-Chain has the ability to become the RB, like the bell cow, where I think Mostert could be.
I also have big concerns about that. Like I that's where I really changed my process this year. Is I'm done falling in love with third round rookies. Like these guys just do not take over like we think. Like they really need a lot. Even if Mostert gets hurt, it's no guarantee that they don't replace him and then A-Chain splitting carries. So
wide receiver, what position are you thinking?
You want to know who I like here?
Yes, I do.
Jaylen Warren.
You sicko.
Jaylen Warren.
You're a Pittsburgh guy. Of course you like Jaylen Warren here.
Dude, Jaylen Warren is the truth. You're gonna love this pick.
All right. It's gonna work out. We're gonna win. I think I've said it for every draft we've done tonight, but this is the one. This is really the one that's gonna win $3.5 million.
I really like splitting my running back and wide receiver draft capital early on, and then kind of fixing it from there. And just looking back at some of my last drafts, I did a lot of hindsight analysis, and not to get too results oriented, but I feel like I want, and the data will tell you that zero running back was a smash, and it could very well just have been my player selection. But I did a lot of zero running back last year, and I know these are such a lottery, but I didn't have a lot of good playoff success. I mean, it was tough. I took a lot of zeros at running back, and so I just didn't want to do that anymore. And Jaylen Warren here, I think, is a nice blend of his own value, his own intrinsic value, into what role he's going to have on the Steelers, which people, and obviously including myself, but people think is going to be better with that obviously huge contingency upside if anything were to happen to Najee. And he has the ability to take that job over, with the skill and Najee's imperfections. But also Najee has a chance to smash. But
true. So you're just a homer is what it comes down to. That's what I just heard.
I'm a homer, but for me, it's if we think Joe Mixon can smash, it's a similar situation with not it's just straight off of volume and what he does in that offense.
Our friend Jewish McCaffrey, who I think you know as well, says
I do.
Warren is the last running back that it doesn't feel gross when you take.
Running backs have gotten gross as on one hand, we do have more information as far as who the RB2s are. On the other hand, man, I don't know. After round 11, I hate the running backs. I don't even want to take I feel like these guys don't even have the skill to be anything that matters. It is really gross.
Yeah. Denden says Warren and Mostert, my two highest exposed players, and because of that, you guys might be dust. I don't have a lot of. I'm more and more. I'm getting to some Mostert, so maybe I'll join you there, Den.
I was under the market on Mostert. I mean, I still am. Obviously, I didn't correct that, but I was really monitoring that JT thing closely, of course, but didn't end up winning. I was higher on Wilson.
Yeah, I was much higher on Wilson. Also, they didn't really tell us a lot about the injury there. The Viking Nomad, did you start drafting today? I thought he was asking you, Nez. He was asking Den if he started drafting today. So I was gonna make a joke about him asking you if he started drafting today.
No, I have too many drafts.
Same boat here. And then Den said, tough night to stream a marathon. You missed quite the night on DFS Twitter.
You
No,
did.
yeah, I have not been at all involved in. Is it the RBX stuff, or was there more to it than that?
Yeah, well, so like you saw his like we don't do theoretical winners, like we do real life winners.
Wiley or who did this? I
JBC.
missed. JBC said we did. So I did. I missed all of the drama on Twitter.
So yeah, he was like ETR, like they do theoretical winners, like we win for real. And then Drew Dinkmeyer posted a bank that he had tonight of 10 in college football. He's like theoretically won tonight thanks to our college football projections. So he doesn't. It's a guy that normally doesn't speak out like that. And
No.
that was a pretty sick little clap back. It good, just good clean fun.
I'm gonna let those guys duke it out. The ETR and RPS can fight each other. While I was on the stream with Bobby Gomes, he was trying to do cleanup for his good friend RBX, who apparently said something to Wiley, who is also Bobby Gomes' friend. So there was I could see that there was drama going on. I didn't have the ability.
So I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
Into it.
Oh boy, never a dull day. And
never a dull day in DFS Twitter. Yeah. All right. What do we got coming? It is our pick.
131. So like Jacoby stands out. I do like Jacoby. I also like Jaden Reed and KJ Osborne.
Feels early for Jaden Reed. I like both of them too. But
okay, yeah. Sorry, I forget like that. These are custom ranks. The tight ends here too. If you want to do Higbee, but I like Jacoby here. He's past ADP, I think, so that works.
He's like right at ADP, but I think he's a really solid pick. Like, I think he's one of those, like, he's boring. Nobody wants to click it, but like,
yeah,
he's really good at ADP.
He's good. He's a good player. Had success with like a very non-sexy offense in his past. Like it's just the same thing. Like the difference between Mac Jones and Jimmy G is not a lot.
Yeah. It's almost our pick, and then I will answer your question, Jewish McCaffrey. I say it's almost. I think this Tigerland might be taking the full 30 seconds on every pick.
Yeah, he's bleeding.
All right, so Jaden Reed, like, we could still probably wait on him.
Yeah, no, we can wait on him for sure. I didn't.
You like Higbee? You like the Higbee pick?
I do. I think I'm Higbee over Schultz. I don't know where you
are. You Higbee over Laporta too?
Ooh, okay. Laporta there definitely.
Oh, I'm a bye week bro. We can't do it. Higbee, we already have Goddard.
Oh yeah, no, I actually don't want that. Yeah, I'm Laporta here.
Yes, same page. Love it.
Okay, perfect. Because like this is the range where I would probably be okay stopping at 2 tight ends with Higbee or with Goddard and Laporta. Like Laporta's
really strong.
Yeah. Like of course he's got like the rookie tight end stamp on him, so he can't possibly be good. But No, I really like the Lions offense, and he has a clearly defined role like to himself. So I'm just like all over the NFC North this year. Like I'm very much schedule pilled and thinking that there's not a lot of good defenses. Yeah, just a lot of bad defenses, and they play the AFC West as well for their interdivision. So they get the Chiefs, they get the Chargers. Like they have a really sick schedule.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about. All right, so he first asked me, Neil, are you going to be doing stochastic shows every Sunday for NFL? So I will not be on the Sunday main slate shows. I'm going to be doing only Sunday Night Football. So I'm going to be on the live before lock for Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, and Sunday Night Football. I will, however, so I won't be doing the Sunday live before locks and stuff for the main slate, but I'm going to be doing 2 shows on Saturday. I'm going to be doing the Saturday strategy show with Greg, and then me and Scott Barrett, as we teased in the last show. We're going to be doing a collaboration show on Saturday afternoons as well. So yeah, I'll be doing Saturday shows, and then Sunday Night Football I'll be doing a show as well. And then he asked, and Nez, are the Badge Bros going to be doing an NFL Sunday morning show each week during the season?
So TBD on the Sunday stuff, but I would anticipate something different than we did last year, which was like nothing for the weekend. One thing we did announce was on Fridays on the Underdog HQ YouTube channel. So it's like their side YouTube channel. They're really beefing up the content side of that. And we're doing a show on Fridays with Pete Overzet every day on that channel for That's cool. For like battle royales and another like weekly sweats. So that'll be fun, but TBD on our Sunday scheduling, but I would anticipate something for sure.
Nice. Well, that's a good little tidbit. You're doing shows with overs at.
Oh yeah, yeah. So we're pretty excited about that to kind of cover to step up like the daily coverage. It should be a good time. Obviously, Pete's just like a great dude, and it's so good at this stuff. So it'll be fun.
Yeah, he's one of the better like hosts out there in this space. I feel like he's entertaining.
Yeah.
He's knowledgeable. He's yeah, great guy to be doing collaborations with. Obi-Wan asking
Yeah, I'm
Neil,
excited.
are you clocking OT? This was actually my idea to do a marathon stream. So I don't know if you know this, Nez, but I've heard from several people. Pat Corain mentioned it to me that doing marathon streams, like the YouTube algorithm really likes it. So I had suggested this to my stochastic people, and they said, Neil, if you want to do it, go ahead and do a marathon stream. But then I was going to do it on Sunday, and then I got super sick last weekend. So I was like, all right, there's no good time for me to do it. I decided, you know what? I'm a night owl. I'm just going to do it late at night. So this is nobody forced me to do it, but I thought this would be kind of fun. I kind of like the idea of doing a best ball marathon stream. So yeah,
they're all the rage right now, man. They do pretty well, and it's a good way for you to cram in drafts too. Because
exactly.
Yeah, like I'm like you. I'm just getting to 100 myself. So
have the Bad Bros done a marathon stream at all?
We have not yet. We it's definitely something that's in the cards at some point. Nice. For sure, but we haven't had time to commit to the old marathon yet. I think that's something we might do leading up to the NFL season, though, for sure.
Nice. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I like the idea of it.
All right, so it's coming back to us. So we have our Eagles stack here. Do we want to try
good?
Are there any others? I'm guessing Russ is gone. Yeah, Russ is gone. We got a late Vegas stack. I guess we could do a Green Bay. Oh, Jordan Love is there.
I like Jordan Love, but I feel like this is a decent time to take a QB2 with Hurts. I'm not sure who does that guy behind us have at QB.
So it's our pick, so we can take Jordan Love here.
Yeah, I was just seeing if he's looking like a QB. If we want to, nah, you can't trust these. You can't trust these dudes in August.
I thought we just go Jordan Love, and then we could take. We could also add to our Green Bay stack with Jaden Reed or Luke Musgrave on the comeback here if you want to.
Yeah, so like I know I mentioned like the 2 tight end thing. I might have been lying a little bit. I really love doing 3 tight ends. So
do you?
I think,
all right.
I mean, I do like this is a decent. Like I would stop at this room if I had like value at the other positions that I really liked, but for me, it's like it'd be Juwan Johnson or Luke Musgrave, and I think I'm probably Luke Musgrave for the stack.
Well, because we already have the stack. I feel like to me it would be. So do you like Luke Musgrave over Jaden Reed? Then is the question.
Right, and just because of the positional eligibility, I think I do. Everything, all signs point to Luke Musgrave having a ton of opportunity his way. And it's like, yeah, I want Musgrave here.
All right, we're doing a 3 tight end build here. I like it. We've got our stacks figured out. We got our 2 quarterbacks. We've got strong stacks for both of them. We've already got 4. Like really, our weakest position at this point is wide receiver, but I think we can find some gems.
I like wide receiver late right now compared to like having to go with running back late. There's just names that I just feel really comfortable with in like the 17th, 18th. One of those is Hyatt, who's been like screaming up draft boards, but with this Packers stack as well kind of plays into what I was talking about with because like we don't have any Vikings, but playing the Vikings is likely to be a net positive on your fantasy outlook this season. Yeah. So even like not having them, like there's still a team that you want, like it's still a team that you want to face.
Yep.
Absolutely. More likely than not.
The Viking Nomad asked, Jewish McCaffrey, did you used to work at Urban Movie? I don't think that Jewish McCaffrey is his actual name, just so you know. And Jewish says, Viking, I did not. Sorry. He was a tennis pro / director. I think I might have known that at some point. Austin says that he likes 3 tight ends unless he gets an elite one. Yeah, I think
that's kind of how I play it. Yeah, like I mean, Goddard, arguably elite, but I just like having multiple shots at tight end because these guys can hit your flex too, you know, like the worst if you're not like drafting a dead roster spot, whereas obviously with quarterback to do something like 2 elite quarterback, that's tough for me to swallow.
Yep. I just realized this. I've been doing this show for 5 hours and 20 minutes. I think that I told people at the beginning about our promo that we have. If you use our sign up link on Underdog, I should probably do that at least one more time. I should probably tell you, if you use our link to sign up at Underdog, you're going to get your first deposit matched up to $100. You're also going to get access to the Stochastic Best Ball package, which includes our rankings, which you can upload directly onto Underdog. It's in the link in the description of this video. I'm also going to throw it into chat. So if you haven't signed up at Underdog, which would be kind of surprising if you're watching this stream at this point, but if you haven't signed up at Underdog, highly recommend using our link to get that first deposit match and to get access to our Underdog rankings. Also, if you haven't liked the video yet, we only have 59 likes. If you haven't liked the video yet, please do like it. It really does help us out quite a bit with the YouTube algorithm. We're doing our best to make the most of the YouTube algorithm. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Hit that notification button so you can get alerts when our shows go live. Thank you so much, Obi-Wan, for reminding people to hit the like button. The stream element's doing its job.
Oh, nice.
Appreciate you.
Little stream bot.
Yeah,
that's sick.
I always forget about that. That aspect of my job, which is trying to sell things, get people to sign up and stuff. I'm bad at that part.
Yeah. Don't forget.
I get too wrapped up in the doing the drafts. I get too excited about my drafts. So
I'm just enticing you right now.
You're giving me too much interesting information.
Are you planning? I know you kind of dipped your toes in the battle royales for baseball and stuff. Do you plan on doing any for football?
Probably. Since I started playing baseball, I kind of feel like I've loved it for baseball. It is so fun for baseball.
It's a lot of fun, man.
I'm guessing that it's similar for football, where I'm guessing there are going to be people who don't do any stacking, that kind of stuff in football. So if you just try to work out good constructions or work outside of ADP a little bit, that kind of stuff, you can find big edges. I'm not sure. Did you do it last year?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I did it quite a bit last year. And if I didn't hit, I was losing, which I mean, obviously you either win or lose, but I had a long stretch of not doing well, but had 3 banks over the season, and I feel like I might have stacked too much, or maybe I just didn't run good.
Oh really?
But because it's only 1 running back, 2 wide receiver, a flex, a QB, and a tight end, they're really compact rosters, and the correlation aspect of it, I feel like, is much less of a focus. We're on the clock here, obviously.
Oh, we are on the clock, and we only have 5 wide receivers so far.
Yeah, I like DPJ as an option. I think he's a great best ball pick. I like Slayton as well. I do Josh Palmer, but that's in the 18th.
Yeah, I feel like we could. I guess we are already at pick 179. Yeah, DPJ makes sense to me. And then we can maybe Slayton with the next one. Feels more likely to fall to us.
Yeah, I would have loved Shaheed here. I know you don't have a lot of Shaheed, but I've really started to change my stance on him. Just seeing what he did last year. I'm kind of bought in on that small sample, and also on the idea that it's a contingency play as well, because Mike Thomas is so priced down. It's almost like we're baking in an injury. Well, who's going to step up? And it's the guy that you can get in the 16th round. So really trying to correct that a little bit, but we'll see. It's obviously not a slam dunk.
Yeah. Plays in a dome a lot of the time. There's a lot going there.
They do have an interest. People, I'm not so scheduled. Well, I mean, I am schedule pilled with the NFC North stuff, but as far as predicting wins and losses, I don't know about that. I see a lot of really bullish predictions on the Saints. I don't know what your projections have. A guy, yeah, there's one guy I follow. I think it's not Warren Sharp, but it's Sharp something. He's a better. I'll have to find his handle, but he had them projected for 12 wins, and I was like, oh my god.
Is Darius Slayton our best bet here, you think?
I love Darius Slayton. Yeah.
All right, I'm in. Let's do it.
Yeah, he's quickly becoming one of my highest owned receivers. I just always liked him even out of college. Just a fast dude, and in this Giants wide receiver room that's so tiny dude focused and slot receiver focused, he has a very specified role that I think can pay dividends.
So that has been exactly why I'm doing the Michael Wilson thing, because it's like, oh, you have a tiny quarterback and a bunch of tiny wide receivers, and
Yeah.
then one actually big-bodied wide receiver who they're now saying like he's been playing in wide receiver two wide receiver sets. So,
Wilson, I think, is a great pick, and not only is like obviously Rondale extremely tiny, he doesn't even run routes. You know, he doesn't run real NFL. Like his route tree is like he catches a screen or he runs like at parallel to the line. Like he does not
all right,
run real wide receiver routes. Like
because you're talking about Rondale and
he doesn't really play wide receiver.
somebody just asked us who are your most exposed players, and we're talking about Rondale.
Oh, I got
And I
this.
gotta say, I don't feel great about my most exposed players. Wait, what am I trying to do here? I go to drafts completed.
You were in the right spot.
I don't know. You could do it specifically for one contest.
Well,
So I
go
don't
to
know
exposure,
oh, it's up here. Yeah, you're right.
and then you can filter.
Filter for $25.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
All right, I've never actually applied it for this specific, but yeah, Rondale is my second most exposed player behind DJ Chark.
Well, he has a good profile still, but it's just like as far as if your thesis on Michael Wilson is Rondale Moore isn't a real wide receiver, then I got you all day. But I think he still is a good best ball player just because he has that that insane ability to have a good ceiling. That's something I would maybe do in weekly winners more. But my highest owned player is Kyle Pitts. I don't feel good about that.
Wait, is this? I'm not in the right draft here, am I? No, I'm not. All right, drafts.
I didn't even notice until you said it.
So that was the one it must be this one, maybe.
No, it won't have the orange icon. So just scroll.
Oh, you're right.
You're
scrolling.
Right.
Yeah. I knew that. I knew that. I just it's been a long night. All right, it's been a long night.
I got you.
So what I was gonna say is, so I have so much Rondale Moore, but it's not recent. It's not because I love him right now. It's because I thought after DeAndre Hopkins left, like he was gonna rise so much, and I was like, man,
he felt like a great
for
pick.
whatever reason, Rondale Moore is not moving up in age. So I drafted the shit out of him, and then now it's like, oh, he's not even playing in two wide receiver sets. So I'm it's not that I'm super high on him.
Yeah, and Michael Wilson could end up like not like we all are in love with Michael Wilson right now. He seems like he was a great draft pick, seems like a good pick right now. He could very well not be good at football. And then they're like, well, all right, well, we can't even run a real offense because our team sucks. We might as well throw bubble screens to Rondale 10 times a game. It could very well be the offense.
Absolutely could happen. Mahomes, no worries. I think he's referring to my Rondale exposure. I thought you were leaving. Obi said, have a great night, fellas. I assumed Obi was taking off, but I appreciate you hanging out with us still.
Yeah, he's just letting us know. Thanks.
Jewish McCaffrey has thoughts on round 18. I assume you're talking about Keontae Ingram. I hope you're talking about Keontae Ingram.
Yeah, he is.
I like that. I like it.
I do Keontae. I don't know like what the hell the Cardinals' intentions are this season, but it certainly seems like Keontae has a pretty decent chance of getting an opportunity in that backfield, whether it be injury or trade or just straight up like let's see what we have in this kid because the season's lost. But they just really confuse me, Arizona. I mean, obviously there's nothing too confusing about trading away the players they did, but we'll see what their actions about Kyler, that'll obviously kind of tell you what they're thinking this season.
Michael Wilson goes.
It's all right, we got options.
All right, so we have 2, 4, 7, 3 with 2 picks left. We're clearly not taking a quarterback. I think we need one more running back, probably, right?
I think so too.
At least one more. It's either 1 or 2 more running backs.
It could be 2. It depends on your thoughts here and who's obviously available. So as far as these running backs, like Rico is somebody that I've been mixing in quite a bit.
I like him. We don't have a week 7 bye. I'd be happy taking Rico. Josh Kelly looks interesting for the
Josh
Chargers.
Kelly does look interesting. I would say Kelly or Rico. And I'd probably lean Kelly.
All right, let's do it. So I'm this range of running backs. So these are my rankings that I did right before I started. Like they're all so.
This is
the
the
level to me. Like
these
I
are
don't feel strongly.
Exactly, but these are who you target in the 18th round now, and we have very we weren't taking these guys a lot or at all in June. Like we didn't know. Obviously, with the Indianapolis stuff, that presents a pretty interesting opportunity, depending on who makes it back there. but Rico is interesting. Kelly is interesting too because he seems like the pretty clear RB2, and like Eckler snap share last year was like 60%.
I
Like
know.
these guys see the field a lot.
Do you like either of these? Do you like Rico better than the Indianapolis guys for this pick?
I think so. The Indianapolis guys have a better floor, right? Because they're going to play the first 4 weeks.
Yeah.
They could be playing later in the season. I can't. Do you like Hull, Evan Hull?
I've drafted so much Evan Hull.
I think I like him more than Moss, man. It's the evil I don't know versus the evil I do, and
Yeah.
and
We got him.
coaches
I took him.
and good. Yeah, good. I'm
No,
glad.
I'm just saying, like, I took him.
Coaches
You
go
don't have
nuts
to
over
sell
pass
me on
protection.
Evan Hull. So the first or the second guest on the stream was Derek Brown, who was all about Evan Hull, tweets about him all the time. He sold me on Evan Hull
love
as a
it.
prospect. So I bought. Part of me is like, maybe I should be drafting some Moss now because I have so much Hull already. Like, probably
Right.
the guy who's actually more likely to start this season as the starting running back. Maybe I should take some shots on him. But yeah,
Yeah, and
I've got a
especially
ton of Hull.
if he shows anything, like Zach Moss isn't the type of talent that they have to like put
True.
over Evan Hall if he looks half decent. Like, what has Zach Moss done in his NFL career? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Viking Gnome, it says Kelly is 1 ankle sprain away from 30 points a game. Yeah, he could be. That's the thing. It's a great offense. That's it. So that's part of the tiebreak for me that I like Rico
Mhm.
Daldo. I like Joshua Kelly is those offenses are so good that it is like
Exactly.
if they can be the bell cow there, like that to me is so I think I like them better than Keontae Ingram for that reason because I'm like
Right.
if the best case scenario for them is they are the bell cow running back in a great offense, whereas the best case scenario for Keontae Ingram is he's a bell cow in a terrible offense on a team that's tanking. So like,
Yeah, if you were to like plot their range of outcomes, like you would see Keontae Ingram like hitting a better median probably more often, but the ceiling on Kelly is like tenfold what Keontae's is because of the offense, right? And
yep,
I mean, he might even have a decent floor too, like we alluded to with the Eckler snap shares. Like they're not substantial. He just is
right,
like incredibly efficient and catches balls a lot when he's out there. It's
yep,
really what it comes down to.
exactly. And I think Rico Dowdle also has a similar like could be the bell cow in Dallas if Pollard gets hurt. I don't know if that's the case, but
Right, he's clearly the number 2, and Pollard's also somebody that is not treated like a bell cow, or at least he wasn't last year when he had the opportunity to be. But if he gets hurt, like is Dowdle really getting like 70% of the snaps? You know, like they're probably bringing somebody in. It's probably not all him either.
right.
Just because he's. I mean, I don't know. Like, I haven't heard of this guy until this season,
True.
and
That's fair.
everybody thought it was Malik Davis,
Yeah.
like myself included. So it's definitely like a probably a little thin, but he's as of now he's clearly the RB2. So there's that. I take him sometimes.
Yeah, I like me some Dowdle, but okay, now it's refreshing. All right, so Nez, we finished our draft.
Whew.
So now I'm gonna ask you to give it a letter grade here. I'll go over it one more time. So we got Hurts and Jordan Love as our quarterbacks, running backs Travis Etienne, J.K. Dobbins, Raheem Mostert, Jalen Warren, Joshua Kelly, Evan Hull, wide receivers A.J. Brown, Christian Watson, Cortland Sutton, Sky Moore, Jacoby Myers, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Darius Slayton, and then tight ends Dallas Goedert, Sam Laporta, Luke Musgrave. How are you feeling about this one?
So I love it. I think this is a team that I want you to remember that we drafted together because this is gonna be in the finals.
Yeah.
However, I can't. It's a B+ for me.
Okay.
And like I like drafting teams like this, but it's not a team that you want to like send out a screenshot of because of the wide receivers. Like
that's
the
true.
wide people are gonna be, oh, you're not deep enough, but like we might be. Like we very well like to me we are, but to Twitter we're not deep enough. But to me,
we would get that
this
feedback.
team
Your
has
wide
it.
receiver is a little bit light.
Yeah,
I'm with
you. Like you can't post a screenshot on Twitter unless you're really flexing nuts at wideout. But I love this team. I love getting quote unquote uncomfortable at wideout like this. Like we got a lot of high ceilings here, and yeah, this is how I like the draft, man. I like a lot of my teams. I don't know about you. Like it's probably a flaw,
me
but
too. Me too.
I really do like the teams that I draft. I feel like I do a good job, and I like what we did here.
I think what it comes down to, Nez, is that you and I are amazing drafters. So like our teams are going to look good to us because we're just so good at drafting.
That's right. I got to give ourselves a little credit here.
Obi-Wan, of course, coming in and telling us we just drafted a B team, which is fair. That's fair.
Sure.
A B, you know, that's what I aim for in high school, in college. I'm just aiming for Bs. You know, Bs can work out sometimes though.
You basically just need a B to advance.
Exactly. You need a B to advance. All right. Well, that is going to do it. I think that was my final draft of the night, Nez. I made it 5.5 hours, just over 5.5 hours. Really appreciate everybody hanging out with us this whole time. But Nez, where can people find you?
Yes, so you can find me on Twitter at Nez Takes. You can find me streaming on the Badge Bros. You can search Badge Bros on YouTube. You should find us. You'll see the 3-dog logo. Neil, I just want to say thank you for having me on, saving the best for last on this marathon stream. I commend what you've done tonight. This is it's going to live in infamy. And yeah, thanks for everybody for watching.
No, thank you for coming on, Nez. And I did the whole, like, we sent out the here's my list of guests before I actually asked you to come on the stream. I was kind of throwing this together the last minute, so we didn't even get you.
Yeah, I got that vibe.
Apologies for not getting you into the graphic.
It's a little surprise,
but, you know. But
I'm surprise guest for the people.
Yeah, you were a surprise guest. You need to have at least one surprise guest on every stream you do. So really appreciate you hanging out with me, Nez. And yeah, you should go follow Nez on Twitter at Nez Takes. Go follow the Badge Bros. They really do a lot of great content all day. And they're the only people out there, as far as I know right now, doing the daily draft content. It's really entertaining, really some sharp takes there. So go follow the Badge Bros, go follow Nez, and really appreciate you guys hanging out with us. My real life friend Ian McConnell says, well done. Thank you. Mark Curry, still here. I didn't know you're still here, Mark. That was fun. Thanks for hanging out with us. Cloud, Obi, thank you all, and everybody else. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Really was a fun draft. Hit that like button if you haven't done so. Follow, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification button so you can get alerts when our shows go live. Sign up using our link, all that stuff. Do all that stuff. Hopefully we can win some money this year in DFS and in best ball. Good luck.